Chapter 1, A Mistake. Tomorrow is New Year's Day. It snowed in Yunqing all day today and it hasn't stopped yet in the evening. Chu Ning put on his coat, opened the door and walked out of the house. But before I went downstairs, I heard an argument behind the door. How long do you plan to be dragged down by your brother? I really owe your family. It's not enough to support a loser like you, but I also want to support your brother, who is a loser. Tell your brother tomorrow to pay 5,000 yuan a month for living expenses, otherwise let him get out. You are his brother, not his father. Besides, he is an adult. Keep your voice down. Aining is not married yet. He just ate dinner and took a nap at home. He also helped us pick up the kids and did housework. He only paid 2,000 yuan a month before, so he got a great deal. What else do you want? It's not cheap at all. How much is our mortgage alone? There are also heating, water and electricity bills. What's the difference between him giving us 2,000 a month and living for free? Chu Ning's parents left early, so after Chu Ning retired from the army, he lived with his brother and sister-in-law. But after living there for a long time, my sister-in-law obviously had some complaints. Chu Ning wanted to move out several times, but his eldest brother Chuan was worried that Chu Ning could not take care of himself, so he did not let him move out before he got married. It seems like I have to find someone to get married with quickly. It would be best if he has a house. If that doesn't work, I can just be alive and son-in-law like my eldest brother. Chu Ning has no illusions about marriage. He thinks marriage is nothing more than finding someone to live with, and it doesn't matter who you find. But unfortunately, the blind dates Chu Ning had met this year all looked too ugly. So Chu Ning really didn't have the courage to go out with them. I hope today's one is acceptable. Chu Ning prayed in his heart, then went downstairs, got on his electric bike, and embarked on his 15th blind date this year. Chu Ning agreed to meet his blind date at 8 o'clock in the evening in a coffee shop called Wutong. However, due to the snow on the road, it was already 8:30 when Chu Ning arrived. He stopped his electric bike, shook off the snow on his body, put his red, frozen hands to his mouth and blew deeply a few times, then quickly ran inside. You're late. As soon as Chu Ning entered the door, he heard a cold voice. Chu Ning looked up and found that apart from the waiter at the front desk, there was only one woman sitting in the cafe. She is nearly 1.7 meters tall, wearing a white sweater with a black skirt, and with her good figure, she looks very elegant. Chu Ning was stunned for a few seconds. Unexpectedly, the blind date today is quite good looking. I'm sorry, it was snowing and difficult to walk on the road. It took us some time and kept you waiting. Chu Ning apologized. But the other party obviously did not accept this explanation and remained cold. Weather is not an excuse. If I can arrive on time, why can't you? You're half an hour late for our first meeting. I have reason to doubt your sincerity. Chu Ning had no choice but to apologize again. Okay, don't waste time. This is the information I brought. If you think it's okay, let's go straight to the procedure. The woman said directly, her stiff tone didn't sound like a blind date, but more like a business negotiation. Seeing that the other party was so direct, Chu Ning simply played the game straight. No need, I've seen your profile on the dating website. You're a native of Yunqing, working in a listed group, a grassroots employee, gentle and virtuous, both parents have passed away, and I hope to get married as soon as possible. The woman's expressionless face was stunned. Dating website? Both parents are dead? Chu Ning nodded. I'm sorry, I may have mentioned your sad story, I hope you don't mind. But I think it's good, my parents are both dead, so if we get married, we can make the decision ourselves, and there will be less trouble after marriage. As he spoke, Chu Ning took out his household registration booklet. You've probably seen my situation on dating websites. I'm a retired soldier with no house or car. I'm currently working as a security guard for a private company, with an annual income of around 50,000. But I'm planning to switch jobs and apply for a bodyguard position at a listed company. If I'm successful in the application, my income should be able to double. If you think it's appropriate, we can go get the certificate tomorrow. Chu Ning looked at the other party. The woman opposite was stunned for a long time, and finally couldn't help laughing. She picked up the coffee, took a sip, and changed her serious and cold look. She asked with interest, Sir, we got married on our first date. Don't you think it's a little too fast? Aren't you afraid of meeting a liar? Chu Ning spread his hands. We are living together anyway, so it doesn't matter whether we live fast or slow. Chu Ning, this is the truth. Chu Ning had a junior high school classmate. They were in love for nearly 10 years, from campus to wedding dress, but his wife still cheated on him after marriage. On the contrary, the son of my neighbor in my hometown went on a blind date, got engaged and got married within a month, and they are living a happy life. As for scammers, I don't have a car or a house, so there's nothing to scam. Of course, I won't cheat you of your money. Although I don't earn much, I can support myself and I won't ask you for money. Xu Ning said again. The woman laughed again. You are quite honest, but you are pretty, aren't you afraid of being deceived? Xu Ning looked at the woman and smiled. You are also very beautiful. Seeing that the woman was silent, Xu Ning stretched out his hand and asked again, How about it, miss, can you be my partner? The woman looked at him and hesitated for more than 10 seconds. Finally, he smiled and held Xu Ning's hand. Ren Yuqing, it's a pleasure working with you, said the woman. Xu Ning, it's a pleasure to work with you, said the man. After everything was settled, the two agreed to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get their marriage certificate the next morning. However, when leaving, Xu Ning realized that something was wrong. He remembered that the person on the dating website didn't seem to have the last name Ren. Forget it, I guess I remembered it wrong. Xu Ning didn't think much about it. Anyway, when we live together, it doesn't make any difference whether our surnames are Rin or Zhang. Soon, Xu Ning left the coffee shop on an electric bike. Little did they know that Ren Yuqing was sitting in a Rolls-Royce not far away, watching Xu Ning leave. Check his background for me before tomorrow morning. Ren Yuqing ordered the assistant beside her. She wanted to confirm whether what Xu Ning had just said was true. Ren Yuqing doesn't have too many requirements for her marriage partner. In addition to having a good eye for the product, the most important thing is quality. Even if they were to live together, Ren Yuqing hoped to work with a sincere person, not a liar. Although Su Xian, the assistant standing by, was confused, he still nodded in agreement and arranged for someone to do it. Let's go. Ren Yuqing closed the car window. Su Xian started the car and drove away slowly. On the way, Su Xian received a call. Su Xian, Mr. Ren, Mr. Li from Yunhai Group just called to apologize. He said that he was accidentally late because of the traffic jam on snowy days. He hopes you can give him another chance. He will come to the group to apologize to you in person tomorrow morning. Ren Yuqing, tell him that the snow is not an excuse to cancel the cooperation between our group and him. Also, tell him not to bother. I have something to do tomorrow morning, so it would be a wasted trip for him to come. Su Xian was immediately puzzled. Mr. Ren, according to your schedule, you don't seem to have any plans for tomorrow morning. How about giving Mr. Li another chance? This cooperation will also be profitable for our group. Ren Yuqing said calmly. Who said no? I'm going to get a certificate tomorrow. What certificate? Su Xian asked casually. Marriage certificate. I can help you get this small certificate. Su Xian replied subconsciously, but then she realized something was wrong and her eyes widened suddenly. What certificate? Ren Yuqing's casual remark almost made Su Xian's jaw drop. He didn't even notice the red light and just ran through it. It almost caused a car accident. Mr. Ren, are you serious? Nature. Ren Yuqing said it calmly, but at this moment Su Xian's heart was in turmoil. The heir to the wealthy Ren family in Yunqing, the head of a listed group worth hundreds of billions, is getting married? Su Xian is almost crazy now. This is definitely explosive news. Once it is publicized, the whole Yunqing Young Master Circle will definitely be in an uproar. Chapter 2, Receive the Certificate. Brother, I'm getting married. I'll move out from now on. Xu Ning returned home in the evening and told his elder brother Xu Ning that he was going to get married. Fuck off. You little brat, you don't even have a girlfriend, how can you get married? Did you just pick up a girl from the street as your wife? Just stay here honestly. Whatever your sister-in-law says, just let it go in one ear and out the other. Don't take it to heart. When parents are not around, the eldest brother is like a father. It is only natural for the younger brother to live in the eldest brother's house. Don't think about those extra things. Go to the balcony and get your nephew's diaper. The little brat has wet his pants again. Xuan didn't care at all about what Xu Ning said. He naturally knew what was going on with his brother. Many years ago, his younger brother was hurt in love. Xu Ning was so disheartened that he couldn't even continue his studies. He dropped out of school and went to the north to serve as a soldier. This departure lasted 5 years. After coming back, He seemed to have even less interest in women, and had no intention of finding a partner. Every blind date feels like a business matter. When I asked Chu Ning about his relationship yesterday, he said there was no progress. And now, just one day later, Chu Ning said he wanted to get married. Only a fool would believe that. Chuan just thought that it was Chu Ning's excuse to move out. Brother, this time it's real. Chu Ning was still explaining. Okay, when you throw the marriage certificate in my face, I will believe that you are really married. Chuan still didn't believe it. Chu Ning didn't say anything else. After helping his elder brother change the baby's diaper, he went back to his room. Xiao Ning. Chuan suddenly called him. Chu Ning turned his head and looked at his elder brother. Although I really hope you can get married sooner, no matter how much I urge you, you don't have to rush. After all, marriage is a lifelong thing, and I still hope you can find a girl you really like. Chuan suddenly became serious. Chu Ning was silent for a moment, and finally nodded. Yes, I understand, brother. Chu Ning turned around and went back to the room. Looking at his brother's back, Chuan actually felt very uncomfortable. His younger brother is 1.8 meters tall, has a great figure and an extraordinary appearance. Since he was a child, his younger brother always received a bunch of love letters in his school bag. If he was born in a normal family, my brother should be able to find a good wife. But unfortunately, I was born in a family like theirs. My parents passed away a long time ago, and my relatives at home avoided them like the plague. He had no special abilities, so he married into the wife's family at an early age. When his younger brother dropped out of school, although it was because he was hurt in love and had no interest in his studies, Chuan felt that the boy probably didn't want to drag him down as a burden and wanted to drop out early to make money. Why? Chuan sighed. Perhaps he shouldn't force Chu Ning to get married. No one stipulates that men must marry and have children. It is probably better to live a happy life alone than to spend your whole life with the wrong person. One night passed quickly. The next day, Chuan got up early, prepared breakfast for his elder brother and sister-in-law, mopped the floor, and hung up the clothes washed last night. Then he left home and went to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Today is the day he and his marriage partner get their marriage certificate. So, Chu Ning packed up specially before leaving. I changed into some clean clothes and went to the barber shop to get my hair trimmed. When I arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Ran Yuqing was already waiting there. She is always so punctual. When they saw each other, they smiled at each other, did not speak, but walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau together tacitly. Show your household registration book, fill in information, take photos, and get the certificate. There was little communication between the two people during the whole process. They were very serious and formal, as if they were discussing a business cooperation. The staff was so frightened that they asked several times whether the two were getting married voluntarily. Soon, the two of them each got their marriage certificates and walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Looking at the photo of himself and a strange woman on the certificate, Chu Ning was a little dazed. He didn't think anything of it when he got the certificate just now, but now after getting it, Chu Ning realized what a crazy thing he had just done. He actually married a stranger he had only known for less than a day? If my childhood friend knew, he would definitely say I was crazy. My eldest brother would also blame me for being careless. Chu Ning didn't know whether what he did was right or wrong, but at least, he had put an end to his worries. As for his future marriage life, he would take it one step at a time. What? Do you regret it? As if noticing Chu Ning's hesitation, Ran Yuqing on the side asked with a smile. Chu Ning shook his head. There is nothing to regret, we are just living together. Of course, although there is no love between the two of us, I will fulfill my responsibilities and obligations. I will rent a house as soon as possible as our residence after we get married. Regarding the expenses after marriage, you can spend my salary first. If it's not enough, I can use your salary to supplement some of it, but large expenses must be discussed with the other party in advance. As for the housework, let's divide the work. That's all I can think of for now. I can add to it later. If you have any comments, feel free to ask. Ran Yuqing nodded, okay. But you don't have to look for a house. I've already rented one. It's in Unit 2, Building 3, Lianhu Garden Community, Room 2081. Here's the key. You can move in first. I'm going to be away on business for a while. I'll let you know when I'm back. Ran Yuqing threw the house key to Chu Ning. This made Chu Ning a little confused. These days, except for live-in sons-in-law, the man provides the house after marriage. He didn't expect that Run Yuching had already found a house. That's fine. My current salary is 5,000, and I'll transfer 4,000 to you every month. You can use part of it as rent, and the rest as living expenses. When I pass the interview and my salary increases, I'll transfer more to you every month. Xu Ning didn't want to take advantage of the woman, so he took the initiative to hand over most of his salary. Run Yuching didn't refuse. A few $1,000s was just a drop in the bucket for her. If Xu Ning wanted to give her the money, it was up to him. She couldn't spend it anyway. By the way, I remember that the information said that you work at Jinxiu Group, right? Rumor has it that the female president of your Jinxiu Group is a nun Niju, who is very domineering and vicious. Is she really that difficult to serve? Xu Ning asked a few more questions as if he was just chatting, because he had an interview with Jinxiu Group later. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt the temperature around him getting colder. He looked up and saw Ren Yuching, who was originally smiling, with a sullen expression. Her eyes were as sharp as knives, as if she wanted to cut Xu Ning. Who said that? Ren Yuching's face was cold. That's what everyone on the internet says. Xu Ning replied curiously. As they were talking, Xu Ning's cell phone rang. It's an interview notification text message. Mizran, I'm sorry, I have to go now. I have an interview soon. How about this, let's exchange contact information first, and then we'll get in touch when you get back from your business trip. Xu Ning obviously took this interview very seriously and didn't even care about his newlywed wife. But who would have thought that Ren Yuching ignored Xu Ning, turned around and left with a cold face? Only Xu Ning with a puzzled look on his face was left here. This woman is really strange. She changes her face at any time. Xu Ning shook his head and without thinking much, he rode away on his bike. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Ren Yuching came to a corner. There, Su Xian drove and waited there early. Mr. Ren, did you really get the marriage certificate? Su Xian, who was in the car, almost popped her eyes out when she saw the marriage certificate in Ren Yuching's hand. She didn't expect that Mr. Run was serious? Chapter 3, Shocked Chuan. She had investigated this Xu Ning last night. Not to mention that there is a huge gap between the two people's identities and status, but getting a marriage certificate just based on meeting each other once is really a bit of a joke. Mr. Rin, there is something I don't know whether I should say or not. Madame Run and the others have always hoped that you would marry the son of the Changming Group. I know you are not interested in the prince of the Changming Group, but you can't just marry someone just to make yourself angry with Madame Run and the others. Don't say it if you shouldn't. Ran Yuching interrupted coldly, and Su Xian immediately shut up. While I'm away on business, please buy me a car. It doesn't have to be too expensive, just one that is suitable for an ordinary person. Also, please pack my daily necessities when you return to the villa, and I will bring them to Lianhu Garden when I come back. Ran Yuching said again. Su Xian was stunned. Is Mr. Rin really going to move in and live with Xu Ning? Oh my god. Did Mr. Rin really fall in love with that poor boy? Could it be that the Iron Lady has really blossomed? When Su Xian thought about the fact that the strong woman who was usually high and mighty in the group would have to live a married life of taking care of her husband and children in the future, she really found it a little unbelievable. But Su Xian had no idea that the reason Rin Yuching wanted to move there was because, like Xu Ning, she was fulfilling her responsibilities and obligations as a wife. Since she has agreed to get married, Ran Yuching will naturally manage this marriage well. As for whether it can last long, it depends on their fate. Of course, there are other reasons. Only in this way will my parents really give up and stop forcing me to marry that playboy from Changning Group. Su Xian agreed to all of Ran Yuching's requests. After a brief silence, Ran Yuching suddenly asked, Su Xian, I heard that people outside say I am nun Niju? At that time, Su Xian felt that her heart skipped a beat. She quickly shook her head. Who is talking nonsense? That's impossible, Mr. Ren, don't listen to this villain's nonsense. Tell the truth. Ran Yuching said in a cold tone. Under Ran Yuching's powerful aura, Su Xian finally surrendered. Okay, Mr. Ren, that's indeed what's being said outside. Ran Yuching asked again, am I really that scary normally? Su Xian quickly shook her head again. Ran Yuching's eyes were sharp, I want to hear the truth. Su Xian nodded angrily and whispered, yes, a little. Stop the car. Ran Yuching said with some anger. After a moment, Ran Yuching drove away. Su Xian, who was thrown on the side of the road, chased after him with a sad face. Mr. Ren, I was wrong. I accept that you won't let me take the bus back to the company, but give me your phone. It's still in the car. Mr. Ren. She didn't have her cell phone with her and she had no cash on her, so she had to run to the company. Su Xian regrets it very much now. I shouldn't have told the truth earlier. But who knew that Mr. Ren was so sensitive? Afternoon, Zhanghai International Airport. Run Yuqing, who was preparing for a business trip, was wearing sunglasses and sitting in the terminal waiting for the plane to take off. At this time, a phone call came in. It's her sister, Ren Feifei's. Sister, I just finished an interview and found the right person for your bodyguard. He's very handsome, and he was a soldier. He's also very skilled. He could punch through a sandbag weighing hundreds of pounds with one punch. Wait until you come back and see it, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Ha ha ha, sister, what do you think? I told you before that you can put your mind at ease when your sister is doing things. I could hear my sister chattering on the phone. It's good enough that you don't cause trouble for me. When I'm not here, please behave yourself. If you get into trouble again, don't even think about getting any pocket money from me. Run Yuqing tapped. She knew very well what her sister was like. He's just a child who hasn't grown up and is always acting in a disorderly manner. Asking her to be responsible for recruiting bodyguards for him was also to give her something to do so that she wouldn't always go out and get into trouble. The other side. Shu Ning walked out of Jinxiu Group with a beaming face. How is it, Brother Ning? How was the interview? As soon as I came out, my childhood friend Wang Kaixian called and asked about the situation. The results will be out before tonight. But it should be almost right. Shu Ning was full of confidence. Ha, Brother Ning, I'll wait for your good news. I'll celebrate with you then. Fatty Wan laughed and spoke with a breathy voice. The girl's panting could be vaguely heard beside him. No need to think, this fat guy is fooling around with the girl again. Shu Ning has been single these years, but Fatty Wang has been surrounded by women. Although this fat guy is not as good looking as Chu Ning, he knows how to have fun and his family is rich, so he naturally has no shortage of women. Brother Ning, I'm hanging up first. I'm still working. Wang Kaixian hung up the phone in a hurry. Chu Ning smiled helplessly and then went home. He planned to move out of his brother's house today. This will also prevent my sister-in-law from getting angry with my eldest brother again. This time, Shu Ning didn't waste any words. After entering the house, he threw the marriage certificate in his eldest brother's face. You're such a rebel, you dared to hit your brother? Shuan picked up the certificate and was about to throw it back. But when I looked at this certificate, it seemed a little familiar. Looking again, it clearly said marriage certificate. Grass. Are you really married? Shuan was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. Well, I told you yesterday. Where's the betrothal gift? Did you give it? No one wants it. What about the house? You don't want it either? She has rented it. What about the car? No one mentioned it. Shu Ning said honestly. Shuan burst into tears after hearing this. I thought to myself, what an ugly girl this must be to marry my brother for nothing. Thinking of this, Shuan opened the marriage certificate and took a look. After reading it, Shuan was stunned. Damn, this sister-in-law is quite pretty. Xiao Ning, you're not going to find a fake certificate to fool me, are you? How could someone like you with this look? Shuan still couldn't believe that such a good thing would happen to his younger brother. Shu Ning's face darkened at that moment. Brother, your younger brother is not bad looking, right? That's not what I meant. I meant that with her looks and conditions, she can obviously find someone better than you. Why would she choose you? Maybe they just fell in love with each other. Besides, she's not that pretty. The photos are all photoshopped. Okay, brother, don't be suspicious. I know everything. Then tell me in detail, how did you two know each other? What's the situation at her family? Shuan pulled Shu Ning to sit down in a hurry, so anxiously that he didn't even hear the child crying on the bed. Shu Ning didn't explain too clearly, as saying too much would make his eldest brother worry. He just said that he was introduced by a friend, his parents were both dead, he had no brothers or sisters, and his family relationships were simple. But after listening to it, Shuan was still worried. This is so sudden. I was still on a blind date a few days ago, and today I got the marriage certificate and moved out. Shuan thought about the quarrels he had with his wife these days, and his brother couldn't help but hear them. Perhaps Chu Ning was afraid of affecting her marriage, so she hurriedly got married, and Chuan felt even worse. Xiaoning, if your sister-in-law doesn't let you live here, you don't have to rush to get married and move out. Although I, your brother, don't have much say in this family, but as long as I'm here, your sister-in-law won't dare to chase you away. You can live here with peace of mind. Chuan said seriously. Chapter 4, Calling the Police. Shuning smiled and said, Brother, you think too much. It has nothing to do with you. I just feel that I am not young anymore, and I am not a child anymore. It is time for me to get married. Shuning explained for a long time before he got his eldest brother's consent to move out. Xiaoning, let me call your sister-in-law and ask her to drive back and take you there. Shuan picked up the phone and was about to call, but was stopped by Chu Ning. No need, brother. I won't bother you. I don't have much stuff, just a few clothes, you can bring them yourself. You don't have to bother me, just stay at home and take care of my nephew. Lianhu Garden is close anyway, only about 10 minutes away, so it's convenient for us to meet anytime we want. Shu Ning quickly packed up his things and prepared to move out. Shuan wanted to see him off, but was stopped by Chu Ning. When leaving, looking at his elder brother Chuan, who was bent over by life and marriage, Chu Ning hesitated for a moment and said what he had been holding in his heart. Brother, family is important, but don't make it too hard on yourself. When you have time, have a good chat with your sister-in-law and ask her to go out less to play mahjong and stay at home more to help you look after the children. Also, men should always have their own careers and jobs. Shu Ning looked at his elder brother and said with some heartache. During the time I lived in my eldest brother's house, my eldest brother was the one who did most of the big and small things inside and outside the house. My sister-in-law either goes shopping with friends or plays mahjong. Not to mention the children, he basically doesn't care about anything at home. After returning, he would lose his temper with his elder brother and accuse him of all kinds, saying that he didn't go out to make money and was a loser who just stayed at home. Shu Ning wanted to laugh when he heard this. You don't take care of the child, and your elder brother goes to work to make money. Who will take care of your little nephew? Before, I could help my eldest brother with some housework. But from now on, I am afraid that my eldest brother will have to take care of everything at home. Sometimes, Shu Ning felt that his elder brother spoiled his sister-in-law too much. Just do whatever she wants. I only argue with my sister-in-law about where I live. My eldest brother would silently endure all the other unreasonable accusations. Well, Xiaoning, I understand. In fact, your sister-in-law has had a hard time too. She gave birth to 3 children for me. She is just a little impatient. She will be fine once the children grow up. Besides, she has a little postpartum depression. It would be good for her to go out and play cards with friends to relax. Shu An maintained. I hope so. Shu Ning was not in a position to say too much about his eldest brother's family affairs. After saying goodbye to his eldest brother, he moved to Lianhu Garden Community. This community is a new one with complete greenery and facilities. The environment is better than where my eldest brother lives, and the rent is definitely not cheap. Shu Ning used the key to open the door. After entering, he found that the decoration inside was quite good, with wooden floors and all kinds of home appliances and furniture. Moreover, they are all brand new. The house is not small, with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. How much is the rent? Shu Ning felt a pain in his flesh. I thought that girls nowadays really don't know how to live and only know how to enjoy themselves. For 2 young people, can't they just rent a 2-bedroom apartment? Isn't it a waste to rent a 3-bedroom apartment? Why not save the money and put it aside for the down payment? But Chu Ning thought that maybe people had higher requirements for living conditions. Forget it, let us just live here for now. At worst, I can discuss it with my legal wife when I renew the lease. Shu Ning quickly put all his things in place and then cleaned the room thoroughly. By the time we finished cleaning up, it was almost dark. At this time, Shu Ning's cell phone rang. It was a call from the Human Resources Department of Jinsho Group, informing Chu Ning that he had passed the interview and could start work tomorrow with an internship period of 1 month. Ha ha. Done. After hanging up the phone, Chu Ning leaned back and lay on the bed, in a very good mood. There have been a lot of happy events recently. First, I got married, then moved to a new home, and now I got a good job. This life is full of promise. In the following period of time, Chu Ning officially began his internship career in the new group. The first month was the internship period, and Chu Ning applied for the position of the president's personal bodyguard. However, the president of Jinsho Group seemed to be out discussing business. In any case, Xu Ning had never seen his future protector. He spent most of his time receiving training and learning the group's regulations, and had no substantive work. But there are too many rules in the big group, and Xu Ning is fed up with all kinds of training. Every day when he gets home from get off work, he is very late, and his elder brother and Fatty want to celebrate for him, but Xu Ning has no time. As for his marriage partner, after getting the marriage certificate from the Civil Affairs Bureau that day, he seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, and there was no news of him at all. At first, Xu Ning was wondering where that woman was going and when she would come back. But as time went by, Xu Ning stopped thinking about it, and even forgot that he was a married man. He probably couldn't even remember what his wife looked like. Until one night a month later, Xu Ning was awakened from his deep sleep by a knock on the door. Who is it, late at night? Xu Ning dragged his sleepy eyes and looked at the time. It was 11 o'clock in the evening. The person knocking on the door at this time is probably not a good person. Xu Ning did not open the door, but looked out through the peephole at the door. I found out that it was a woman, quite pretty, with big breasts, long legs and a perky butt. She was wearing a windbreaker and sunglasses, pulling a trolley case, and standing at the door looking around. At this point, she is a woman, wearing sunglasses probably because she is afraid of being recognized. No need to think about it, it was probably some otaku who ordered this special service. I'm afraid the things in the suitcase are some sexy lingerie, small props, or something. Outside the door, Ren Yuqing, who had just returned from a business trip, was waiting. She had been knocking on the door for 10 minutes, but her legal husband didn't come to open it. Is he a pig? Ren Yuqing was a little annoyed and looked around anxiously. At this time, a voice finally came from inside. Girl, have you come to the wrong door? I am a married man and do not need any special services. Xu Ning said through the door. Ren Yuqing was stunned for a moment when she heard this. Then her pretty face turned red with anger. She understood. This guy actually thought she was here to be sold? She was obviously going back to her own home, okay? Doesn't Xu Ning recognize me anymore? You forgot your new wife right after getting married? In anger, Ren Yuqing kicked the door with her high heels. You still know you are married? Open the door for me. Ren Yuqing was really angry, and spoke in a commanding tone. When Xu Ning inside heard this, he immediately widened his eyes. Oh my god, harassing a decent man in the middle of the night, and she thinks she's right? Xu Ning was too lazy to argue with the strange woman outside and called the police directly. He said there was a strange woman outside blocking the door and harassing him. After calling the police, Xu Ning turned around and went back to bed to continue sleeping. After a while, 2 policemen arrived outside the door and saw Ren Yuqing kicking the door angrily. What are you doing? Give me your ID card. The police officer scolded and asked Ren Yuqing to show her ID card. Chapter 5, Are the couple unfamiliar with each other? Ren Yuqing was a little confused. Comrade, what's the matter? I'm going back to my own home. Is that illegal? Do you still want to check my ID card? The 2 policemen looked at each other, and one of the younger policemen looked at Ren Yuqing. Miss, are you sure this is your home? Then why can't you get in? I forgot my keys. Really? But how come I received a call reporting that you illegally broke into someone else's house and blocked the door in the middle of the night to harass others? Impossible. Who called the police? This house is mine and I just came back from a business trip. If you don't believe me, you can ask the person in the house. He is my legal husband and he can prove it for me. Ren Yuqing was a little angry. Anyone who returns home and is falsely accused in this way would probably find it difficult to remain calm. Even the police were a little confused by these. Is it really a mistake? So, the 2 policemen contacted the person who called the police and asked him to come out for a confrontation. This time, Xu Ning opened the door and walked out. It was you who called the police just now, right? You said someone was blocking the door and harassing you in the middle of the night. The police officer asked Xiang Chunning. Ren Yuqing was shocked when she heard this. What? Did you call the police? Ren Yuqing questioned. Xu Ning suddenly found it funny. Miss, you harassed me in the middle of the night, and you think you are right? Isn't it natural for me to call the police? Ren Yuqing, you. Ren Yuqing was shaking with anger. This bastard, it seems he really forgot about himself. I'm your wife. Ren Yuqing said angrily while gritting her teeth. Miss, please don't say such things. Xu Ning didn't believe it at first and thought it was just an excuse for the girl to deal with the police. After all, although Xu Ning was indeed married, his wife disappeared after getting the marriage certificate, and there was no news of her. Xu Ning estimated that she might have forgotten about it. Now, a woman suddenly showed up in the middle of the night and claimed to be his wife. Xu Ning naturally wouldn't believe it. It must be an excuse to fool the police. But until Ren Yuqing threw the marriage certificate in Xu Ning's face. Xu Ning picked it up and took a look. On it was a wedding photo of himself and a woman. Fuck, are you really my marriage partner? The flood washed away the Dragon King temple, and Xu Ning was stunned. A few minutes later, Xu Ning apologized to the police with an embarrassed look on his face. I'm sorry, police officer, for causing you trouble. The two policemen were also a little speechless. Okay, be more careful in the future. You don't even recognize your own wife. I've seen couples who don't get along, but this is the first time I've seen a couple like you who don't know each other well. That's way off the mark. After giving Xu Ning a lecture, the police left. Xu Ning returned home and looked at Ren Yuqing somewhat embarrassedly. He wanted to apologize, but he really forgot Ren Yuqing's name. He took out the marriage certificate and took a look at it. Then he remembered that his wife's last name was Ren. Miss Ren, I'm sorry just now. I'm a little face blind and didn't recognize her for a while. Seeing that Xu Ning even forgot his own name, Ren Yuqing was undoubtedly even angrier. She turned around and rolled her eyes at Xu Ning, letting him experience the truth for himself. Then, Ren Yuqing took a document, turned around and left again. He didn't pay any attention to Xu Ning the whole time. Are you angry? Looking at the woman's back as she left, Xu Ning smiled bitterly. However, Xu Ning discovered that his wife was actually quite cute when she was angry. After Ren Yuqing walked away, Xu Ning realized that as a husband, if his wife left in anger, should he go out and chase her back? But it's too late to remember it now. Ren Yuqing had long disappeared. We just got married, so we still have no experience. We'll be better next time. It was Xu Ning's first marriage, and there were many things he didn't know how to deal with. Just like tonight, Ren Yuqing left angrily. The two were not familiar with each other, and as strangers, Ren Yuqing just left, and there was no need for Xu Ning to chase after her. However, as a marriage partner, Xu Ning couldn't ignore it out of responsibility. After thinking for a while, Xu Ning put on his coat and decided to go look for his new wife. It's always unsafe for a girl to be alone late at night. After leaving Lianhu Garden, Ren Yuqing returned to the company. She is a workaholic. During this business trip abroad, she finalized several foreign trade projects for the group. The situation was urgent and she needed to transfer some documents over. However, she was worried about handing them over to others, so she had to do it herself. After everything was done, it was almost dawn, so Ren Yuqing took a short nap in the company. Finally, I was awakened by my sister's shrill scream. Sister, I knew you were here. Grandpa said you were back last night, but you didn't go back to the villa, so I guessed you must be in the company. My younger sister Rin Feifei is proud of her own intelligence. Be quiet and don't disturb me. Ren Yuqing was in a bad mood. Sister, what's wrong with you? Who has offended you again? Did mom force you to marry the guy from Changming Group again? I say, just give in. Grandpa has been anxious to have a grandson, and I also want to be an aunt. Ren Feifei smiled with some bloating. She had always wanted to see what her sister, who was cold and domineering and had the final say in the group, would be like after she got married. Will he also act like a spoiled child? Will he also give kisses, hugs, and lifts? While Ren Feifei was daydreaming, she didn't notice at all that a sharp and cold gaze was staring at her. Cut your pocket money in half next month. Ren Yuqing said mercilessly. Sister, I was wrong. Ren Feifei stopped smiling and lowered her head to admit her mistake. At this time, Assistant Su Xian also arrived at the company. Upon learning that Mr. Rin had returned to China, she came to the group in advance to report to Ren Yuqing. Ren Feifei also tactfully left so as not to disturb her sister's work. By the way, Mr. Rin, do you want to personally evaluate the bodyguard that Mr. Rin found for you? Su Xian asked again after reporting on his work. Didn't you check it? Mr. Rin has always been in charge of this matter. We dare not interfere. Su Xian replied. Well, then ask him to come to my office later and send his resume by the way. Ren Yuqing said casually. It was not a big deal, just a bodyguard. Normally, Ren Yuqing would not bother to ask about such things, but this time it was his own bodyguard, so Ren Yuqing took it a little seriously. After discussing work matters, Su Xian did not leave, but secretly glanced at Ren Yuqing, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Just say what you want to say. Don't waste time. Ren Yuqing saw through it and asked directly. Mr. Ren, have you been in the company since you came back? Su Xian asked carefully. Well, what's wrong? It's okay. You just married a man a month ago. Do you remember? Su Xian reminded. After all, President Ren had been away for such a long time after getting the marriage certificate. When she came back this time, she did not go home to spend time with her husband, but stayed in the company all night. Su Xian even suspected that President Ren had forgotten about the marriage. When Ren Yuqing heard this, the anger in her heart rose again. So I told Su Xian what happened last night. Although they are superiors and subordinates, they have worked together for many years and sometimes they are like friends. They will occasionally talk about things in life. After hearing this, Su Xian couldn't help but laugh. Is it funny? Ren Yuqing glared at her. Mr. Ren, I think this matter is excusable. After all, you two had a flash marriage and you only met once or twice, and you disappeared for such a long time. It's normal that I couldn't recognize you for a while. Moreover, from what you said, I think your newlywed husband is quite decent. He refused to accept the beautiful woman who came to his door in the middle of the night. He is quite principled. Su Xian said with some admiration. Ren Yuqing fell silent. After hearing what Su Xian said, it turned out to be true. If Chu Ning opened the door to a strange woman in the middle of the night, his character would indeed be questionable. While she was thinking about it, a phone call suddenly came to Ren Yuqing. Hello, is this Miss Ren? I'm a police officer from Luyuan Subdistrict Police Station. Your husband couldn't find you and has been looking for you all night. I'm very worried and even called the police. Husbands and wives may quarrel, but they still have to report that they are safe and sound. Don't hurt the heart of the one who loves you. After hearing this, Ren Yuqing was stunned. He actually looked for me all night? And called the police? Is this care? This was the first time in her life that Ren Yuqing received care from her husband, and she had a strange feeling in her heart, as if something was passing through her heart. Well, thank you. I'll contact him. Ren Yuqing thanked him politely. Just as she was about to hang up the phone, she suddenly remembered something and asked quickly, Hello, do you have his contact information? Can you give it to me? The police officer on the other end of the phone was a little confused. The person who called the police just now, named Chu Ning, also didn't have his wife's phone number, so he called the police for help. Now, the wife doesn't have her husband's contact information? Aren't these two couples familiar with each other? Chapter 6, Almost Exposed. After getting Chu Ning's phone number from the police, Ren Yuqing did not call him, but instead added Chu Ning's WeChat using his mobile number. Soon, the verification was passed. 1 month after their marriage, the couple finally added each other on WeChat. Hello, Chu Ning. This was the first message sent by Chu Ning. Hello, Ren Yuqing. Ren Yuqing replied. After that, there was no news of either of them. After all, although they are husband and wife, they are not familiar with each other. Now even when I add someone on WeChat, the conversations are still awkward and I don't know what to say. Finally, Chu Ning sent another message, I'm sorry about what happened last night. I will remember your appearance in the future. It's okay, I will bring the key with me next time. I'll go to work first, bye. Ren Yuqing replied. Okay, goodbye. Chu Ning replied. After seeing the last message from Chu Ning, Ren Yuqing continued to handle the group's work. On the other hand, Chu Ning, who had been busy all night, finally breathed a sigh of relief after contacting Ren Yuqing. He washed up and ate something. Then, seeing that there was still time, he prepared lunch in advance, brought it to the company in a lunchbox, and prepared to eat it at noon. As soon as he arrived at the class, his supervisor informed him that the president had returned from a business trip and wanted to see him. Manager, which floor is the president's office on? Chu Ning asked again. He has been working for a month. Although he applied for the position of bodyguard of the president, he has never met this mysterious president of the group. Today he is finally going to meet the real boss. Let me take you there. The supervisor was quite friendly and took the initiative to take Chu Ning there. President's office. Assistant Su Xian brought another document and asked Ren Yuqing to sign it. At this time, someone knocked on the door. "Come in," Ren Yuqing ordered skillfully. The head of the department in charge of security came in and said, "Mr. Rin, we have brought your new bodyguards. They are waiting outside the door." "Well, let him in." Ren Yuqing nodded. "Okay, Mr. Ren." The department manager went out to call Chu Ning. "Suxian, bring me the resume of this bodyguard that I asked you to find just now," Ren Yuqing ordered. "Here it is, Mr. Rin." Suxian quickly found the resume from a pile of documents and placed it in front of Ren Yuqing. When Ren Yuqing saw the photo on the resume for the first time, she was stunned. "Strange, this person looks familiar." The second time, Ren Yuqing looked at the name on the resume. Chu Ning. Ren Yuqing's heart skipped a beat. No way? Is it such a coincidence? Just when Ren Yuqing was still in doubt, Chu Ning, who was waiting outside, walked in. Ren Yuqing immediately looked up. For a moment, their eyes met. Ren Yuqing stood up from the president's chair in a flash. Chu Ning was stunned. Suxian was also stunned after seeing Chu Ning. She had met Chu Ning, and Ren Yuqing even asked her to investigate Chu Ning's information. Therefore, Suxian recognized Chu Ning at a glance. Isn't he the newlywed husband of her CEO? Could it be that the bodyguard that President Rin is going to interview is her husband? It's over now. Mr. Ren's identity can no longer be hidden. Suxian thought to himself. Suxian realized that the situation was not good, so he quietly retreated and closed the door behind the couple. It is better to let the two of them resolve the family disputes themselves. After Suxian left, only Chu Ning and Ren Yuqing were left in the president's office. Ren Yuqing has now stood up from the president's seat. It all happened so suddenly that Ren Yuqing was still a little confused and didn't know what to say. "Do you want to admit your identity?" But Ren Yuqing originally wanted to observe Chu Ning for a while first. It's all that damn girl Ren Feifei's fault. Why did she choose him when there were so many other people to hire? Ren Yuqing internally resented her sister. While Ren Yuqing was struggling, Chu Ning's soul-searching questioning had already begun. "Why are you here?" Ren Yuqing quickly responded, "My boss asked me to come to the president's office to find a document." "Well, which department are you in?" "I'm in the security department, and I just got the job as the CEO's bodyguard last month." Chu Ning didn't doubt anything. When they were on a blind date, Chu Ning remembered that Ren Yuqing was also an employee of Jinxiu Group. He even asked Ren Yuqing about the temper of the president of Jinxiu. Although Chu Ning was surprised when they met now, he did not think much about it and just thought that she was here to see President Jinxiu. Ren Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Chu Ning had no doubts. "Yes, I was overthinking it." If a normal person were in Chu Ning's position, he would not associate his wife with the billionaire president. "I'm in the secretarial department, and I mainly help the leaders with miscellaneous tasks." Ren Yuqing made up a lie. Chu Ning nodded, then looked back at the door. Seeing that no one was coming, he quietly moved towards his wife and whispered, "Have you had breakfast? If not, I have some. I'll bring it to you. I'll quietly bring it to you later." Chu Ning seemed to be afraid of being heard by the group leaders, so he spoke in a very soft voice, as if he was talking in secret. Ren Yuqing couldn't help laughing. She discovered that her husband, whom she had married so quickly, was actually quite cute. "Okay, thank you." Ren Yuqing did not refuse. She was indeed a little hungry. "I've been busy since last night and haven't eaten anything yet." After that, neither of them spoke, and they stood quietly beside the desk. Chu Ning was waiting for the CEO to come back, while Ren Yuqing was thinking about how to get Chu Ning away. "Ms. Ren, you came to the group earlier than me. What's the temper of our group president like? Is he really like Nun Miju?" Chu Ning hadn't met the group president yet, but he couldn't help but ask, lowering his voice even more. This is the president's office, so he has to be careful. If the group president hears him, he'll be dead. But who would have thought that as soon as Chu Ning finished speaking, Ren Yuqing, who had a kind face, stepped on Chu Ning's foot with her high heels, and then left angrily. Chu Ning behind him grimaced in pain, but he did not forget to remind Ren Yuqing, "Hey, you don't want to wait for the president? I'm waiting for you, you big-head ghost. You wait here by yourself. Waiting for you to die." Ren Yuqing felt unhappy in her heart and walked away without looking back. As for Chu Ning, he was still waiting obediently in the office. He doesn't dare to compare himself with Ren Yuqing. He is an old employee and can take responsibility. He had just finished his internship, so he naturally had to be careful. But when Xu Ning got off work at noon, he still didn't see the group boss. This president is really busy. Xu Ning sighed, didn't wait any longer, and went to eat after get off work. By the way, I sent a message to Ren Yuqing, asking her where she was and saying I would send her lunch later. But after waiting for a while, no one responded. Xu Ning made a phone call. Ren Yuqing is currently in a meeting in the conference room, with senior group executives and presidents of various branches present. At this time, the general manager of a branch company was reporting to Ren Yuqing. But halfway through the conversation, the phone suddenly vibrated. In the past, Ren Yuqing would have died immediately. After all, work used to be everything to Ren Yuqing, and everything had to give way to her work. But this time, after Ren Yuqing saw that it was Xu Ning calling, she hesitated for a moment and hung up. At the same time, it also interrupted the reports of senior executives. The meeting is suspended for the moment. I'll reply to the message. For a moment, the entire conference room fell silent. Chapter 7 still not adapted. The executive who had just reported stood there in a daze, and the other group leaders also watched quietly as Ren Yuqing picked up her phone and typed a reply. They appeared calm on the surface, but they were all filled with doubts in their hearts. Everyone was guessing who the important person was that made Mr. Ren interrupt the meeting to reply to the message. Okay, continue reporting. Half a minute later, Ren Yuqing put down her phone and the meeting continued. On the other side, Xu Ning received a reply from Ren Yuqing, "Thank you, but I'm in a meeting, you can eat by yourself." When Xu Ning saw this, he thought to himself that his newlywed wife was really busy with work. No wonder she was single before she married him. "Xiao Ning, when you leave, take the office trash down with you. It smells bad. At this moment, my colleagues have all gone off work to have lunch." When leaving, the old employees did not forget to bully the newcomers, even though they could have taken them along as well. Xu Ning didn't care about such a small matter. After he finished his meal, he went downstairs to take out the trash. Recently, the cleaning lady in charge of their department took sick leave, so the garbage was not cleared in a timely manner, and many times the employees had to take it away themselves. But Xu Ning didn't notice that the scene of him taking out the trash was seen from afar by Ren Yuqing, who had just finished a meeting. What's going on? Didn't he apply for a bodyguard position? Why, he also works as a cleaner. Ren Yuqing stopped and looked at Xu Ning's figure in the distance through the glass curtain wall, frowning. Assistant Su Xin guessed, it was probably an old employee who ordered him to do this. In the workplace, newcomers are often bullied when they first arrive. Su Xin also came from the newcomer stage, so in some things, she is undoubtedly more experienced than Ren Yuqing. Ren Yuqing didn't say anything, but just said, "Tell the HR department to fire him. Compensate him at the highest standard." Ren Yuqing didn't want to reveal her identity, so she naturally wouldn't keep Xu Ning in the group. Also, investigate who asked Xu Ning to take out the trash at noon today. Ask him to take out the trash for a month. Ren Yuqing spoke in a cold tone and turned and left. Only Su Xin was left behind, laughing secretly. I thought to myself that their President Ren is really domineering. When her husband was bullied, she took revenge on the spot. However, Su Xin still didn't expect that Ms. Ren, who was always cold and majestic, had already started to feel sorry for her husband after only being married for a short time. But in fact, Su Xin was obviously overthinking it. Ren Yuqing and Xu Ning had only met a few times and had no emotional foundation, so naturally there was no question of sympathy between them. However, Xu Ning is Ren Yuqing's legal husband after all. Letting her husband take out the trash is a disrespect to her authority. Ren Yuqing naturally wanted to get revenge. By the afternoon, Xu Ning still hadn't met the mysterious group president. However, what made Xu Ning feel even more amused was that his colleague Laoli, who had ordered him to take out the trash at noon, was suddenly punished to take out the trash for a month for some unknown reason. Naturally, Laoli was dissatisfied with the punishment and immediately went to his direct supervisor to ask for an explanation. "Oldly, I know you are a veteran employee. Even if you have no merits for the group, you have worked hard. But this punishment was not imposed by me. It was President Ren's idea. You should think about it yourself. Did you do something wrong to offend the big boss?" When Oldly heard this, he shuddered immediately. In the group, Ms. Ren is like a queen. As a grassroots employee, he could barely see Mr. Ren all year round. Now Mr. Ren personally ordered him to be punished, so Laoli was naturally a little panicked. Logically speaking, with his position, Mr. Ren wouldn't notice him. Unless someone reports him for something bad. Moreover, this person can hear directly from heaven. Old Lee immediately thought of Chu Ning. Chu Ning applied for the position of CEO's bodyguard, and he was the only one who could easily see CEO Ren. He turned around and went to look for Chu Ning. Good boy, didn't I just ask you to take out the trash at noon? I was just thinking about the working environment for everyone. You're going to tell on me in front of President Ren for such a small matter, right? You are a shameless villain with a narrow mind. Let's wait and see. I, Old Lee, have been in the group for more than 10 years, and it's not for nothing. We will slowly settle this grudge in the future. Lao Li has a bad temper and has been in the group for more than 10 years. As an old employee, he was tricked by a newcomer and was punished to take out the trash for a month. Naturally, Lao Li was angry. Chu Ning was undoubtedly a little confused by this unexpected disaster. Brother Li, what do you mean? When did I report you? I haven't even met Mr. Ring yet. Chu Ning hurriedly explained. But Old Lee would not listen. He went to take out the trash with a gloomy face, but in his heart he started thinking about how to deal with Chu Ning in the future. As a veteran in the workplace, can't he handle a rookie? Chu Ning was also helpless about this. But the innocent are innocent, and Chu Ning didn't want to make any more excuses. But unexpectedly, Chu Ning received a call after a while. Chu Ning, have you gotten into trouble? Why did I hear that the group wants to fire you? It was a female voice that spoke. Chu Ning remembered her. It was she who interviewed him when he first joined the group. She should be an employee of the group's Human Resources Department. Her name is Rin Feifei. Ever since he punched a sandbag and it exploded during the interview, Rin Feifei has been pestering him, often inviting him to dinner and asking Chu Ning to teach her some self-defense techniques. But Chu Ning was married after all, and he didn't want to get too close to other girls, so he kept finding excuses to turn them down. It's just a misunderstanding, I shouldn't be fired. Chu Ning said in surprise. He didn't expect that Lao Li had such a strong background in the group. The group was willing to fire him because of this little conflict. Hee, don't worry, leave this matter to me. No one can fire you without my signature. However, as a thank you, shouldn't you treat me to dinner tonight? Ren Feifei said with a smile. This. Chu Ning was a little embarrassed. He didn't want to get too close to Ren Feifei, but since she had helped him, he should treat her to a meal. Thank you, but I have a meeting with friends tonight. I will definitely ask you to thank me some other day. Chu Ning used the tactic of procrastination to evade the question. It was soon time to get off work. Chu Ning originally wanted to say hello to Ren Yuqing before leaving, but then he thought that they were not familiar with each other and Ren Yuqing might be busy, so he simply did not contact her. However, on the way home from get off work, Chu Ning always felt like something was on his mind. It was my first time working in a large group, my first time having an unpleasant argument with a colleague. I hadn't seen the person I was supposed to protect for a month, and I was almost fired. Moreover, married life is different from what I imagined. Last night, my new wife was so angry that she left. All these things made Chu Ning feel a little depressed. Just like that, unknowingly, Chu Ning rode his electric bike to his eldest brother's building again. I'm used to it. In the 2 years since retiring from the army, Chu Ning has been living in his eldest brother's house. This is the 5th time Chu Ning has taken the wrong path in the month since moving out. But since he was already there, Chu Ning might as well go up and take a look. He happened to miss his little nephews and nieces, so he took the opportunity to have a chat with his elder brother. Chu Ning bought a bunch of things at the supermarket downstairs. He came to his eldest brother's door and was about to knock when he heard a quarrel inside. Why are you being so mean to the kid? He just peed in his pants. I'll take care of it. I'm the child's mother, so what if I'm mean to him? I'm not just talking about him, I'm also talking about you. You guys in the Chu family are so shameless. You've already got married and started a family, but you still come here to eat and drink for free all day? This month, how many times has your unlucky brother come to our house to eat? When he lived in our house before, he at least got a living allowance every month. Now, he doesn't take a penny and comes here to eat and drink for free. Do you owe him anything? I'm telling you, if you let him in again next time, I'll kick you out too. Okay, Xiao Ning came here to treat our place as her home. We just got married and we're not used to it yet. Isn't it normal to miss home? When you first got married, didn't you go back to your parents' home every few days? Chu Ning didn't listen anymore. He put the things he bought at the door of his eldest brother's house and left alone on his electric bike. He decided that he should stop bothering his elder brother in the future. Although they are brothers, they all have their own families. My eldest brother is already tired enough, so I should let him worry less. Chapter 8: An Awkward Night. On the way back, Chu Ning found a roadside shop, ordered some dumplings, and bought 2 bottles of beer. Dumplings and wine go together forever. But halfway through the meal, Chu Ning suddenly remembered that he was married. I have finished eating outside, what should Ren Yuqing do? It's obvious that the girl can't cook. Moreover, a couple should eat together. Thinking of this, Chu Ning quickly packed up the remaining dumplings, bought some vegetables on the way, and prepared to go back and cook. Come to think of it, they have been married for a month and it seems that they have never had a meal together at home. Just like this, Chu Ning hurried home. But after opening the door, the room was pitch black, without any trace of smoke or other smells. I didn't close the window when I left in the morning, and the biting cold wind from outside blew in. There is heating in the room, but it is so cold now, like an ice cellar. After all, a person's home is always a little lonely. Chu Ning looked around and found that Ren Yuqing did not go home. That's right. That woman is so busy. Even if she is not on a business trip, she probably won't get home too early. Forget it, let her be. Chu Ning finished the remaining dumplings by himself, and then as usual, he did boxing, exercise, took a bath and went to sleep after the meal. During this period, Ren Feifei sent another message to Chu Ning, which was a fitness photo of Ren Feifei. She had a great figure, but Chu Ning didn't reply. Ran Family Villa. Ren Feifei had just finished practicing yoga, and then took a selfie and sent it to Chu Ning. She was just waiting for Chu Ning to compliment her on her good figure, but after waiting for a long time, there was no response. Ren Feifei was so angry that she wrinkled her nose and said, "Humph, I just don't believe it. I can't take you down, right? What's the matter? Does the playboy of our Ren family also encounter emotional setbacks?" Ren Yuqing pushed the door open and returned home. She just happened to hear her sister's complaints and immediately said something sarcastically. "Sister, stop making sarcastic remarks. Please give me some advice on how to deal with this guy. It's been a month, and I've bombarded him with all kinds of wet body temptations and beautiful legs photos, but he's just a blockhead and won't listen. I took the initiative to invite him to dinner, but he refused to go. Is it because your sister is not charming enough?" Ren Feifei pulled her sister over and asked her for advice. Ren Yuqing couldn't help but be a little surprised when she heard this. "My younger sister started dating someone when she was in kindergarten, and she made him do her homework willingly. It was even worse when they were in elementary school, they would date several people at a time. She also assigned them tasks. Some did her Chinese homework, some did her math homework, and some helped her with her duties. When it comes to controlling men, my sister is definitely a master. This is the first time I see my sister being humiliated by a man. I think maybe the other person is not interested in women, but money. Why don't you try giving him a watch or a car?" Ren Yuqing naturally didn't understand these things, she was just speaking nonsense. "Anyway, from childhood to adulthood, the way most men pursue me is to spend money. I thought I could win her heart with money." At that time, Ren Yuqing didn't want to pay attention to them. As the future heir to the richest family in Yuncheng, is she short of money? However, Ren Feifei nodded in agreement. "Yeah, that makes sense." After saying that, Ren Feifei stretched out her hand to Ren Yuqing. "Sister, give me the money." Ren Yuqing. Seeing her sister's shameless look, Ren Yuqing almost couldn't help but slap her. This little girl is chasing a man. Isn't it enough for me to give her advice? I have to spend her money? However, Ren Yuqing had no idea that the man her sister fell in love with this time was her newlywed husband. "I haven't even settled accounts with you about hiring a bodyguard for me. And you still dare to ask me for money. Sister, are you still not satisfied with the bodyguard? He's handsome and very skilled. I want to learn a few moves from him." "Shut up, you have nothing to do every day." Ren Yuqing glared at her and then said, "I can give you the money, but there is a condition. In the future, if Grandpa and my parents force me to go on a blind date with that young Master Lu from Changming Group, you have to help me deal with it." Ren Feifei made an okay gesture. "No problem, sister." Ren Yuqing immediately transferred 3 million to Ren Feifei, and after transferring it, she also reminded her, "I still say the same thing, you can talk for fun, but don't let anyone take advantage of you." "Sister, don't worry. I've had so many boyfriends since I was a child, and I've never suffered any loss. At most, I'll let them hold hands. I always have a purpose when I find a boyfriend. Ren Fei laughed. By the way, sister, I forgot to tell you that Grandpa just called and told you to go to bed later. Grandpa will bring Uncle Lu and his son Lu Dongming over soon. He said he wanted you to have more interaction and cultivate your relationship. They should be here soon. Ran Fei remembered something and reminded. Ran Yuqing was shocked at the time. Why are you saying this now? This Lu Dongming is the young Master Lu from Changning Group. Her parents have been trying to bring them together. Ran Yuqing has always disliked Lu Dongming and naturally doesn't want to meet him. She had intended to come back tonight to get some change of clothes, but now she had no time to do that. Tell Grandpa I won't be back to stay at night. She picked up her coat and hurried out the door, then told the driver to take her to Lianhu Garden Community. Married people naturally have to go back and live with their husbands. Ran Yuqing is a person who is very responsible for everything. Even though she and Chu Ning are not familiar with each other yet, they have obtained their marriage certificate after all, so Ran Yuqing will naturally work hard to manage the relationship. However, before their relationship was stable, Ran Yuqing still didn't want to tell her family about her marriage. But just as she arrived at the gate of the community, Ran Yuqing suddenly realized something. The cheap car she asked Su Xian to buy for her was left at the company and not driven, so the car she was driving now was still her own Rolls-Royce. She is currently a grassroots employee of Jinsho Group, and driving such a nice car might arouse suspicion. So Ran Yuqing asked the driver to park her Rolls-Royce outside the community and pick her up the next morning. She walked into the community. At this time, it was almost 11 o'clock in the evening. After his daily exercise, Chu Ning took a shower. After washing, Chu Ning, shirtless, walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. He was a little hungry, so he went barefoot to the living room to find something to eat. But who would have thought that as soon as Chu Ning arrived in the living room, the tightly closed door was opened by someone. Ran Yuqing pushed the door open and ran into Chu Ning face to face. The couple just stared at each other. The air stagnated for a second. The next moment, Chu Ning subconsciously protected his chest with his hands, turned around and ran to his bedroom. But it didn't matter that she ran, the towel around her lower body slid down Chu Ning's buttocks. Chu Ning's hands, which were protecting his chest, quickly reached for the bath towel, but he grabbed the front and forgot the back. Fortunately, the distance between the living room and the bedroom was very short, and Chu Ning, with his face red and his butt half exposed, quickly ran back to the room. Ran Yuqing at the door was stunned for a long time, and finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. Although the previous scene was really embarrassing, Chu Ning was really funny just now. A man's upper body only has a few chest and abdominal muscles, which is nothing special. But Chu Ning was like she had lost her virginity. She protected her chest with both hands, turned around and ran. It didn't matter that I ran, the bath towel protecting my lower body fell off again. What's even more ridiculous is that Chu Ning was so busy grabbing the towel in front of him that he forgot that the part that could actually be seen by others was the part behind him. In the end, he ran back to the room with his butt exposed. That scene really made Ran Yuqing laugh to death. Picking up sesame seeds and losing the watermelon. What a silly husband. Chapter 9, Wrong Room. When Chu Ning came out again, he was already dressed. Sorry, I thought you weren't coming back tonight. I'll pay attention next time. Chu Ning said with some embarrassment after such a big embarrassment just now. Ran Yuqing didn't pursue anything. She knew Chu Ning didn't mean it. After all, they had been married for so long and this was her first time staying home overnight, so it was normal for Chu Ning to be unaccustomed to it. Have you eaten? I packed some dumplings for you outside. Do you want me to heat them up for you? Chu Ning quickly changed the subject. Ran Yuqing didn't expect that Chu Ning was still concerned about whether she had eaten. Quite attentive. No, I've eaten. Well, are you going out tonight? No, I'm done with my work. I'll stay at home tonight. Ran Yuqing blurted out this, but she felt a strange feeling after she said it. Yes, now that they have obtained their marriage certificate, this place will be her real home from now on. Yes, I have cleaned up the master bedroom for you and dried the quilts. You can go and rest right away. I will sleep in the second bedroom next door. Just call me if you need anything. Chu Ning took the initiative to bring up the issue of accommodation at night. Although they were husband and wife, they were not familiar with each other yet. Chu Ning naturally would not sleep in the same room with her, as that would be awkward for both of them. As for the future life of the couple, Xu Ning would not take the initiative to ask for it unless Ren Yuqing brought it up. Ren Yuqing didn't say anything about Xu Ning's arrangement. In fact, when she lived here before, she always lived in the smaller second bedroom. She prefers a smaller bedroom so that she can feel safer when sleeping alone. But Xu Ning had already made all the arrangements, so Ren Yuqing just followed his lead. Also, Miss Rin, during the month you were away, I bought some small furniture and ornaments. Would you mind? Xu Ning said again. Upon hearing this, Ren Yuqing looked around. I found that there were indeed some subtle changes in the room. For example, there are more clothes drying racks on the balcony, more refrigerator magnets on the refrigerator, and all the dead green plants have been moved away. There are a few small ornaments on the entrance, and there are 2 exquisite water cups on the coffee table. They have the same shape, one red and the other blue, and look like couples' items. It was a very subtle change, but for some reason, Ren Yuqing felt that it added a bit of coziness and warmth. And there's the kitchen. You used to eat out, right? I saw that the kitchen was empty, without any pots, pans, or anything like that. I think you should try to eat at home in the future. Homemade meals are more hygienic, so I took the initiative to buy all the kitchen utensils. I'm sorry, you were not there at the time, and I couldn't discuss it with you. Xu Ning said again. Ren Yuqing smiled lightly. Since we have obtained the marriage certificate and become husband and wife, then you and I are both the masters of this family. Why would I mind if you exercise your rights? Moreover, I can see that you are really working hard to manage this family and this marriage. I will also adapt to the role of wife as soon as possible and fulfill my obligations. Xu Ning nodded. Well, then let's work together. By the way, this is my salary card, you take it. The password is our wedding anniversary. We agreed that for daily expenses, you spend my money first, and then yours if it's not enough. If there is a surplus every month, we will save it and try to get enough for the down payment as soon as possible to buy our own house. Renting a house all the time always feels like living under someone else's roof. Ren Yuqing was slightly surprised when she heard this. I saw on the internet that when a man has money, he will buy a car first and then a house. You are different. Xu Ning shook his head and smiled. Just read the comments on the internet. It is also said that women in Jiangdong cannot eat at the table, but in my brother's house, every time my sister-in-law finishes eating, he will eat the leftovers of my sister-in-law. Ren Yuqing was also amused. You still have a brother? A real brother? Yeah. My brother wants to meet you. He said we can have a meal together sometime. Ren Yuqing suddenly became nervous when she heard this. Do you want to meet the parents? Wait a little longer, I'm a little busy lately. Well, let's wait until you have time. Well, it's getting late, I won't disturb your rest. By the way, tomorrow is the weekend, do you still have to go to work? I plan to replace all the dead green plants. Do you have time? Let's go pick some together. Xu Ning actually wanted to buy some green plants a long time ago, but when he thought that Ren Yuqing might not like what he bought, he waited for her to come back from her business trip to buy them. Well, I still have some work to do tomorrow, but I can come back early in the afternoon and contact you then. Good. As for your salary card, you don't have to give it to me, just keep it. I'm a bit extravagant with money, so I'm not suitable to manage the family's money. At worst, if I don't have enough, I can just ask you for it. What Ren Yuqing said was the truth. When it comes to corporate management, Ren Yuqing may be good at it. But she really didn't know how to manage the household, as the housekeeper was always in charge before. Ren Yuqing has always believed that professionals should do professional things. Running a business is the same as running a family. When it comes to living a life, Xu Ning is obviously more professional. Ren Yuqing even planned to get herself a salary card and let Xu Ning manage it. Many people on the internet advise women to force their husbands to hand over their wages after marriage, to take control of the family finances, and to ask for approval before men spend money. Ren Yuqing felt it was unnecessary. Marriage is about equality and both parties should be respected. No one dictates what the other party must do. Okay then. Be sure to tell me when you need it, and I will definitely discuss it with you if the family has any large expenses. Since Ren Yuqing said so, Xu Ning did not refuse anymore. Instead, he felt a little happy inside. He just felt that his newlywed wife was much more open-minded than his sister-in-law. Then, the two of them went back to rest. But in the middle of the night, Ren Yuqing, who was still drowsy, got up and went to the bathroom. Then she felt a little thirsty and went to the living room to drink a glass of water. I was in a state of half asleep and half awake the whole time. After drinking, he walked back to his room as usual, covered himself with the quilt, and went to bed. Xu Ning was woken up and was completely stunned. Because Ren Yuqing entered his room, got on his bed, and snatched his quilt. Xu Ning was going crazy. What does my newlywed wife mean to me? Could it be that she felt lonely and wanted to sleep with him in the cold night? To have sex with him? But seeing that the other person was already fast asleep, it didn't look like he had any intentions at all. More like, wrong house? Thinking of this, Xu Ning was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Did I marry a stupid wife? Can you sleep on the wrong bed? Chapter 10 What a Sin! This is also because Xu Ning is a gentleman. If it were someone else, he would have taken advantage of his silly wife long ago. Moreover, it seemed that Ren Yuqing didn't notice anything at all. Her breathing was even, her eyes were closed, and she looked like she was in a deep sleep. Seeing this, Xu Ning thought it would be better for him to get up and sleep on the sofa. Although they were husband and wife, they were not familiar with each other after all. Xu Ning did not want to take advantage of others and cause unnecessary misunderstandings. However, just as Xu Ning was about to get up, suddenly, Ren Yuqing, who was sleeping soundly, turned over and pressed her long legs directly on Xu Ning. You know, Xu Ning has always been used to sleeping naked, but now he is only wearing boxer briefs. What's worse is that although Ren Yuqing is wearing a nightgown, it's a suspender dress, and the hem doesn't even reach the knees. Large areas of white snow were exposed outside. At this moment, the two of them were touching each other's skin without any obstruction. The soft and warm touch made Xu Ning feel like he was electrocuted, and his eyes widened. What's even more terrible is that Ren Yuqing was not wearing any underwear. Under the loose chest of her nightgown, the view inside was like a devil. Xu Ning almost had his soul sucked away by just a casual glance. Damn it, what a sin! Xu Ning suddenly felt tortured and didn't even dare to move. I was afraid of waking up Ren Yuqing and then being unable to defend myself. Ren Yuqing slept very comfortably that night. In the past, she would often kick off the quilt when she slept, so she would feel cold in the middle of the night and would have to pull the quilt down again. But tonight it is surprisingly warm, like hugging a stove on a winter night. Warm and very comfortable. Also had a sweet dream. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the sunlight outside filled the entire room. Ren Yuqing, who had a sound sleep all night, rubbed her eyes, and then subconsciously reached out to the bed to look for her cell phone. But after feeling around for a while, I found that the touch was not right. Why is it so hard? Ms. Ren, you are finally awake? Xu Ning's tone was filled with a bit of frustration and speechlessness. This woman can sleep so well. This sudden sound wiped out the remaining sleepiness of Ren Yuqing. She turned around suddenly and saw Xu Ning lying on the bed. Ah! Ren Yuqing screamed and then kicked Xu Ning off the bed. Xu Ning didn't expect that the girl in front of him, who looked frail, actually had such strong feet. You rascal! When did you come in? What did you do to me? Shameless! Ren Yuqing was shocked and angry, even feeling a little aggrieved, and her beautiful eyes turned red in an instant. She should have thought of it earlier. This man had a flash marriage with me and had ulterior motives from the very beginning. She shouldn't be so careless. You shouldn't marry a strange man, and you shouldn't live with a strange man. But it's too late now. His most precious innocence was completely destroyed. Thinking of this, a trace of mist appeared in the corner of Ren Yuqing's eyes. Seeing that the other party looked like she was about to cry, Xu Ning quickly explained, Ms. Ren, don't worry, nothing happened between us last night. Besides, I think that this matter really cannot be blamed on me. It was you who suddenly pushed the door open at night and crawled into my bed. But don't worry, I didn't do anything. I won't take advantage of anyone's misfortune, and I won't force anyone to do anything. But you said I was a shameless person. I cannot accept this statement. After listening to Xu Ning's explanation, Ren Yuqing gradually calmed down. And looking at the surrounding furnishings, I really walked into the wrong room. Plus, her clothes were intact, and she slept peacefully last night, so it didn't seem like anything had happened. Yes, I'm sorry, I've been living in the second bedroom before, maybe I'm used to it, so I accidentally went to the wrong place. I didn't mean to. Ren Yuqing blushed and said embarrassedly. She originally thought that Xu Ning had bad intentions, but after all this time, she found out that she had gotten into someone else's bed. This is a huge embarrassment. Ren Yuqing was too embarrassed to stay here any longer and was about to run away with a blushing face. But Xu Ning stopped her. Ms. Ren, my legs are a little weak, can you help me up for a while? Shu Ning, who was kicked off the bed, has not stood up yet. However, when Ren Yuqing heard this, she immediately turned her head away, and her beautiful eyes turned red again. My legs are weak, and he still dares to say he didn't do anything to me last night? Seeing this, Shu Ning realized that Ren Yuqing might have misunderstood, and quickly explained, well, don't get me wrong, you pressed my leg when you were sleeping last night, and I didn't dare to move for fear of waking you up, so it's a little numb now and I can't use my strength. Don't think too much. I really didn't move at all last night. I really didn't have any bad intentions in marrying you. And even though we are husband and wife, I will never mention anything about our private life if you don't want me to. Shu Ning kept explaining. He knew that from the moment Ren Yuqing opened the door and crawled into his bed last night, this matter would be difficult to explain. If things go wrong, Ren Yuqing might think of me as a bad person and file for divorce directly. Ren Yuqing didn't say anything, walked up and pulled Shu Ning up from the ground. Seeing that Shu Ning was only wearing boxer briefs, Ren Yuqing's pretty face turned red again. Even though you are at home, please try to wear pajamas to sleep. Ren Yuqing said this, and then fled from Shu Ning's bedroom with a red face. After returning to her bedroom, Ren Yuqing first locked the door, then lay down on the bed and buried her head in the quilt like an ostrich. Ren Yuqing, you've embarrassed yourself. You actually crawled into a strange man's bed in the middle of the night? And you put your legs on top of someone else? Ah. When Ren Yuqing thought about it, she felt her pretty face burning. Embarrassment is secondary. Even physical contact is secondary. After all, they are husband and wife, so Ren Yuqing can accept a touch of legs. The key is your pure and innocent image. I ran into someone else's bed in the middle of the night. What will people think? Do you feel that you did it on purpose, and that you are the kind of woman who has great needs, is unsatisfied, fickle, and longs for a man's embrace? The more Ren Yuqing thought about it, the more ashamed she felt. But come to think of it, such a beautiful woman like me has crawled into his bed. Her newlywed husband actually managed to hold back and didn't touch her at all. Is there something wrong with him, or is there something wrong with my own charm? Ren Yuqing immediately got up from the bed and looked in the mirror, then said confidently, it must be his problem. Either there is something wrong with his sexual orientation, or he is just not good enough. When Ren Yuqing walked out of the bedroom again, she had already changed her clothes. Simple outfit, but refreshing and elegant. Shu Ning had already prepared breakfast, which included fried dough sticks and soy milk bought from outside. Ms. Ren, have you washed up? Please sit down and have breakfast. No, it's a bit too late. Ren Yuqing changed her shoes at the door, picked up her bag and prepared to leave. Okay then. But I've bought breakfast for you, you can take it with you on the way to the car. Shu Ning packed the fried dough sticks and soy milk and asked Ren Yuqing to carry them. Ren Yuqing wanted to say that she didn't want to eat this thing, but after thinking about it, she took it. Before leaving, Ren Yuqing asked Shu Ning seriously, do you really like women? Shu Ning was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, what you said is true. I don't like women, but I can still like men. Ren Yuqing, then go to the hospital. Shu Ning. Ren Yuqing's words were incomprehensible. When Shu Ning wanted to ask more, Ren Yuqing had already opened the door and left. Outside the community, the driver was waiting next to the car early. Ren Yuqing threw the key to him. After getting in the car, he asked the driver if he had eaten, and gave the driver the breakfast that Shu Ning bought for him. After all, Ren Yuqing is the daughter of the richest family. Fried dough sticks and soy milk are what ordinary people eat, so they naturally don't like them and have never even eaten them. Moreover, Ren Yuqing always felt that the things sold at roadside stalls were unhygienic. Driver, thank you, Mr. Ren. I've eaten. Ren Yuqing, then let's have another meal. Chapter 11, The Shocked Fatty. Today is the weekend and Shu Ning doesn't have to go to the company. After breakfast, Shu Ning tidied up the room and threw the clothes that had accumulated for a week into the washing machine to wash. However, before washing, Shu Ning went to Ren Yuqing's room again to see if the woman had any clothes to change. After entering, Shu Ning discovered that the woman hadn't even made the bed. What a lazy bastard. Shu Ning shook his head and smiled, then folded Ren Yuqing's quilt into a tofu block. Although Shu Ning is a rough guy, his many years of military career have made him an expert in folding quilts and tidying up household chores. When I lived in my eldest brother's house before, Shuan took care of the children and Shu Ning did most of the housework. Now that I'm married, I thought someone would share the housework with me, but I didn't expect that I still have to do it myself. Shu Ning couldn't help but smile bitterly. Both of them, brothers, had miserable lives. Of course, Chu Ning's situation is different from Chuan's. Ren Yuqing was busy with work, but Chu Ning's sister-in-law simply didn't want to work. After cleaning up Ren Yuqing's room and throwing the clothes into the washing machine, Chu Ning prepared to go out to set up the stall and hang the clothes to dry when he came back. Chu Ning had just retired and couldn't find a job, so he bought some small dumbbells, pull-up bars, badminton rackets, and other sports and fitness supplies from the grocery market and set up a stall to sell them in the university town. It's a lot of money earned every day. Later, the eldest brother felt that it was difficult to find a partner while selling things on the street, so he let Chu Ning work as a security guard. But even so, Chu Ning would still set up a stall to sell goods every weekend when he was free to supplement the family income. Now that he has a family, he will have more places to spend money in the future, so Chu Ning naturally has to find ways to make money. But before Chu Ning went out, he received a call from his eldest brother. "Xiao Ning, did you put that thing at the door?" The voice of eldest brother Chuan came from the phone. Chu Ning then remembered that he had left after putting down his things last night, and forgot to tell his elder brother when he came back. "Brother, I bought this for my nephew. I forgot to tell you." "You kid, when did you come? Why didn't you tell me? By the way, come to my house for lunch today. I stewed a chicken. And has your wife returned from her business trip? Find some time to bring her over to meet me." "Brother, I got off work too late last night, it was already 11 o'clock. I was afraid of disturbing my nephew's rest, so I didn't go in. And I have work today, so I can't come over at noon. You can eat with your sister-in-law and the children, don't worry about me. Let's not talk for now, brother. It's working hours, I'm hanging up first." Chu Ning hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Then he rode his electric bike and went to the university town with the things he wanted to sell. Chu Ning set up the stall for the whole morning and earned about 50 yuan, then closed it up and went home. "Mainly because of the fat boy, I invited him to have lunch with me at noon." Chu Ning put his things back home, hung the washed clothes out to dry, then rode his bike to look for Fatty. The fat man's name is Wang Kaixian. He was a neighbor of Chu Ning's family when he was a child. The two are of similar age and often fought together when they were in elementary school. Of course, most of the time it was Chu Ning who was beating people and the fat guy was being beaten. Later, the fat man's family became rich and moved to the city. But they would still meet during the Chinese New Year. The two of them met at a hot pot restaurant today. After Chu Ning entered, he quickly saw a fat man hugging a girl in stockings and a short skirt and kissing her in a seat by the window. This fat guy is trying to pick up girls again. Ahem, that's enough. We are in public here, please be careful about the impact. Chu Ning walked over, his eyes full of disgust. Only then did Fatty Wang move his lips away from the girls. "Come here, Xiaoli, let me introduce you. This is my brother, Brother Ning." Fatty Wang introduced. When the girl saw Chu Ning, her eyes lit up. "Oh my god, honey, your brother is so handsome, does he have a girlfriend? Go and have fun. It won't be your turn even if we don't have a seat. Take a taxi back first. I'll come find you in the evening." The fat man sent Xiaoli away and pinched the girls but before leaving. "So, you changed your girlfriend again?" Chu Ning couldn't help but ask after the girl left, because he found that this girl was not the same as the last time he saw her. "Ah, there's nothing I can do. It's because I'm rich, your brother. All these girls are vying to be my girlfriend." Fatty Wang said quite complacently. "I'm telling you, be moderate. Be careful not to overindulge yourself and die young." Chu Ning sat down opposite the fat man. "Life is short, enjoy it while you can. Brother Ning, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you should change your mindset. You've been single for so many years, and why are you still keeping your virginity for Zhang Yusen?" The fat man opened a bottle of guojio and poured it for Chu Ning. "Shut up, this happened so many years ago, I have forgotten about it. Do you think I would believe you? When you were in college, you were tormented by her so much that you almost lost half your life. You even dropped out of school and disappeared for 5 years. If you really forgot, I introduced so many beautiful girls to you in the past 2 years, and they all chased after you, but you refused them?" Fatty Wang always felt that Chu Ning was still thinking about his white moonlight. Otherwise, why has Chu Ning been single for so many years? It's not like no one wants you because you're ugly. Chu Ning took a sip of wine and shook his head. "What I want is someone I can marry and live with at home." "Is there any reliable one among those you introduced?" "That's right, they all want to sleep with you." The fat man nodded in agreement. That's fine, I'll let my cousin introduce you to some. Her sisters and best friends are all decent girls. If it doesn't work out, I'll talk to my uncle and ask him to marry my cousin to you. That's not necessary. I'm married. You always make a lot of excuses. Last time you said you were busy looking for a job, and this time you said you were busy getting married. What's wrong with getting married? No matter how busy you are getting married, you will always have time for a blind date and a meal. I think you are still thinking about Zhang. When the fat man heard Chu Ning refusing again, he immediately said angrily, but halfway through, the fat man was stunned, and the chopsticks he was using to pick up the food stopped in the air. What? What did you say? You're married? The fat guy's eyes widened. Are you kidding me? You didn't even have a girlfriend last month, and you're married in just 1 month? Who are you marrying? Brother Ning, are you kidding me? I'm really married and got the certificate a month ago. I met her on a dating website a month ago, we had a good chat, and we got the certificate the next day. Xu Ning was very calm. But when the fat man heard this, his eyes almost popped out. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? Chapter 12 is definitely crazy. Brother Ning, you've been single for decades, and you've already prepared a big move for me right away. Brother, you've confused me. They met online, met once, and got married the next day? You are crazy. The fat guy still finds it hard to accept that his childhood friend who grew up wearing only a pair of shorts suddenly became a family. You said my introduction was unreliable, but you are even more unreliable. If you're really anxious to get married, why not find my cousin? My cousin is pretty, gentle and virtuous, and you've known each other since childhood. She graduated from a decent university and has a respectable job. More importantly, I know her background and her character is definitely fine. It's better than just picking up a random woman on the internet, right? The fat man couldn't help but complain. Brother Ning is good in every way except that he is too impulsive when it comes to love. Because of a woman, he dropped out of school to join the army and disappeared for 5 years. And now, it's even more outrageous. She got married with an online friend whom she had only met once. Brother Ning, I think you have been controlled by that woman. There are so many women who cheat on marriage on the internet. Just wait, you will lose both your money and your life soon. The fat man said angrily. Chu Ning smiled calmly, it's not that exaggerated. Oh my god, you still don't believe it? Then let me ask you, you have been married for a month, have you conceived a child? Chu Ning shook his head. Did you kiss? Chu Ning shook his head. What about here? Have you touched it? The fat man pointed to his pectoral muscles. Chu Ning still shook his head. What about holding hands? We are already husband and wife, so we should hold hands, right? Chu Ning still shook his head. Oh my god. The fat man was a little speechless, and asked again, where is the salary card? Have you paid it? Chu Ning nodded, I have handed it in. The fat man slapped his thigh and said, look, you still say it's not a marriage fraud? The money was paid, but the hands didn't touch. You might as well throw away the money you spent, at least you can hear the sound. Brother Ning, I don't know what to say to you, just listen to me, divorce quickly, and then sue her for marriage fraud. The fat man felt that Chu Ning must have been cheated. I haven't finished yet. I handed over my salary card to her, but she didn't take it. And she also rented the house. She was quite honest. The fat man was stunned when he heard this, you didn't ask for the salary card? Then what about the betrothal gift? You must ask for the betrothal gift, right? Chu Ning, no. Fatty, where are the 3 golds? Where is the car? Chu Ning, I don't want any of them. Fatty, where's the house? Did you add her name to the property? Chu Ning, I didn't say that just now. She paid for the rental. The fat man burst into tears after hearing this. Brother Ning's new wife doesn't seem to be a marriage fraud. Instead, she seems to be someone who can't get married because no one wants her. Brother Ning, how ugly does this girl have to be to marry you without asking for anything else? You are really not picky. The fat man looked sympathetic. Chu Ning's face was full of black lines. Fatty, don't force me to slap you when I'm the happiest. Buzz. At this time, the phone that Chu Ning placed on the table rang. The note is, Miss Ren. Chu Ning was slightly surprised. It was rare for his wife to call him. Ren Yuqing, I have nothing to do this afternoon, so I can get off work now. When are we going to buy potted plants? Shu Ning, let's go after dinner. Ran Yuqing, okay, are you at home? Shu Ning, no, I'm having dinner with a friend outside and will be home soon. Before Chu Ning could finish his words, the fat man took the opportunity to snatch the phone. Fatty, hello, sister-in-law, I'm Wang Kaixian, and I'm Brother Ning's childhood friend. Brother Ning is drunk, please come and pick him up later. We're at Jiuxing Hot Pot Restaurant. Fatty, okay, sister-in-law, we'll wait for you here. The fat man chuckled and quickly hung up the phone. Fatty, what are you doing? Why do you have to ask someone to pick me up? Chu Ning snatched the phone away. The fat man poured another glass of wine for Chu Ning. Brother Ning, I just want to see my sister-in-law. Even an ugly wife wants to see her brother. Chu Ning, get lost. This fat guy doesn't even control his mouth. He actually said that his wife was ugly. Is his wife ugly? It looks very good. Chu Ning felt that all the girlfriends that Fatty had dated were not as pretty as his wife. Let's not talk about this. Brother Ning, I haven't congratulated you on joining the Jinqiu group. This is our Yunqing, the leading group in Jiangdong province, with a market value of hundreds of billions. The president of your group is even more amazing. It is said that he recently negotiated a multi-billion-dollar order from overseas. I heard that the president is a woman. I wonder if she is married. Brother Ning, if you can take down CEO Jinqiu, you will have to work harder for several lifetimes. The fat man drank some wine and started talking nonsense. He also heard that CEO Jinqiu was very powerful and the richest man in Yuncheng. Even if this kind of person is not married, it is impossible for him to be attracted to ordinary people like them. Moreover, even if he liked her, Chu Ning would not marry her. When getting married, it is better to find someone of similar age and social status. Chu Ning really cannot afford to marry a rich woman who is several dozen years younger than him. Not long after, the driver took Ren Yuqing to the door of the hot pot restaurant. This time Ren Yuqing called 2 drivers. Another driver drove over the cheap car she bought, a Buick Regal, which cost less than 200,000 yuan, which was in line with Ren Yuqing's personality. Mr. Ren, these are the keys to the Buick. The driver parked the car and gave the Buick keys to Ren Yuqing. Well, you guys go back. Ren Yuqing urged the driver to leave. If Chu Ning saw the Rolls Royce she drove over, it would be difficult to explain. After watching the driver walk away, Ren Yuqing walked towards the hot pot restaurant. It has to be said that wherever beautiful women go, they attract attention. As soon as Ren Yuqing entered the hot pot restaurant, her outstanding temperament, beautiful face, and well-maintained figure made her stand out from the crowd and instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding customers. The fat man also saw it, and his eyes widened at that time. He excitedly pulled Chu Ning and said, "Oh my god, Brother Ning, look, it's so gorgeous. Is there such a beauty in Yuncheng?" The fat guy stared at it intently, drooling. "Okay, stop looking and go look at your own girlfriend." Chu Ning was speechless. "Those girls of mine are just mediocre and cannot compare to me. Oh my god, Brother Ning, that beautiful girl is looking at me and walking towards me. Do you think she likes me and is trying to talk to me and ask for my WeChat?" The fat man became more and more excited as he spoke. Because at this moment, he found that the beautiful woman was looking at him and walking straight towards him. Finally, it actually stopped in front of him. The fat guy is so happy inside. This was the first time in all these years that such a beautiful woman approached him. I thought that my peach blossom was finally about to bloom. Since the girl is so proactive, the fat guy naturally won't be reserved. He immediately stood up, smiled and shook hands with the beautiful woman, and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Wang Kaixian, the general manager of Jinding Department Store, nice to meet you." The beauty also smiled at the fat man. "Hello, Ran Yuqing, I am." Ran Yuqing paused, glanced at Chu Ning beside her, and continued, "I am Chu Ning's wife, and I am also happy to meet you." The moment Ran Yuqing finished speaking, Chu Ning saw that the smile on Fatty Wang's face, which had been overjoyed before, suddenly froze. "You, what did you say? Are you the blind date who had a flash marriage with Brother Ning?" The fat man's eyes almost popped out, full of disbelief. "What? Is it not possible?" Chu Ning walked out and asked back with a malicious look. This fat guy looks down on him. "Okay, of course I can, Brother Ning, don't think too much. I'm just a little surprised. They all say that the quality of people who come out for blind dates these days is not good. Now it seems that it's not entirely true." The fat man hurriedly smiled, but the smile seemed a little forced. There is a saying that goes, I am afraid of my brother's suffering, and I am also afraid of my brother's driving a Land Rover. This is the fat guy's mentality now. He previously felt that his brother had married an ugly woman, and that it was not worth it for his brother and that she was not worthy of his brother, so he wanted to introduce his cousin to Chu Ning. But now, after seeing Chu Ning as new wife, the fat man felt that this was no longer a Land Rover, it was a fucking Lamborghini. Is your brother worthy of you? He doesn't deserve it. The fat guy was so envious and jealous at this moment. I thought, no wonder Chu Ning got married so quickly. He will dodge if you ask him to. He would think of his son's name overnight. But why didn't he have such a good thing as a wife falling from the sky? Is it over? Let's go after eating. I'll park the car outside. Run Yuqing asked Chu Ning. Chu Ning nodded. Well, we're done eating, let's go now. Chu Ning patted the fat man on the shoulder and said, Fatty, my wife is here to pick me up. I have to go now. I have something else to do in the afternoon. Let's make an appointment next time. Chu Ning said goodbye to the fat man. A moment later, under Fatty Wang's complicated gaze, he watched Chu Ning get into his wife's car and drive away. After a long while, Fatty Wang exclaimed, Crazy, really crazy. Before, he thought that Chu Ning was crazy. But now, he realizes he was wrong. It's not Chu Ning who is crazy, it's my sister-in-law who is crazy. She is so beautiful, but she doesn't want a car, a house, or a dowry. This is definitely crazy. Chapter 13, Floods flooded the Dragon King Temple. My sister-in-law is very beautiful, and she wants to be with you without asking for anything, which shows that she is the one who was attracted to you. Treat others well and don't let them down. But you married such a beautiful wife. I'm so jealous. After Chu Ning left, Fatty sent Chu Ning a few more WeChat messages. As brothers, envy and jealousy are real, but blessings are also real. But it's okay. Although Chu Ning and his wife are a good-looking couple, they are not as rich as I am. This is all the dignity he has left. In the past, the fat man could surpass Chu Ning in finding women. Now I can only rely on my family's assets. The fat man's family runs a department store, and his father's assets are worth tens of millions. Chu Ning, an orphan without a father or a mother, is really incomparable. Chu Ning took Rin Yuqing to a nearby flower market and spent about an hour or two there. Chu Ning picked a pot of fortune tree, while Ren Yuqing picked some plivia, phalaenopsis, and the like. Women are born to love flowers. Chu Ning had come here before with his elder brother, so he was familiar with the place and even bargained with the boss after buying. But Ren Yuqing seemed a little curious. After all, before this, she only went to school and worked, and almost never took care of the affairs at home. And now, as she selected green plants with Chu Ning and decorated their home, seeing vendors hawking their goods on the street and watching Chu Ning bargain, Ren Yuqing found it extremely interesting. She suddenly began to understand the meaning of life. In addition to the intrigues in the business world and the number games in finance, her life seemed to begin to have something else, something that made people feel warm and friendly. After buying the green plants, Chu Ning and Ren Yuqing went to IKEA and bought a few clothes drying racks and some other household items. However, when coming out of IKEA, a couple walked past Chu Ning arm in arm. Chu Ning glanced at them from the corner of his eye and immediately frowned, then turned around to look at the couple again. What's wrong? Do you know each other? Ren Yuqing asked. Chu Ning shook his head. It's okay, maybe I saw it wrong, let's go home. On the way back, Chu Ning bought some ingredients for dinner. But unfortunately, Ren Yuqing received a call midway, and it seemed that the group wanted to talk to her about something. After sending Chu Ning home, Ren Yuqing rushed to the company again. Will you come back for dinner later? Chu Ning asked. Not necessarily. It depends on the situation. I'll try my best to get back, but it might be late. After Ren Yuqing said that, she went downstairs. Chu Ning is used to this. After all, this is a woman who has been on a business trip for a month right after getting married. Working overtime on weekends is a normal thing for her. Chu Ning didn't know what specific work his wife was responsible for in the company, and why she was so busy. It's not your own company, is it necessary to work so hard? At this time, it was already 5 o'clock in the evening. After Chu Ning placed the potted plants he had bought, he started cooking. Tonight is his first family dinner with his new wife, and Chu Ning plans to make something sumptuous. Many years of military career also made Chu Ning an excellent cook. After 2 hours of careful cooking, Chu Ning placed the meal on the table. After finishing, Chu Ning called Ren Yuqing and asked her when she would come for dinner. The call was quickly hung up, and Ren Yuqing sent a message, "The meeting will end soon, go back and eat." The woman seemed to have guessed the purpose of Chu Ning's call and replied simply and neatly. Chu Ning replied with a okay and then waited for Ren Yuqing to get off work while watching TV. But who would have thought that this wait would last 2 hours? It was past 9 o'clock in the evening when the driver sent Ren Yuqing back to Lianhu Garden Community. The lights in the room were on, the evening news was playing on TV, the table was full of food lying there untouched, and Chu Ning was asleep on the sofa. When Ren Yuqing saw the scene in front of her, she was slightly stunned, and an inexplicable emotion surged in her heart. There is a little warmth, but more of a sense of guilt. Ren Yuqing did not wake Chu Ning up, but prepared to go back to the bedroom to get a blanket to cover Chu Ning. But after entering, I found that my bedroom was extremely tidy, and all the clothes I had taken off were gone. Ren Yuqing went to the balcony and saw that everything had indeed been washed. It also includes the underwear I wore. Ren Yuqing's pretty face blushed. But the shame in my heart became even stronger. I clearly promised Chu Ning that after marriage I would manage my marriage seriously and live a good life together. But it seems that after getting married, he still devotes all his time and energy to the company like before, and all the housework is done by Chu Ning alone. According to common sense, chores like washing clothes, cooking and cleaning should be her responsibilities as a wife. But now, maybe I should try to balance work and family. Ren Yuqing thought to herself. Then she went back to the kitchen and tried to heat up the food. But after a long time, the fire could not be turned on. But it doesn't matter, I have a cell phone. After finding a tutorial on how to start a fire online, Ren Yuqing poured the cold food into the pot. Chu Ning was awakened by a burnt smell. He thought the house was on fire, and when he rushed into the kitchen he found Ren Yuqing inside. The vegetables in the pot had turned into a paste at this point. "I'm sorry, I wanted to heat up the food, but it was burnt, so I added water, but it seemed like I added too much water, so I tried to boil it dry, but it was overcooked again. Do you think I should add some more water?" Ren Yuqing felt a little embarrassed and at a loss, like a child who had done something wrong. After hearing this, Chu Ning was immediately amused by his silly wife. If the vegetable is dry, add water. If there is too much water, add more fire. If it is dry, add more water. I'm afraid I won't be able to eat a single bite of this dish even if it's cooked until dawn. It's okay, leave it to me, you come out first. Chu Ning asked Ren Yuqing to leave the kitchen and then cleaned up the mess himself. But it was a pity that there was so much delicious food on the table, as several of them were messed up by Ren Yuqing. In the end, there were only 2 vegetables left, which were still edible. "Chun Ning, I'm sorry. I will try hard to learn how to do housework. Let me wash the pots and bowls tonight." Chu Ning was about to say something but was interrupted by Ren Yuqing again. "We agreed to work together on our marriage and do the housework together. I hope you won't break your promise." Chu Ning smiled and finally agreed. But life skills are not something that can be acquired overnight. In the end, with the help of Chu Ning, Ren Yuqing also cleaned the pots and bowls. After finishing their work, they both went back to their rooms to rest. Before going to bed, Ren Yuqing specifically told Chu Ning to lock his bedroom door at night. Now that they have just started living together, there are some things they are not used to yet. Ren Yuqing is really worried that if she gets up in the middle of the night and goes to the wrong bed, it will be embarrassing. Chu Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he still listened to Yuqing and locked the bedroom door. The two of them rested separately, but at 1 o'clock in the morning, Chu Ning suddenly received a call from his elder brother Chuan. "Chun Ning, you are in Lianhu Garden Community, right? Come over here quickly, something happened here. It's right at the entrance of your community." Chuan's tone was anxious. Chu Ning realized that something big might have happened. He woke up instantly, put on his clothes and rushed out. "Brother, what's wrong? What happened?" It was late at night and the road outside was empty. The cold wind was howling on the winter night, the electric bike fell to the ground. Chuan was wearing a down jacket with pajamas inside, waiting under the streetlight with his child in his arms. The child in his arms was crying loudly, blood was dripping from Chuan's forehead, and his down jacket was stained with mud. "Xiaoning, I'm fine. It's just that Huan has a high fever. You take him to the hospital first. I hit someone's car and I have to stay here to take care of it. I'll come to you after I'm done." Chuan handed the tightly wrapped child in his arms to Chu Ning, with worry evident on his face. Only then did Chu Ning notice that there was a car parked on the side of the road with a dent in the door. Looking at the brand, it's actually a Rolls-Royce. Chapter 14: Borrowing Money. Brother, this car is probably not cheap, right? Shu Ning's face also became a little more serious. Over the years, my sister-in-law has always blamed my eldest brother for being incompetent. Now that he has crashed into a luxury car, he will probably have to pay a lot of money. I'm afraid that when my sister-in-law finds out, my brother will be scolded again. Xiao Ning, don't worry about this. Take Huan Huan to the hospital first. It's hard to get a taxi at this time. You can go by trolley. It's slower on the way. Shuan was also worried that the child was burned, so he lifted the tram from the ground and urged Xu Ning to get on the road quickly. Brother, no need, I'll drive Yuqing's car over there, Yuqing has a car. It was a cold day, and Xu Ning was afraid that his nephew would get cold, so he ran home to get the car keys. Ren Yuqing put the car keys at the door. When Xu Ning left, he wanted to say something to Ren Yuqing, but when he saw that she was still sleeping, he didn't wake her up. Xiaoning, be careful on the road. Chuan gave some instructions, and then Xu Ning drove Huan Huan to the hospital. After Xu Ning left, Chuan found the contact information of the Rolls-Royce owner in the car and called him. Ren Yuqing was awakened by a rapid ringing of her cell phone. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the contract again? Ren Yuqing thought it was a call from his subordinates in the company. The call at this time is probably about the project connecting with overseas. Hello, are you the owner of the car with the license plate number of 58? Ren Yuqing was stunned. I am. You are? I'm sorry, I accidentally hit your car just now. Do you have time to come over now? Let's see how to deal with it. Ren Yuqing, well, okay, wait a moment, I'll be there soon. The Rolls-Royce was parked right at the entrance of the community. Ren Yuqing put on her coat and quickly walked over. After seeing the owner of the car, Chuan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the person driving such a luxury car would be such a young and beautiful woman. Miss, I'm sorry. How can you think of compensation? Xuan's eyes were full of apology. Ren Yuqing took a look and saw that the impact was really severe. She frowned and said, wait a moment. I'll make a phone call first. After a while, Ren Yuqing finished the call and looked at Xuan. I asked, if it's repaired, it will cost no less than 200,000. Xuan's face immediately turned pale. He knew the car was expensive and would not be cheap to repair, but he did not expect it to be so high. How about this, I'll give you two options. I'll repair the car myself, and you'll compensate me 100,000. The second option is that you send the car to the 4S shop, and you will watch over the repairs and bear all the repair costs. Seeing that Xuan was just an ordinary person, Ren Yuqing didn't make things difficult for him. She gave him two options and let him choose. Xuan naturally chose option 1. But I can't take out that much money right now. Please leave me a bank account number and I'll transfer it to you within 3 days. Don't worry, there are surveillance cameras at the entrance of your community. I won't deny it. Ren Yuqing nodded, okay. After the two finished negotiating, Ren Yuqing went back to her room to sleep, while Chuan immediately rushed to the hospital. Ren Yuqing returned home, drank some water, and was about to walk into Xu Ning's room out of habit, but fortunately she reacted in time and quickly ran back to the master bedroom. I almost got embarrassed again. Yunqing People's Hospital. When Xuan rushed over, Huan Huan was receiving in 4 drip. Brother, the doctor said it's the flu. It's not a big deal. Don't worry too much. Seeing his elder brother rushing over anxiously, Xu Ning comforted him. Xuan, well, Xiao Ning, thank you for your help tonight. Go back and have some rest. I'll be on guard here. By the way, go to my house tomorrow morning and make breakfast for Ziki. My eldest brother has 3 children. The youngest one is called Huan Huan and is just 2 years old. Ziki is the second child and is still in elementary school and needs someone to take care of him. The eldest son is in junior high school, boarding school, and comes back once a week. Isn't my sister-in-law at home? Xu Ning asked. She went back to her parents' home these 2 days. Xu Ning frowned immediately, and she suddenly remembered the man and woman she met outside the mall when she was buying plants today. Xu Ning didn't look at them for long, but the back of one of the women looked very much like his sister-in-law. Brother, you were at home yesterday, right? Xu Ning asked. Yes, your sister-in-law is not here, and I am at home taking care of the children. Where else can I go? What's wrong? Xuan didn't know why his brother suddenly asked this. It's okay. It's just that, brother, I think you should persuade your sister-in-law to stay at home more to look after the children. It's not a good idea for you to always be in charge of the household. A man should still have his own job and career. Shuan smiled and said, "You kid, you're controlling me. Don't worry, your brother knows what's going on. When Huan is older, I'll go out to work. In my current situation, my wife and children are my priority. Isn't work also for my wife and children?" After hearing this, Shu Ning said nothing more. Now he just hoped that he had seen it wrong during the day. "By the way, brother, what did the car say?" "Oh, don't mention it. It will cost more than 200,000 yuan to repair the car. But the girl is a good person and let me pay 100,000 yuan. So much? Will your sister-in-law give it to you?" Shu Ning knew that the money in his eldest brother's family was managed by his sister-in-law. "Let me think of a solution. Don't worry about it. Go back to sleep." Shuan drove Chu Ning back home. But when Shu Ning returned home, he was still uneasy. "Because of my own reasons, my eldest brother and sister-in-law have been arguing for some time. Now if my sister-in-law knew that my eldest brother had caused trouble and had to pay so much money, I'm afraid there would be another quarrel." Shu Ning only has one relative, his eldest brother. Now that his brother is in trouble, he naturally cannot just ignore it. He looked at the money he had on him, and it was only about 20,000 yuan in total. "I have to leave some money for family expenses, and the amount I can borrow is only about 10,000 yuan. How about borrowing some money from her tomorrow?" The first person Shu Ning thought of was Ren Yuqing. One night passed quickly. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Shuan called and said that he had returned home and Huan's fever had subsided, so he didn't need to come to cook. Shu Ning was relieved at this point, but he still got up and prepared breakfast for him and Ren Yuqing. At 7 o'clock, Ren Yuqing finished washing up and came to the restaurant. "Today's breakfast is fried eggs, buns and soy milk." Ren Yuqing frowned, but still sat down, ate some fried eggs, and drank a few sips of soy milk. "Ms. Ren, there is something I want to tell you." At the dinner table, Shu Ning hesitated for a moment, but finally told Ren Yuqing that he wanted to lend 10,000 yuan to his eldest brother. "After all, my brother is my only relative, and he takes good care of me on a daily basis." Shu Ning was afraid that Ren Yuqing would not agree, so he explained a few more words. After all, they are married, so they still need to seek Ren Yuqing's opinion on matters such as borrowing money. "I thought Ren Yuqing would ask his brother why he needed the money, or he would not agree to lend it to him." Unexpectedly, Ren Yuqing didn't ask anything, but directly asked, "Is 10,000 enough? How much does your brother need?" "He should need 100,000. But our ability is limited, so we can only do our best." Before Chu Ning finished speaking, Ren Yuqing said, "Send me your bank card number on WeChat later, and I will transfer 100,000 yuan to you, and you can give it to your brother." When Ren Yuqing said this, she was still eating fried eggs. She never raised her eyes from beginning to end, and her tone did not fluctuate at all. It was as if what was borrowed was not 100,000 yuan, but 10 yuan. Shu Ning was also really shocked. "I haven't even told her I want to lend her the money, yet she just transfers the money with just one sentence? 100,000 yuan, this is not a small amount." No wonder Ren Yuqing said before that she was not suitable for managing money. Shu Ning felt that his wife seemed to have no concept of money at all. "Thank you then. Don't worry, I will collect the money and pay you back as soon as possible. I'll write you an IOU." Shu Ning was not polite and accepted it gladly. Then he found a pen and really wrote an IOU to Ren Yuqing. Ren Yuqing had to accept it. After all, it was not easy for an office worker to save 100,000 yuan. Shu Ning felt that the money must be repaid, even if they were a couple. Ren Yuqing was really amused by Shu Ning's honest behavior. "It's up to you. But don't worry. Okay, I'm going to work. Remember to send me the card number." Ren Yuqing stood up and prepared to leave, but when she reached the door, she came back to help Chu Ning clear the table, and Chu Ning couldn't stop her. "It's agreed. Share the housework. Ren Yuqing will not go back on her word." Chapter 15 Pursuit. Shortly after arriving at the company, Ren Yuqing transferred the money to Chu Ning. Chu Ning had already told his elder brother about this matter. "Xiao Ning, this is too bad. It's fine if he uses your money, but it's really bad to borrow money from your wife when you just got married." Chuan on the phone insisted on not accepting the money. "Brother, we are family now, why do we have to be so divided? Yuqing is a reasonable person. She offered to lend it to me, so you can just use it. I have already transferred the money to you. Xu Ning comforted him. Xuan finally accepted the money. After all, he had no other choice. Just now Chuan called his wife and told her about this matter. His wife scolded him and said that he should take responsibility for the trouble he had caused and she would not give him a penny. His wife didn't give him money, and Chuan didn't have much private money. He was just worrying about what to do. But fortunately, my brother's wife helped a lot. Okay, Xiao Ning. I'll take the money. Please thank my sister-in-law for me. I'll pay it back as soon as possible. Also, I'll go over tonight and thank my sister-in-law in person. It just so happened that after getting married, he hadn't met his brother's wife yet. He might as well go and see her tonight. After Chuan hung up the phone, he transferred the 100,000 yuan to the bank account of the Rolls-Royce owner last night. Ran Yuqing was reading a document in the office at the moment when her cell phone vibrated. She found that it was a notification of a bank card balance change, with 100,000 yuan deposited into her account. Ran Yuqing was immediately puzzled and immediately called Xu Ning. I just transferred money to you, why did you transfer it back to me? Why, brother doesn't need it anymore. If you feel embarrassed to borrow it, you can persuade him. Now that you and I are married, we are a family. There's no need to be so distant. Just 5 minutes after she transferred the money to Yifan, she received back another 100,000 yuan. Ran Yuqing thought that Xu Ning had returned the money to her. Xu Ning was a little confused after listening to this. I didn't transfer it to you. You must have read it wrongly. I have already given the money to my brother and asked him to compensate the car owner. I haven't told you yet that my brother hit a Rolls-Royce at the gate of our community last night. Such a nice car is parked on the side of the road in the community. I really don't know what this rich man is thinking. Isn't this cheating people? Xu Ning's tone was filled with resentment. As his elder brother, he felt sad because he had lost so much money in vain. At least 2 years of work have been wasted. When Ren Yuqing heard this, her heart skipped a beat. Roadside in the community? Rolls-Royce? Could it be that the person who hit his car last night was his uncle? Is it really such a coincidence? Ran Yuqing suddenly smiled bitterly. By the way, my brother is coming over tonight to thank you in person. Do you have time? Goodbye, let's do it another day. I have to work overtime tonight. Ran Yuqing quickly turned it down. This will definitely be exposed when we meet. Okay then, you go ahead and do your work first. Xu Ning hung up the phone. However, Ran Yuqing was worried about how to deal with this matter. She would meet Xu Ning's eldest brother sooner or later, but she couldn't let him know that the Rolls-Royce was hers. While I was thinking about it, another call came. Hello, I hit your car last night. I'm so sorry for what happened last night. I have transferred the money to you. Did you receive it? Xuan said politely. Yeah, got it. By the way, can I ask your name? My name is Xuan, what's wrong? Xuan couldn't help but wonder. That's right. Since they all have the surname Chu, he must be brother Xu Ning. Ran Yuqing replied randomly, Hello, Mr. Chu. This car belongs to the president of my company. Today the president asked me to go to the forest shop to repair it. The problem is not serious and the repair fee is only 10,000. I asked you for too much last night. I am really sorry. I will return the extra money to you later. Is that so? That's great. Xuan was also overjoyed. 100,000 yuan does hurt, but 10,000 yuan is acceptable. In fact, Ran Yuqing wanted to forgive him for everything, since they were all family. But then she thought, it would be better to spend some money to teach him a lesson, so that he would know to be more careful on the road in the future. After hanging up the phone, Ran Yuqing transferred back the 90,000 yuan. At this time, Assistant Su Xian came in, Mr. Ren, the car has been repaired, and the total bill is 280,000. Ran Yuqing nodded, well, leave it there. Today is Sunday. For the employees of Jinsho Group, except for a very small number, most of the employees have 2 days off a week. Xu Ning had nothing to do today, so he went to the university town to set up a stall again. The eldest brother Chuan told Xu Ning about the compensation and returned the 90,000 yuan. Xiao Ning, return the money to your wife quickly. Also, be nice to her. Although I haven't met my brother's wife yet, judging from her behavior, she should be a good girl. If you do something wrong to others, I, your brother, will be the first one to not forgive you. I understand, brother. Look, I bought you off with just $10,000. Xu Ning said with a smile. He had already made up his mind that he would return the 90,000 yuan returned by his elder brother, plus the 10,000 yuan in his own account, to Rin Yuqing in the evening. In addition, Xu Ning plans to save some money to buy some jewelry for Rin Yuqing. He couldn't afford the bride price, the house, and the car, but he could still afford the 3 golds. After paying back Rin Yuqing the 100,000 yuan, and leaving 5,000 yuan for living expenses, he still had more than 8,000 yuan left. I'll set up the stall after get off work these 2 days and will be able to raise 10,000 soon. Just buy it when the time comes. Xu Ning asked and found out that 10,000 yuan could buy 3 nice pieces of gold jewelry. After setting up his stall for a whole day, Xu Ning packed up his stall and prepared to go home. But just as I arrived outside the community, I found a red Ferrari sports car parked there. Ren Feifei was sitting in the driver's seat wearing sunglasses, seemingly waiting for someone. After seeing Xu Ning, Ren Feifei ran up immediately. Xu Ning, I finally waited for you. Why didn't you reply to my message? Ren Feifei questioned face to face. Xu Ning didn't expect that Ren Feifei would find this place. She probably got his address from the group. Ms. Ren, I'm sorry. I've been very busy these past 2 days. Xu Ning explained a few words, then made an excuse and prepared to go home. He doesn't want to have much contact with other women. You are just avoiding me. If you continue like this, I will let my sister fire you. My sister is a big leader in the group. Ren Feifei was a little angry. It was the first time for her to be repeatedly humiliated by a man. Ren Feifei's words undoubtedly hit Xu Ning's sore spot. He had finally gotten the job through an interview, so naturally he didn't want to lose it easily. He needed this job to support his family. Ms. Ren, what do you want? It's nothing special, I just want to give you a gift. Ren Feifei threw a box to Xu Ning. Xu Ning opened it and found a watch inside. I saw a watch at a roadside stall and thought it suited you, so I gave it to you. You are not allowed to refuse it. Also, don't hide from me in the future, otherwise I will ask my sister to fire you. Ren Feifei threatened angrily, and she looked actually quite cute. If he wasn't already married, Xu Ning wouldn't mind making this friend. But now. Okay, thank you then. I'll give you a gift in a few days. The other party threatened Xu Ning with his job, so he had no choice but to accept it. Moreover, he thought that the watch was bought at a roadside stall and probably wasn't expensive, so he could just give her a similar one later. Seeing Xu Ning accepting the gift, Ren Feifei was extremely happy and thought that her sister's idea was really good. See you at the office tomorrow. Ren Feifei didn't stay long. She waved and drove away in her sports car. Chapter 16 was discovered. When Rin Yuqing got home in the evening, it was already past 9 o'clock. After his daily exercise, Xu Ning was leaning on the sofa reading a novel. Perhaps he was too engrossed in watching, Xu Ning didn't even notice that his wife had returned home. What are you looking at? You look so engrossed. Ran Yuqing quietly leaned over and asked. This sudden sound scared Xu Ning. You're back. I just bought some fruit and have already cut it up. If you want to eat it, just help yourself. After spending a few days together, the couple became obviously more familiar with each other and talked more than before. Yeah, thank you. By the way, I brought back some bread and milk from downstairs. Eat this for breakfast from now on. I don't like eating greasy food because it will make me fat. Ren Yuqing said as she put the breakfast she bought into the refrigerator. Xu Ning then realized that it was no wonder that Ren Yuqing didn't eat much for breakfast. It turned out that what he bought was not to his liking. Sorry, I won't buy fried dough sticks and buns in the morning anymore. But Miss Ren, your figure is already perfect, well proportioned, so don't be too hard on yourself. Xu Ning had also slept in the same bed with Ren Yuqing, so he knew very well how well his wife maintained her figure. Especially when Ren Yuqing was wearing a nightgown, her sexy collarbone, slender white neck, and especially her well-proportioned legs, made her look like a character from an anime. Ren Yuqing has heard many people praising their figure. However, now that her husband had spoken it at home, Ren Yuqing always felt that there was something ambiguous about it. A new watch? Ren Yuqing quickly changed the subject and noticed a brand new watch on the table. No, it was given to me by a friend. I'll go to the store someday to ask for the price and give something of similar value back. Xu Ning didn't say much, but put the watch away and put it back in his room. Although there was nothing between him and Rin Feifei, if Rin Yuqing knew that he accepted a gift from the opposite sex, misunderstandings would be inevitable. He now felt a little regretful. He should not have accepted the watch from Rin Feifei. But Ren Yuqing was a little confused. It was a Richard Miller watch, and the price was probably over 1 million. Did Chu Ning have any friends who were that rich? However, Ren Yuqing didn't think much about it. While Chu Ning was returning to the bedroom, she sat on the sofa and ate some fruit. Chu Ning didn't take his phone, the screen was still on, showing a novel reading page. Ren Yuqing was curious about what type of novels Chu Ning would read, and immediately came over with interest. But at this moment, a WeChat friend with the nickname The Mark of Sunset sent a message. I'll pick you up tomorrow when you go to work. By the way, let's have dinner together after get off work. You said you would treat me. Also, remember to wear the watch I bought for you. Don't refuse, this is an order. Hey. Several messages in a row. It was obvious that the person who sent the message was a girl. Ren Yuqing's expression immediately turned cold. When Chu Ning came back, Ren Yuqing had already returned to the bedroom. Chu Ning thought she had gone to sleep, so he didn't disturb her. He washed up and went back to his room to rest. The next day, Chu Ning got up early. But while he was making breakfast, Ren Yuqing had already packed up and walked out the door in her high heels. Aren't you going to have breakfast at home? Chu Ning asked, but received no response. What a moody woman. Chu Ning couldn't help but wonder, and finally shook his head helplessly. But Chu Ning still made breakfast for Ren Yuqing and planned to bring it to her at the company, since they were in the same company anyway. But as soon as he went out, he found Rin Feifei waiting at the gate of the community in her red Ferrari. Miss Feifei, didn't I tell you last night that you don't have to send me off? Chu Ning was helpless. Rin Feifei, I also told you not to refuse, unless you want me to fire you. Chu Ning had no choice but to get into Rin Feifei's car. He decided to have a good talk with Rin Feifei in the car, hoping to keep their distance in the future. However, Chu Ning did not notice that Ren Yuqing was sitting in a car not far away and witnessed Chu Ning getting into the red sports car. Although she couldn't see who was driving, she was sure it was a woman. Because most of the people who buy this sports car are women. Ren Yuqing in the car had a blank expression on her face. But in those cold eyes, there was an unconcealable sense of loss. It is said that marriage is a gamble. But obviously, she lost the bet. Ren Yuqing picked up the phone and called Su Xin. Help me draft a divorce agreement. Also, I contacted a detective service company out of the province, signed a confidentiality agreement, and asked them to help me investigate a woman. The words were cold, with a chilling chill. Chu Ning undoubtedly knew nothing about all this. After arriving at the company, he sent a message to Ren Yuqing, saying that he had brought her breakfast, asked her which floor she was on, and would deliver it to her. But unfortunately, Ren Yuqing did not reply. Even when I called, the other party didn't answer. Is he on a business trip again? Chu Ning thought so. A day passed like this. When it was time to get off work, Chu Ning received another call from his elder brother. Sha Ning, I'm afraid I'll have to borrow money from you again. I don't know why, but the owner of the car suddenly had his lawyer send me a letter, along with a repair bill of 280,000 yuan. Let me pay 280,000 yuan for the damage to the car within 2 days, or you will sue me. Chu Wen's heavy voice came from the phone. Chu Ning also shuddered when he heard this. Brother, what's going on? Didn't we settle it? Why did you suddenly change your mind and ask for compensation of 280,000? Chu Ning looked anxious and went straight to his eldest brother's house after get off work. On the other side, the office of the president of Jinxiu Group. Mr. Ren, according to your instructions, the lawyer's letter and the repair bill have been sent to the other party. Su Xian reported. Su Xian knew about the car collision. I also know that Chuan is Chu Ning's brother. Now, Mr. Rin suddenly changed his attitude towards Chu Ning's brother. Although Su Xian didn't ask, she seemed to have guessed something. Ren Yuqing ignored him and lowered her head to deal with documents. And Mr. Rin, we've got news that the woman you're looking for has been taken under control. Do you want to meet her? Su Xian asked tentatively. Ren Yuqing immediately raised her head and said coldly, take me there. Although her marriage to Chu Ning lasted only 1 month, and they had only lived together for 3 to 5 days. Although there is no love between them. However, Ren Yuqing still wanted to see what the person Chu Ning cheated with looked like. What kind of woman could make Rin Yuqing, the president of Jinsho Group and heir to the richest Rin family, fail miserably in her marriage? Chapter 17, Absurdity. In the dim basement. Ren Feifei, with her hands and feet tied, struggled constantly. Her mouth was also wrapped with tape and she kept making whimpering sounds. There was even more fear in those beautiful eyes. In front of her, there were 4 or 5 strong men standing there. The leader, who was wearing a colorful short-sleeved shirt and had a shaved head, looked at Rin Feifei with some sympathy. "Don't blame us, sister. We also take money from people and help them get rid of disasters. But you, why did you have to pick on that person when you could pick on anyone else? She is the famous Iron Lady of your Yunsheng. How can anything good come of you if you go against her?" The bald man shook his head and said, "Although their company is in another province, this is not the first time they have cooperated with Rin Yuqing. After all, the business world is like a battlefield, and Ren Yuqing has to hire people from other provinces to do many things that cannot be done openly." After working together for a long time, the bald man knew very well that the female boss who hired them today was definitely not a good person. So they were not sure what would be the final fate of this little girl who looked to be around 20 years old. Ren Feifei was speechless at this moment, but perhaps because of fear, tears were already glistening in the corners of her eyes. She had intended to pick up Chu Ning from Get Off Work today, but unexpectedly, she was kidnapped and brought here before she even got in the car. From beginning to end, Ren Feifei had no idea what had happened, let alone who she had offended. Could it be his sister's rival in the business world? Or was she kidnapped for ransom? Just as Ren Feifei was terrified, footsteps were heard outside. The sound of high heels hitting the ground was particularly loud in this dark basement. "Mr. Rin, you are here. This is the person you want. I'm waiting for your decision on how to deal with him." Seeing the sponsor coming, the bald man stepped forward to greet him. Ran Yuqing looked over and vaguely saw a woman tied up in the dim light. "Who told you to kidnap him? Let him go." Ran Yuqing frowned and said coldly. She just wanted to see this person, that's all. But these people actually kidnapped the other party directly and rudely. This was obviously not what Ren Yuqing intended. Upon hearing this, the bald man immediately ordered his men to let go of the other man's hands and feet. At this time, Ren Yuqing also took a few steps closer. However, when she saw the other person's face clearly, Ren Yuqing was stunned. Fei? Su Xian, who came with Ren Yuqing, was also stunned. "Little, Mr. Ren? Sister!" Ren Feifei had just been released and was still in shock. After seeing her sister, she threw herself into Ren Yuqing's arms and started crying in fear. "Sister, thank you for saving me. I thought I would never see you and Grandpa again." "Woo-woo." Ren Feifei said this with tears in her eyes. This scene also stunned the bald man and others. "I was thinking, what the hell is this song about?" However, Ren Yuqing was very intelligent after all, and she quickly realized something. She grabbed Ren Feifei's shoulders and questioned her directly. "Feifei, let me ask you, the person you said you liked before was called Chu Ning?" Ren Feifei nodded. "Let me ask you again, did you pick him up for work this morning?" Ran Yuqing's face looked extremely ugly. Ren Feifei continued to nod. "Was that Richard Miller watch also given by you?" Ran Yuqing gritted her teeth. Ren Feifei still nodded. "Yes, sister, it was you who suggested that I send it." "What's the matter?" Ren Feifei looked innocent and confused. "I'll kill you. You are not allowed to have any contact with him from now on, let alone have any improper thoughts about him. Give up this idea, or I'll break your legs." Ran Yuqing was almost furious. After all this time, the person who interfered in my marriage turned out to be this damn girl. Moreover, the money that Ren Feifei used to pursue her husband was given by her. Even the ideas are my own. From the beginning to the end, she was the one helping her sister to pursue her husband? Ran Yuqing wished she could just bang her head against the bed and die. What is all this? "Sister, why? Why do you interfere with my freedom of love?" Ran Feifei said unwillingly. "Shut up right there. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. No means no. I finally understand why you recruited him into the group as a bodyguard. It turns out that you, a little girl, were attracted by his male beauty. I will fire him when I go back and completely put an end to your thoughts." Ran Yuqing said in a firm tone, leaving no room for negotiation. After all, this matter is too ridiculous. She had to cut through the hemp quickly. But Ren Feifei is not the kind of person who would give in easily. Her eyes were red as she said angrily, "Humph, sister, you are too domineering and unreasonable. But I will not succumb to your evil forces. I am the human resources director of the group. You can't fire him without my signature." Large groups all pay attention to procedural legality. One of the procedures for dismissing low-level and mid-level employees of the group is the signature of the human resources director. Although Renfei doesn't really have any management responsibility, she also serves as the human resources director. Without her signature, Chu Ning's dismissal procedure could not be implemented. "Really? Then I'll fire you too. Sister? Is it that necessary?" Renfei immediately lost her temper and started begging in a coquettish manner. But Ren Yuqing didn't care. With a cold face, she turned around and left. After arriving at the company, the first thing Ren Yuqing did was to remove Renfei from all positions within the group and immediately replace her with a new human resources director. As the head of the group, Ren Yuqing has supreme power over the life and death of the group's senior executives. The next morning, when Xu Ning arrived at the company, he received a dismissal notice from the Human Resources Department. Reason for dismissal: falsified academic qualifications. When Xu Ning first joined the company, he filled in a high school diploma on the application form. But in order to allow Xu Ning to pass the examination, Renfei secretly changed his degree to a college degree. Because Jinqiu Group has requirements on the educational background of its employees, they must have a bachelor's degree or above, and for those who are particularly outstanding, the requirement can be relaxed to a junior college degree. Of course, this reason for dismissal is just an excuse. The fundamental reason is that Ren Yuqing doesn't want Xu Ning to stay. It's really like when it rains it pours. My brother received a lawyer's letter yesterday demanding a huge amount of compensation, and today he lost his job again. When Xu Ning walked out of the Jinqiu Group building with his things, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. "Xu Ning, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I made you lose your job." As soon as he walked out of the group building, he met Renfei. She seemed to have been waiting for him here. Xu Ning smiled and said, "What does it have to do with you?" "To be honest, my academic qualifications are not enough." "Oh, these are just excuses. You are so skilled, your academic qualifications are not important at all, and you are more than qualified to be a bodyguard. If you want to blame someone, blame my sister. She is so hateful and inhumane. In order to make things difficult for you, she even kicked me out of the group. Not only did she confiscate my car, but she also suspended my credit card. I am now a pauper just like you." Renfei said pitifully. She didn't expect that her sister would be so ruthless this time. Before, when I was dating a gangster, my sister would just scold me a few times, but this time she directly cut off her source of income. Chapter 18, Sister-in-law is going to set up a stall. She's really out of control. Her reaction this time is so big, as if I'm stealing her husband. Renfei couldn't stop complaining. Xu Ning was surprised. "Your sister? Could it be that the president of Jinqiu Group is your sister?" Xu Ning remembered hearing someone say that the group's CEO's surname was indeed Run. Renfei said angrily, "She is not my sister. I don't have such a heartless sister. No wonder others say she is none need you." Xu Ning smiled but didn't ask any more questions. "I've been fired anyway, so there's no need to worry about it. Ms. Rin, see you later." Xu Ning said goodbye to Renfei. "Don't be like this, it's like we're parting forever. Xu Ning, even though we're not colleagues now, we can still see each other every day in the future. And now that you're not working, we have more time to play, go to the movies, go on a picnic, have dinner together." Renfei was full of expectations. Xu Ning smiled bitterly, "How can I have the mood to play? My brother owes a large debt, and I have to support my family. I have children to raise in the future, and I also want to buy my wife a house of our own. I have to go to work and make money." Renfei was stunned when she heard this. "Are you married?" Xu Ning nodded. "Yeah, we just got married not long ago." Renfei stood there in a daze for a long time, and then she couldn't help but laugh at herself. After all this time, it turned out that the man she was thinking about was a married man. No wonder my sister was so angry. "Oh, I'm sorry. I may have caused you some trouble during this period. I'm sorry. Actually, I mainly wanted to make you my boyfriend and then learn some fighting skills from you. This way, when my sister bullies me, I will be able to beat her." Renfei felt a little embarrassed and apologized to Chu Ning. "For things like this, you should just tell me directly. Even if I'm not your boyfriend, I will teach you. Really? You're not going to give me a half-hearted answer, are you? I'm serious about this, and you have to teach me carefully, and you can't hide it. Sure. I'll wait until I have time. Before I find a job, I have to set up a stall to make some money. I was thinking of buying a gift for my wife in the next couple of days. Ron Yuching didn't go home last night and didn't answer the phone. Shu Ning thought she might be on a business trip again. He wanted to save enough money to buy the 3 golds before she came back and give her a surprise. When Renfei heard that Shu Ning was going to set up a stall, she immediately became interested and insisted on going with Shu Ning. Shu Ning couldn't resist and had to agree. But this girl is so clever and quirky, like a child who has not grown up. I really don't know how she became a senior executive of Jinsho Group. After arriving at the university town, Shu Ning continued to sell some sports and fitness products as usual. But it was not very popular in the morning and few people bought it. Renfei couldn't sit still any longer. Teacher Chu, if you sell like this, how much can you sell in a day? Renfei has begun to address Chu Ning as teacher. It's okay. I can sell it for 200 or 300 yuan. Is this okay? It's too little. How about this, you have some money on you, give it to me. Renfei suddenly said. There are still several thousand yuan in the card. What do you want to do? That's my family's living expenses this month. Shu Ning asked. Oh, don't ask, just listen to me. Renfei took the card, then asked a nearby stall owner to help watch the stall, then she pulled Shu Ning and left. They first went to the wholesale market and bought a lot of flowers and plants, as well as some accessories and skin care products that girls like. Then they wholesaled a batch of men's products such as razors, watches, and belts. They are not expensive and are in line with the consumption level of college students. After buying these, Renfei took Chu Ning to a clothing store, and they both changed their clothes. Renfei wore a black silk miniskirt with black leather shoes, her long hair flowing like a waterfall, and her full, attractive, and perky breasts, exuding a pure and lustful aura that was captivating. Shu Ning was dressed in Korean oppa-style clothes, and the casual suit made Shu Ning's figure look even more stylish. Shu Ning likes to dress in a subtle way. This was the first time she wore something so ostentatious, so she felt a little uncomfortable. They just felt that countless people's eyes were looking at them along the way. Fei, forget it. It's embarrassing. Shu Ning was trembling in his heart. We're not naked, we're dressed normally, there's nothing embarrassing about it. Just wait and see. Renfei smiled proudly. Then the two of them returned to the university town with the purchased goods. Renfei divides the things purchased into 2 categories based on the audience. If the target audience is female, let Shu Ning sell it. The target audience is male, so Renfei sells it herself. After sorting them, Renfei borrowed a speaker from the stall owner next door. The music turned on, and Renfei, wearing stockings and a short skirt, immediately started dancing on the street. Enthusiastic music and passionate dancing. Shu Ning's stall instantly attracted countless people's attention. All of a sudden, countless men and women in the university town began to look over here. Oh my god, brother Biao, look, it's a beautiful girl. Let's go and have a look. Pure and lustful, isn't this too beautiful? Brother, my lifelong happiness is in your hands. Find a way to get me a WeChat ID. It has to be said that Renfei's makeup, dress, figure and appearance are fatal to male college students. For a while, many people were eager to buy things and took the opportunity to strike up a conversation and ask for contact information. In a short while, most of the belts, razors, men's facial cleansers, toothpaste, toothbrushes, etc. on Renfei's stall were sold out. Shu Ning on the side was stunned. Is this even possible? It's good to be beautiful. However, Shu Ning did not feel envious for long. Because the excitement here not only attracted male college students, but also many female college students who liked to join in the fun came over. The boys in our school are so useless. They are just dancers. What's so good about them? That's right, it's really boring, let's go. The pair of best friends were about to leave, but when they turned around they saw Chu Ning next to them. So handsome. Like the oppa in Korean dramas. Come on, Ying, let's go get a contact number. Just like this, many girls also rushed to Chu Ning's stall. Girls' spending power is much higher than boys. Boys may consider the purpose of the product, but girls don't care whether the thing is useful or not, as long as it looks good and cute. So, soon, all the accessories, dolls and other things on Shu Ning's stall were swept away by the women. He was also asked for his WeChat dozens of times, and his abdominal muscles were even touched twice. Chapter 19: Xu Ning's Fighting Power. The excitement here undoubtedly stunned the surrounding vendors. They have been setting up stalls for so many years, but this is the first time they know that they can sell things like this? Rely on beauty to attract traffic, and then use the traffic to sell goods. These two young people have figured out how to sell goods through live streaming online. However, when Xu Ning and Ren Feifei were selling goods to make money, they didn't know that their movements throughout the day had been photographed and sent to Ren Yuqing. In the photo, Xu Ning and Ren Feifei were buying goods together, setting up a stall together, and Ren Feifei even selected clothes for Xu Ning and did makeup and eyebrows for her face to face. The two were so close, and their faces were filled with smiles. She clearly had no feelings for Xu Ning, but when she saw her husband getting so close to another woman and smiling so happily, even though that person was her own sister, Ren Yuqing still couldn't hide her anger and rage in her heart. She had indeed misjudged the person. She had thought Xu Ning was a man of loyalty and righteousness, but now it seemed that he was no different from those vulgar people who despised the poor and loved the rich. A watch worth $1 million and a sports car worth several million made Xu Ning change his mind. Ren Yuqing was completely disappointed with this man. Su Xin, help me draft a divorce agreement and send it to me immediately after it is completed. Ren Yuqing notified the assistant. The other side. Feifei, you really have a natural business sense. Our sales in one day are equivalent to what I make in a month. When the sun set, Xu Ning and Ren Feifei found a drink shop and started counting money. After counting, Xu Ning couldn't help but secretly admire the little girl in front of him and kept giving her a thumbs up. Hey. That's right, the women in our Ren family are born with business acumen. However, I am just clever, my sister is the real talent. Although Ren Yuqing always controlled her, Ren Feifei was very unhappy. However, she had to admit that since her sister took over Jinqiu Group, all matters in the family business had been managed in an orderly manner. My grandfather has now retired early and has become a hands-off boss. Let's not talk about this anymore. I'm starving. Let's find a place to eat. Ren Feifei was already a little hungry. Xu Ning originally wanted to take Ren Feifei to have a barbecue, but suddenly Ren Yuqing called and asked Xu Ning to meet at home at 7 o'clock in the evening. There were no extra words, and he was as cold as a piece of stone. Feifei, I'm afraid you won't be able to eat. My wife will be back tonight, and I have to buy her a gift and then rush back to prepare dinner for her. She must have been very tired during the business trip these days. After receiving the call, Xu Ning got up and prepared to go to the mall. It's 5 o'clock in the evening now. If we hurry up, we can still make it. Teacher Chu, you really love your wife. I want to see what your wife looks like, which makes you so attentive. How about inviting me to your house for dinner tonight? Ren Feifei suddenly had an idea. Xu Ning hesitated for a moment and said, all right, I'll just take it as a thank you for helping me set up the stall today. Okay, then I'll go home and change my clothes, and see you in the evening. Ren Feifei was not polite at all. Seeing Xu Ning agreed, she immediately rushed home, ready to meet the master's wife tonight. Ren Feifei also wanted to see what the only woman who caused her to fail in love looked like. Women have such a terrible desire to win. When Xu Ning finished buying gifts and returned home, it was already 6:30 in the evening. When I opened the door, I found that Ren Yuqing had returned. Are you on a business trip again? You work really hard. But no matter how busy I am, I still hope I can tell you next time I'm on a business trip. Tell you? So it will make it easier for you to date other women? Ren Yuqing sneered. Xu Ning was stunned and frowned. Ms. Ren, what do you mean? Don't you understand what I mean? You said that your friend gave you that watch. It was a woman, right? Yesterday morning, it was also a woman who sent you to work, right? Including today, you know who you were with better than I do. Although I don't like you and it's impossible for me to fall in love with you. But now, you and I are a legal couple. If you cheat on me with someone else while we are still married, it's disrespectful to me. It's a sign of low quality. If I had known that you were such a low-quality person, I would never have stooped to marry you. Ren Yuqing spoke righteously, with a tone of accusation. When Xu Ning heard this, he immediately understood and replied in a deep voice, I was wondering why your attitude has been wrong recently, it turns out it's because of this. But Miss Ren, you don't verify it, but you assume the worst of others. Do you think this is respect? Is this a reflection of high quality? Xu Ning asked back. Ren Yuqing was suddenly speechless. Indeed, she had only asked her sister about this matter, and it seemed that she had already determined that he had cheated on her during his marriage before she even confirmed it with Chu Ning. Yes, that watch was given to me by a woman. I didn't want to accept it at the time, but she was the leader of the group and she recruited me into the group. She was very kind to me. Moreover, she threatened me with my job and said she would fire me if I didn't accept it. I had no choice because if I lost my job, I wouldn't be able to support my family and I wouldn't be able to get enough for the down payment on the house. I had no choice but to accept it. Besides, she said she bought the watch from a street stall. I think it only cost 1 or 200 yuan at most. I will give her something in return someday to repay her favor. As for her driving me to work, it was also a threat to my job. I thought I should explain to her clearly in the car that colleagues should keep their distance. As for today, we were both fired by the group. So she helped me set up a stall to make enough money to buy you the 3 golds. Besides, I have already made it clear to her that I am married. After she found out, she apologized to me and said that she had disturbed me before. In fact, her real purpose in approaching me was to learn some fighting skills from me. Also, I never responded to any WeChat messages she sent me, except for work-related messages. I, Xu Ning, have always been upright. From the beginning to the end, I have never done anything inappropriate with any woman, and I have never done anything to let you down or to let our marriage down. I have been working hard to manage our marriage, but I didn't expect that you would think the worst of me. Xu Ning shook his head, with an inexplicable disappointment in his words. Run Yuqing, who had been so arrogant and righteous just now, was so guilty that she couldn't speak. She treated love as a joke, wanted Xu Ning to be her boyfriend just to learn how to fight, and even used work to force Xu Ning to submit. My sister is really capable of doing such things. As for that watch, most ordinary people really can't see its value. Perhaps, I really misunderstood Xu Ning. Chapter 20 I have to apologize. But Ren Yuqing didn't want to apologize, and still tried to save face. You are in such a bad situation, it's your own fault for not knowing how to avoid suspicion and doing something that caused me to misunderstand. Xu Ning was so angry that he laughed when he heard this, and immediately retorted, it is said that people with evil hearts will see evil in everyone they see. Ms. Ren, have you done something to let our marriage down, so you look at me like this? You misunderstand me like this? Also, please don't say anything about marrying me. When we got the marriage certificate, I didn't force you, nor did I ask you to morally blackmail you. You voluntarily got married to me. I have always believed that our marriage is based on honesty and equality. And now you're saying it as if I got a great advantage? If you feel that marrying me is unfair, or that I am not worthy of you, you can just tell me directly, and I will never try to keep you. But you cannot distinguish right from wrong, and you come up to me and criticize my character in a condescending tone. I cannot accept that. Faced with doubts, Xu Yun remained neither humble nor arrogant. His words were fierce and well-reasoned, and he responded to Ren Yuqing one by one. At the end, every word and sentence was sonorous and powerful. The torrent of words actually left Ren Yuqing speechless and unable to refute. Ren Yuqing never expected that Xu Ning, who was usually gentle and polite, would explode with such powerful words. Normally, Ren Yuqing would have left the group's executives, who were worth tens of millions, speechless. And now, the position changes. The person who was scolded with a red face and speechless was actually myself. There's nothing I can do. It's my fault. She did not verify it and just assumed that Xu Ning had cheated on her during their marriage. After all, although his sister had feelings for Xu Ning, what did that have to do with Xu Ning? Xu Ning kept his distance from Ren Feifei from beginning to end. Moreover, when we got the marriage certificate, it was indeed our own will. Xu Ning had fully consulted with him about this. It was indeed inappropriate for him to say that he was willing to marry someone else. It was hurtful to her self-esteem and seemed a bit overbearing. Of course, what made Ren Yuqing feel even more guilty was that she had indeed been deceiving Xu Ning. The person who is not honest enough about her marriage and her partner is herself. Xu Ning said that she was a person with a black heart and everyone she saw was black. It's not without reason. Even if what you said is true, why didn't you tell me? If there is a woman who likes you, how could you hide it from your wife if you didn't feel guilty? Ren Yuqing was still making his last resistance. Have you given me a chance? These past 2 days, I have sent you messages and called you, but you have only responded to me once. You have always said that you will try your best to be a competent wife, but Miss Run, please ask yourself, are you competent? Which wife does not reply to her husband's messages for several days? Which wife goes on a business trip and does not come home at night without telling her husband? Do you know what time I waited for you after cooking dinner last night? Do you know what time I waited for you to come home last night? Explosive killing. A complete and utter massacre. Chu Ning's last words really made Ren Yuqing feel completely devastated. Feeling guilty, I had no choice but to bow my head and apologize. I'm sorry. I did something wrong. I apologize. Since she was not in the right and couldn't win the argument, Ren Yuqing could only put aside her attitude and admit her mistake to Chu Ning. Now looking back, I realized that I was indeed impulsive and a little overbearing. After seeing the message that Ren Feifei sent to Chu Ning, she became angry and did not communicate properly with Chu Ning. Seeing that Ren Yuqing admitted her mistake, Chu Ning's tone softened. My tone was a bit bad just now, so don't take it personally. I think that when a couple lives together, misunderstandings, quarrels, and conflicts are inevitable. If this happens again in the future, you should communicate more. By the way, we didn't prepare anything when we got married. This is the wedding gift I gave you to make up for it. A bracelet, a necklace, and a ring. I don't know if you like them or not. You can try them first. I'm going to go cook. Chu Ning handed the things to Ren Yuqing, and then went to the kitchen to cook, but his face still looked a little bad. After all, it takes some time for emotions to calm down. Chu Ning was really angry just now. He couldn't accept his wife's attacks on his character. This is principle and dignity. But fortunately, Ren Yuqing was not a rude person and she apologized quickly. This made Chu Ning feel a little relieved. But it was only slightly calmed down. In the past, when Ren Yuqing came back for dinner, Chu Ning would cook at least 5 dishes, 3 meat and 2 vegetable dishes. But tonight, Chu Ning only made a plate of egg fried rice and served it on the table. Eat it yourself, I'm not hungry. After saying that, Chu Ning went back to his room. Ren Yuqing was not stupid either. She could see that Chu Ning was still angry. It would be a lie to say I'm not hungry, I just don't feel like eating. However, even so, Chu Ning still prepared a meal for himself. Such behavior made Ren Yuqing feel even more guilty. What should I do now? As a wife, if I make my husband angry, should I try to coax him? But how could a group president like Ren Yuqing, who is the center of attention, know how to coax people? The person being coaxed was a man, which undoubtedly touched upon her blind spot in knowledge. By the way, you can ask Fei Fei. That girl is the best at this. Ren Yuqing did what she said and called Ren Feifei immediately. Ren Feifei had just changed her clothes at home and was getting ready to go out. Sister, I know I was wrong, please stop talking about me. If I had known that Chu Ning was married, I would never have missed him. Good sister, please unfreeze my card. Ren Feifei thought her sister was calling to scold her again, so she took the initiative and apologized in a coquettish manner. Do you know you're wrong now? Why didn't you ask clearly at the beginning? He ignored you, but you kept pestering him. You girl, do you know how much trouble you have caused me? Okay, let's not talk about this for now. I'm going to ask you something on behalf of my friend. Ren Yuqing said that she had a friend who had just gotten married and made her husband angry. She didn't know how she should deal with it. Sister, this is too simple. Tell your friend to hug her husband and act coquettishly. Men are most susceptible to this. No matter how hard your heart is, it will melt in an instant. Ren Feifei talked freely. Ren Yuqing was slightly embarrassed. Hug her husband? Still want to act coquettishly? Ren Yuqing felt that she couldn't do it, so she asked, Fei Fei, is there any other way? Sister, this method is the simplest. Okay, let's stop talking. I have something to do in the evening. I have to go see my teacher's wife. I want to see what kind of demon can conquer my teacher, that piece of wood. Ren Feifei snorted unconvinced. The phone call was hung up, and Ren Yuqing was undoubtedly in a dilemma. After hesitating for a long time, Ren Yuqing gritted her teeth and walked into Chu Ning's room. Chapter 21, Holding Hands and Making Peace. Chu Ning is doing push-ups in the room right now. His upper body was naked, and his muscles were throbbing on his bronze skin. There are beads of sweat on the abdominal muscles. It has become a habit developed over the years. When Chu Ning is in a bad mood, he finally chooses to exercise and sweat. What's up? Chu Ning stood up and put on his short-sleeved shirt. It is always not nice to expose your upper body in front of a woman. Ren Yuqing didn't look at Chu Ning, but just stood at the door in silence, biting her red lips with her pearly teeth. What's up? Shu Ning asked again. This time, Ren Yuqing finally stepped forward, reached out her hand, and held Shu Ning's hand. Hold hands and make peace. Perhaps because she rarely coaxes people, Ren Yuqing's tone of voice is a little shy. Even the expressions are extremely funny. Funny and somewhat cute. Shu Ning stood there in a daze for a long time. Finally, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. It was the first time he had seen this kind of coaxing method. Like a child. Shu Ning didn't expect that his newlywed wife had such a lovely side. Yeah, okay, let's hold hands and make peace. Shu Ning smiled back. Men are indeed the easiest creatures to coax. After being coaxed by Ren Yuqing, Shu Ning ran back to the kitchen and happily cooked several more dishes. Ren Yuqing didn't expect that this trick would be so effective. Feeling proud of herself, she called her sister again. Fei Fei, your method is good. My friend has reconciled with her husband, and she asked me to thank you. Ha, your sister is a professional at coaxing men. If you don't understand next time, tell your friend to come to me. Ren Fei Fei was already outside the door, ringing the doorbell while talking on the phone. Sister, let's stop talking, I'm at my teacher's house. Ren Yuqing also heard the doorbell at home at this moment. Okay, you go ahead and do your work, I have guests coming here too. Ren Yuqing took her cell phone and went to open the door in her slippers. But speaking of it, Ren Yuqing was also puzzled. She bought this house secretly. Almost no one knew about it. How could anyone come here at this time? It was probably someone on the property. Ren Yuqing thought so and opened the door. Hello, master's wife, I am. Ren Fei Fei greeted her with a smile, but she froze in the middle of her words. Sister? Why are you here? Ren Yuqing was also stunned. Fei Fei? Why are you here? The two sisters met in this way, in an unexpected way. Shu Ning, who was cooking in the kitchen, heard the door opening in the living room. It looks like Fei Fei has arrived. Shu Ning came out immediately and saw the two standing stupidly at the door. He smiled and shouted, Wife, he is Fei Fei who gave me the watch. Stop standing there and invite him in. Shu Ning deliberately called Ren Yuqing his wife. It was also to prevent Ren Fei Fei from bothering him again in the future. Come to think of it, it was the first time that Shu Ning shouted, and he himself felt weird. But Shu Ning had no idea that his calling her wife would explode like a nuclear bomb in Ren Fei Fei and Ren Yuqing's hearts. Ren Fei Fei went crazy at that moment and her phone fell to the ground with a bang. Her elder sister, the Iron Lady who had never had any desire for men for more than 20 years, the majestic and overbearing queen-like figure of Jinsho Group, actually got married? And the man turned out to be Shu Ning? Oh my god. Ren Fei Fei's jaw almost dropped and her eyes widened. As for Ren Yuqing, it was even more embarrassing. She could dig out a castle with her toes. Especially when she heard Shu Ning calling her his wife for the first time, Ren Yuqing's pretty face turned red from her neck to her ears. With a final bang, the door was closed, blocking Ren Fei Fei outside. I'm going to die. Ren Yuqing leaned against the doorframe with her face covered, wailing in her heart. Shu Ning looked at this scene, but was completely confused. He immediately walked up to her and asked in confusion, Why did you lock her out? She helped me a lot today, and I invited her to my house for dinner. Why don't you open the door and let her in? Shu Ning looked puzzled. At the same time, he urged Ren Yuqing to open the door quickly. There is no reason to lock guests out when they come to visit. This is so rude. At this time, Ren Fei Fei outside the door also started knocking on the door frantically. Ren Yuqing knew she couldn't stop him, so she had to bite the bullet and open the door. Sister, what's going on? When did you get married? How come I didn't know anything about it? I'm your biological sister, and you didn't even tell me about such a big thing. As soon as the door opened, Ren Fei Fei questioned Ren Yuqing. Now it was Shu Ning's turn to be stunned. Sister? What's going on here? She's your sister? Shu Ning also asked Ren Yuqing. He clearly remembered that Ren Yuqing said that she was alone and had no brothers or sisters. Seeing that she was about to be exposed, Ren Yuqing quickly explained, My cousin, she is my distant cousin. I didn't expect to meet her here. Ren Yuqing smiled guiltily, then quickly pushed Shu Ning into the kitchen, asking him to cook first and talk about anything while eating. Sister, what's going on? Why did you say I was your cousin? Also, Shu Ning just called you his wife, are you really with him? After Shu Ning left, Ren Fei Fei asked with dissatisfaction. Ren Yuqing winked at her, Keep your voice down, don't let him hear. Then tell me quickly, what is your relationship with Chu Ning? Ren Feifei was like a curious baby, and she got to the bottom of it. Ren Yuqing knew she could no longer hide the truth, so she confessed that she was married to Chu Ning. I have just met him and I am still unsure of his character. I want to observe him for a while before telling him my identity. Oh my god, sister, you really married him? Ren Feifei was so shocked when she heard Ren Yuqing's confession that she screamed out. Ren Yuqing was so scared that she quickly covered her mouth. You damn girl, I told you to keep your voice down. Hee, okay, but sister, I really didn't expect that you haven't been interested in men for more than 20 years, but now you are so interested. No wonder you reacted so big when I got close to Chu Ning. It turns out Chu Ning is my brother-in-law. But sister, let alone other things, your brother-in-law is quite loyal to you. I have seduced him for so long, but he has not moved at all. Ren Feifei thought of what happened in the past few days and just found it funny. Especially since my elder sister also helped me to come up with ideas and pursue her husband. How dare you say that? Ren Yuqing glared at the little girl fiercely. Ren Feifei stuck out her tongue and continued, Sister, you have a good eye. My brother-in-law is just as handsome as the young master of the Lu family. If Grandpa knew, he would definitely be very happy. Ren Yuqing frowned when she heard that. This is what she is afraid of. Silly girl, I'm warning you, keep my marriage a secret. Don't tell anyone, especially my parents and Grandpa. Do you hear me? Her marriage with Chu Ning is not stable yet, so she doesn't want too many people to know about it for the time being. Ren Feifei didn't say anything, but stretched out her hands in front of Ren Yuqing and smiled sinisterly. Sister, send me money. The corner of Ren Yuqing's eye twitched. But she had no choice, because her sister had let her handle the problem in her hands. A moment later, Ren Feifei received a bank account movement notification. 2 million pocket money in hand. Sister, don't worry. I'm very tight-lipped. I promise that no one else will know about this. Only heaven and earth know about it, and you and I know about it. After receiving the money, Ren Feifei immediately swore to the sky and promised with her chest. Ren Yuqing was relieved and got up and went to the kitchen to see if there was anything she could do to help Chu Ning. As soon as Ren Yuqing left, Ren Feifei took out her cell phone. Grandpa, shocking news. My sister got married to a man in a flash. Ren Feifei sent a WeChat message. If Ren Yuqing saw this, she would probably be so angry that she would faint on the spot. Her 2 million only lasted 2 seconds? Money can't buy her sister's honesty. Chapter 22 My Wife's Little Habit. There are guests coming tonight, they are my wife's distant relatives, so Chu Ning specially prepared a table full of dishes. It's okay, Chu Ning. There are 3 of us and we can't finish it. In the end it all goes to waste. Ren Yuqing tried to dissuade him again and again. How could Chu Ning listen? Just say that it is the other person's first visit and he is your distant relative, so of course you cannot neglect him. In this way, you can go back and say good things about me, and you will feel proud when you go back to your hometown next time, right? Ren Yuqing felt warm inside when she heard this. When the food was ready, the 3 of them started to eat. Ren Feifei was the first one who couldn't help it and started eating first. After tasting a few bites, Ren Feifei couldn't help but praise it. Brother-in-law, your cooking skills are quite good. Although the ingredients are ordinary, the taste is no worse than that of our chef, and it even has a unique flavor. Ren Feifei couldn't help but take a few more bites, then looked at Ren Yuqing with envy. Sister, you're in for a treat. Can I come over and eat with you more often? Ren Yuqing couldn't help but roll her eyes. I was thinking about my own sister, she was flattering me so well that it sounded like the truth. Their chef is a Michelin 3-star chef, and the ingredients they use are all the finest delicacies from the mountains and the sea. Ren Feifei said that Chu Ning's cooking skills are comparable to those of professional chefs, but Ren Yuqing naturally didn't believe it at all. Moreover, the table in front of me is filled with home-cooked meals. How delicious can they be? However, no matter how much you roll your eyes at me, you still have to eat. Now that she has married Chu Ning and become an ordinary wife, Ren Yuqing naturally has to try to accept this kind of ordinary life. However, just like Ren Feifei's reaction, when the first bite of food came into her mouth, Ren Yuqing's eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, it tastes really good. Ren Yuqing tried to order other dishes. Simply, the more you eat, the more addicted you become. It can't be said that it is better than the one cooked by the chef at home, but the taste is unique, something she has never tasted before. As a result, Ren Yuqing, who had always been very restrained in her eating habits, ate a lot tonight for the first time in her life. He even burped loudly at the end. Ren Feifei next to him was speechless. Sister, have you never eaten the food cooked by your brother-in-law? Ren Yuqing was a little embarrassed. Xu Ning beside him couldn't help laughing and helped explain, we just got married, and your sister works at Jinqiu Group. As you know, such a large group has complicated affairs, so your sister often works overtime. Come to think of it, tonight is the first time your sister has a proper dinner at home. Brother-in-law, you are so right. I feel the same way. You don't know that I have been working overtime every few days for these years at Jinqiu Group. Although I work in the same group as my cousin, we are so busy that we don't see each other for half a year. But I worked so diligently, but the president of Jinqiu Group fired me just like that. It's too much. Speaking of this, Ren Feifei was immediately filled with indignation. Ren Yuqing next to her was speechless. I thought to myself, how dare my sister say that? Still working overtime every other day? Still working diligently? This month, she only worked 3 days, which is already a lot. Even if the group raises a pig, it is still more hardworking than you. It was because Xu Ning was here. If it were any other time, Ren Yuqing would have scolded her to pieces. Yeah, if that's the case, then what the president of Jinqiu Group did was indeed a bit too much. Xu Ning expressed sympathy. But Ren Feifei obviously hadn't finished talking yet, and continued to complain, there's more to it, brother-in-law. You don't know that the president of our Jinqiu Group exploits employees and is inhumane. Take my sister for example. As an employee of Jinqiu Group, she just got married. If the boss has any humanity, he would give my sister a few days of wedding leave. Even if you don't give her a holiday, you have to let my sister get off work normally, go home to spend more time with her husband, and take care of the family. But 1 month after getting married, you asked my sister to go on a business trip for more than half a month. Is this something a human would do? Sister, do you think I'm right? Ren Feifei looked at Ren Yuqing angrily, seeking approval. Needless to say, this girl acted really well. But Ren Yuqing was so angry that her back teeth were almost broken. This little bitch actually said that to her? After saying that, he asked her if it was right? No way. Ren Yuqing felt that she could no longer hold back the urge to slap her. You'd better shut up and eat your food. Ren Yuqing gritted her teeth, trying hard to suppress the urge to take action, and threatened word by word. Sister, I'm standing up for you, why are you still criticizing me? Brother-in-law, what about her? Why don't you take care of your wife? Ren Feifei looked aggrieved and complained to Xu Ning again. My cousin is concerned about you, and I also think that your boss is a bit exploitative. You are so busy that you don't even have time to eat. If this continues for a long time, you will have health problems. Xu Ning said with concern. Ren Feifei laughed even more happily when she heard this. Hee, brother-in-law, I'm right, their president is just unkind. Brother-in-law, I want to eat fish. Xu Ning smiled and nodded, using the serving chopsticks to pick up some fish for Ren Feifei, and then picked up some for Ren Yuqing. By the way, Feifei, do you know a lot about your cousin? For example, do you know some of her living habits? Seeing that Ren Yuqing looked unhappy, Xu Ning thought she didn't want to talk about work, so he changed the subject in time. Upon hearing this, Ren Feifei chewed the fish meat vigorously for a few times and swallowed it. With her greasy mouth, she said excitedly, brother-in-law, you've asked the right person this. Let me tell you, although my sister usually looks aloof and cold, she likes to wear pink cartoon panties. Of course, she also has a collection of sexy lace panties that she only wears on important days. Ren Yuqing's face turned red instantly. Blushing. She now regretted letting this little girl in. She now had the urge to kill Ren Feifei. Anything else? Xu Ning asked with interest, smiling. Xu Ning knew that Ren Yuqing was wearing cartoon underwear. After all, he had washed clothes for Ren Yuqing before, and one of the pairs of underwear she had taken off had a cartoon pattern on it. But he didn't know that Ren Yuqing also collected lace underwear, which seemed to show that she was quite feminine. Eat, the food is getting cold. Ren Yuqing interrupted, then scooped a large mouthful of rice with a small spoon and stuffed it into Ren Feifei's mouth to make this little girl shut up. But Ren Feifei drank a mouthful of water and swallowed the rice in her mouth, and continued, also, my sister has a bad stomach. But she likes to eat some onions with barbecue. Every time she eats onions, she farts. You don't know, the taste is really sour and refreshing. Ren Feifei told the story vividly. Xu Ning also listened with great interest. But Ren Yuqing's face turned green. This time she couldn't bear it any longer and reached out and pinched Ren Feifei's waist hard. Ah! Ren Feifei covered her stomach and screamed. What's wrong? Xu Ning asked anxiously. It's okay. I think my cousin has appendicitis. You eat first, I'll take her to the hospital. Ren Yuqing replied, then pulled Ren Feifei and walked out the door. Ren Feifei said she wasn't full yet. However, Ren Yuqing threatened her in her ear that if she made trouble again, she would never get any pocket money from her. Only then did Ren Feifei obey obediently. But when leaving, he did not forget to say hello to Xu Ning. Brother-in-law, my cousin said I have appendicitis. I'm going to the hospital to check it out. Don't worry, you can eat at home first, I'll come next time. Ah. Sister, please be gentle, I won't come, okay? Ren Feifei screamed and was dragged out of the house by Ren Yuqing. Xu Ning wanted to go out to see him off, but was stopped by Ren Yuqing, who locked him up in the house with a bang. What a strange pair of sisters. Xu Ning shook his head and smiled, and finally had to sit back and wait. Chapter 23 Domestic Violence. Ren Feifei, if you dare to say anything nonsense again, I promise to kick you out of the house. The two sisters have gone downstairs. At this time, Ren Yuqing warned Ren Feifei with fierce words, and she even wanted to strangle Ren Feifei to death. My sister really dares to tell anyone anything? Doesn't she have any face? Sister, I was wrong. Is it okay if I was wrong? I'm just thinking, we're all family now, and you and your brother-in-law are married and living together. Maybe you've already started having a baby, what's there to be said? Ren Feifei quickly begged for mercy and explained. But Ren Yuqing no longer wanted to pay attention to her. This damn girl is simply a dog that can't spit out ivory. She now has only one request of Ren Feifei. Keep her marriage a secret, and also, do not reveal her identity as the president of Jinxiu Group. Don't worry, sister. I will keep it a secret. Just sister, how long do you want to keep it secret? Ren Yuqing shook her head. Let's observe first. The son-in-law of the Ren family may not be from a prominent family, nor may he be a young talent, but he must not be a person of bad character or with ulterior motives. Seeing her sister's serious look, Ren Feifei did not make trouble this time, but nodded in approval. She understood her sister's considerations. After all, Ren Yuqing is different from Ren Feifei. Ren Feifei treats finding a partner as a joke. She changes after dating for a while. My sister is the type of person who will be in a relationship for life once she makes a decision, so I need to be more cautious. But sister, I suggest you don't observe it for too long. It's better to confess as soon as possible. Lies are like snowballs, the more they roll, the bigger they get. By then, I'm afraid it will be out of control. Ren Feifei reminded. After seeing Ren Feifei off, Ren Yuqing returned home. Didn't you accompany your cousin to the hospital? Xu Ning was immediately puzzled when he saw Ren Yuqing coming back so soon. She said she could go by herself. Besides, I'm not that familiar with this cousin of mine. We're very distant relatives and have only met a few times. Don't believe what she said just now. Ren Yuqing blushed when she thought of the embarrassing things Ren Feifei had said about herself just now. She felt ashamed. It really damages her image. But Xu Ning smiled faintly. Well, but I hope what she said is true. People always have little habits of this or that. This will make them seem more real, more intimate, and more lovely. Xu Ning looked at Ren Yuqing with a smile. After hearing what Ren Feifei said, he indeed felt that the woman in front of him was not so cold anymore, and the relationship between the two seemed to have become closer. Ren Yuqing didn't say anything, but just lowered her head to ease the embarrassment. By the way, Miss Ren, there is something I want to be honest with you. Of course, it's possible that you already know it. I was fired from Jinxiu Group. I am unemployed now. Ren Yuqing is the mistress of this family, and she has the right to know about her work situation. I'm sorry, Miss Ren. I will find a new job as soon as possible. Of course, before that, I will set up a stall to make money to supplement the family income. I will not become a burden to this family. Xu Ning's tone was somewhat guilty. Come to think of it, not long after they got married, Xu Ning lost his job and had no income, but he still lived in the woman's house and even asked Ren Yuqing to borrow money. Xu Ning seemed to have been causing trouble for Ren Yuqing, so he naturally felt a little guilty. But Xu Ning had no idea that Ren Yuqing actually felt more guilty at this moment. Because Xu Ning was fired by her. In fact, with Xu Ning's abilities, he is more than qualified for this position. But Ren Yuqing didn't want Xu Ning to stay in Jinsho Group, fearing that her identity would be exposed, so she forcibly deprived him of his job opportunity. It is she who should say sorry. However, Ren Yuqing couldn't explain the reason for this, so she could only comfort him. It's okay, you can find another job if you lose it. You've been in the army, so it's easy for you to find a security job with this experience. If Jinsho Group doesn't want you, you can consider Jiayu Media, which is also one of the top 10 companies in Yunqing, and the benefits are very good. You mean, Jiayu Culture Media Company, Limited? Xu Ning asked. Ren Yuqing nodded. Xu Ning smiled bitterly and said, I have paid attention to this company a year ago. The company is very good, especially the employee benefits are almost the same as those of Jinsho Group. However, this company has not recruited externally for several years, so I am afraid I can't count on it. Xu Ning shook his head and said, Maybe they will recruit this year, you can keep an eye on it. Ren Yuqing said casually while eating. Xu Ning nodded and responded perfunctorily, but in fact he didn't hold out any hope. That company hasn't recruited externally for 7 or 8 years, so how could it be possible to recruit internally this year? Moreover, even if you recruit externally, there may not be a suitable position for you. There is definitely no hope. After dinner, Ren Yuqing took the initiative to clean up the dishes and wash the pot. Ms. Ren, you've worked hard all day, let me do it. Xu Ning wanted to snatch it away, but Ren Yuqing refused to let him. Ren Yuqing is a meticulous person. We agreed that one person cooks and the other washes the dishes, so the rules cannot be broken. She also warned Xu Ning not to deprive her of the right to share housework. Xu Ning had no choice but to follow her. Then I'll go to my brother's house first. After you finish cleaning up, go to bed early. Xu Ning was still a little worried about his elder brother. After all, a claim of more than 200,000 is not a small amount. Today, Xu Ning was thinking about borrowing money from Ren Yuqing again, but he really couldn't bring himself to ask. Xu Ning had no choice but to go to his eldest brother first and help him discuss countermeasures. But as soon as I reached the door, I heard my sister-in-law's harsh curse. You're a piece of shit, and you want to pay more than 200,000 yuan? Why don't you just die? You still have the nerve to ask me for money. You've caused this trouble yourself, so you have to figure out a solution yourself. If you dare to take a penny from me, I will never let you go. My sister-in-law's sharp voice spread throughout the entire corridor, along with the sound of a child crying. You are so unreasonable. Xuan didn't want to argue with her, so he replied with a sullen face, then put on his coat, opened the door and wanted to go out and have some quiet time. You've caused such a big disaster, and you still think you're right? You coward, get out and don't come back. Not satisfied with just scolding Xuan away, Xu Ning's sister-in-law Du Wei actually picked up a water cup on the table and threw it at Xuan's back. Seeing that it was about to hit Xuan, Xu Ning took 2 steps at a time and rushed forward, grabbing the water cup steadily and smashing it. Xia Ning, why are you here? Xuan was slightly surprised to see his younger brother appear. Xu Ning did not reply, but stared coldly at Du Wei in the room. The water cup just now was aimed at the back of his eldest brother's head. If I hadn't blocked it in time, the consequences would have been unpredictable. Xu Ning felt an indescribable anger in his heart at this moment. Chapter 24 Pay attention to safety. If it were an ordinary person, Xu Ning would definitely make her pay the price. But there was no way, the other party was his sister-in-law, so Xu Ning finally held back. Who am I to think he is? Why are you coming to our house for dinner again? You came late today, there is no food. Not only you, but your brother will have no food to eat in the future if he can't afford to pay the more than 200,000 yuan. Seeing her brother-in-law coming, Du Wei was not only unceremonious and impolite, but her eyes were full of sarcasm. Come to think of it, Xu Ning is just a security guard with no special skills, and he has been eating and drinking at their house for free. Du Wei has been fed up with him for a long time. Du Wei naturally looked down on this useless brother-in-law. I am so unlucky to marry your Chu family. Du Wei cursed in disgust and locked the Xu Ning brothers outside the door with a bang. Xuan looked extremely ugly. He borrowed 10 yuan from Xu Ning, bought a pack of the cheapest cigarettes at the supermarket downstairs, and then started smoking. After marriage, Xuan handed over all financial power to his sister-in-law Du Wei. To the extent that now, he even has to borrow money from Xuan to buy a pack of cigarettes. After taking a puff of cigarette, Xuan smiled and said, Your sister-in-law is like this, sharp-tongued, don't take it to heart. Brother, I'm fine. But what about you? Do you have to suffer like this forever? Is this really the life you want? Shu Ning felt a little sorry for his elder brother. He lived in his eldest brother's house for nearly a year. My sister-in-law scolds my eldest brother almost every day. My eldest brother almost never talks back. He is like an old ox, always keeping his head down and working silently. Although Chuan never complained about anything, Shu Ning could see that his elder brother's marriage life was not happy. Silly boy, ordinary people like us don't have the right to choose our lives. Besides, they are my wife and children, so how can I feel wronged? As a man, you should be more tolerant. Besides, this incident is indeed my fault. I accidentally hit someone's car. Shuan was smoking a cigarette, and the sparks on the cigarette but flickered. There is no complaint in the plain words, only self-blame and melancholy. Brother, how can you be blamed for this? If my sister-in-law was not at home and had driven the car away, you would not have ridden an electric bike to take Huan to the doctor in the middle of the night, let alone hit someone else's car. Shu Ning was a little angry. Okay, there's no point in saying this. I'll think of another way. How about I lend it to Yuqing again? Shu Ning couldn't bear to see his elder brother in such a dilemma. But Shuan refused sternly, don't lend it. You just got married, and you're borrowing money every 2 or 3 days. What will your sister-in-law think of you? Don't worry about it, I'll find a way myself. If you dare to lend it, I'll break your legs. Shu Ning fell silent. After all, there is still no money. If Chu Ning was a millionaire, why would his brother be in such a difficult situation? It seems that I still have to find a way to make money. Just when the two brothers were in trouble, Chuan's phone rang. Is this Mr. Chu? I am the attorney representing the Rolls-Royce owner. The owner has withdrawn his claim against you. Please be advised that the litigation process has been terminated. Chuan was stunned when he heard this, so, we don't have to pay the more than 200,000 yuan? Yes. Chuan was undoubtedly overjoyed and asked excitedly, thank you very much, but I want to know why you suddenly withdraw the claim? I'm not sure about that. Maybe someone you know has said something good for you? Okay, then please thank the owner of the car for me. Chuan hung up the phone. Although he felt a little puzzled, Chuan felt relieved as he didn't have to pay any money. Shu Ning also breathed a sigh of relief. What a pity, we just don't know who the owner of the car is. If we knew, we would have to thank him in person. Mr. Ren, according to your instructions, I have notified the lawyer to withdraw the claim. On the other side, Ran Yuqing received a call from Su Xin, telling her that everything had been done. Ran Yuqing hummed and continued, by the way, Su Xin, I remember that Jiayu Culture submitted a recruitment plan before. Do you still remember it? Jiayu Culture and Entertainment Company, Limited is a wholly owned subsidiary of Jinsho Group. All work and recruitment plans there need to be under the leadership of the parent company. Yes, there is such a thing. But you rejected the recruitment plan. In recent years, Jiayu Culture's performance has been declining year by year, and there are redundant staff. The group is planning to lay off employees in Jiayu Culture in the near future, so their recruitment request was rejected. Su Xin replied. She didn't know why Ren Yuqing suddenly brought up this matter. Su Xin, tomorrow morning, you find out the recruitment plan of Jiayu Culture and I will review it again. Ran Yuqing ordered. Okay, Mr. Ren. After arranging all this, Ren Yuqing went back to her room to rest. The next morning, Su Xin handed the recruitment plan to Ren Yuqing. Ran Yuqing made some modifications and handed it to Su Xin. Send my revised signboard plan to the subsidiary of Jiayu Culture, and ask them to release the social recruitment notice as soon as possible and start recruiting. Su Xin took a look. Found out that the revised recruitment plan only has one position. We are hiring one security department specialist, with salary comparable to that of regular employees of the parent company. Su Xin understood instantly. Ms. Ren is helping her husband find a job. To put it simply, the security specialist is the bodyguard responsible for the personal safety of the company's senior executives. Isn't this Chu Ning's specialty? It seems that Chu Ning has already dealt with their general manager Ren. Chu Ning looked as honest as a piece of wood. Su Xin didn't expect that he actually had some tricks to coax his wife. You know, Ren Yuqing asked her to draft the divorce agreement yesterday. But during this one night, Ren Yuqing's attitude towards Chu Ning changed 180 degrees. I don't know what ability Chu Ning used last night to conquer their icy female president. Could it be? Thinking of this, the corners of Su Xion's mouth suddenly curled up, and the look he gave Rin Yuqing was also somewhat evil. "What are you still standing there for? Why don't you go and make arrangements?" "Okay, Mr. Rin, I'll go then. Please be careful." Su Xian said this in a puzzling way. She was fine, why should she be concerned about safety? Could someone die? Chapter 25, Crashing into my wife's car? After losing his job, Xu Ning was not idle. In the morning, I went to the university town to set up a stall again. After Rin Feifei's efforts yesterday, Xu Ning's stall was obviously much more popular than before. Of course, a considerable number of people came here because of the looks of Xu Ning and Rin Feifei. However, the male college students were destined to return home disappointed, because Xu Ning was the only one setting up a stall this time. After learning that the young lady from yesterday would not come, many people returned home disappointed. But even so, with the support of some female college students, most of the goods on Xu Ning's stall were sold out in the morning. Ran Yuqing basically didn't go home for lunch, so Xu Ning didn't go back either. I bought a few buns in the university town and had lunch. But when he was looking at his phone, Ran Yuqing suddenly sent him a WeChat message. Ask him to pay attention to the official website of Jiayu Culture. Xu Ning smiled immediately. It's rare that this woman cares about her work. Xu Ning replied with a good word. It just so happened that he was also planning to use his meal break to look for job opportunities online. Now that Rin Yuqing reminded him, he simply went to take a look at Jiayu Culture's official website. Originally, Xu Ning didn't have much hope. He has been paying attention to this company for quite some time and even called the company's human resources department to inquire, but they said there were no recruitment plans in recent years. However, to Xu Ning's surprise, he just refreshed the official website page. The first thing that catches your eye is the company's recruitment announcement. Oh my god! Are you really admitting it? And looking at the time, it seems that the recruitment announcement was just released this morning. Excited, Xu Ning immediately clicked on it to look at the job requirements. We are hiring one security department specialist, who is required to have relevant security experience and only needs a junior high school degree. Xu Ning laughed immediately. This company hasn't recruited externally for hundreds of years, but they actually have one this year? And the position is exactly suitable for me. Xu Ning was extremely surprised. I wondered if Rin Yuqing's mouth was blessed. They had just talked about this last night, and Xu Ning had not yet held out hope. Finally, they issued a notice today. It just happens to be his major. Xu Ning didn't even bother to reply to Rin Yuqing. Immediately submit your resume and submit information according to the recruitment requirements. Then I just wait for the personnel notification. Xu Ning felt that with his qualifications and being a retired soldier, it should be easy for him to enter the interview stage. After finishing all this, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Xu Ning originally wanted to continue setting up a stall to sell things. But alas, the weather was not good. Suddenly snow started falling from the sky. Xu Ning waited for a while, originally planning to wait until the snow stopped and sell the remaining goods before going home. But unexpectedly, the snow fell heavier and heavier, with no sign of stopping. There was no other choice, so Xu Ning had to pack up and go home. But just when he was about to get home, Xu Ning saw someone who looked very similar to his sister-in-law getting into a Mercedes-Benz. Xu Ning was so busy looking back at them that he didn't notice a black Rolls-Royce turning at the intersection ahead. The driver honked the horn hard and braked suddenly to avoid the collision. Xu Ning then turned around and saw a car hitting him head-on. Xu Ning also braked urgently and turned the steering wheel sharply. Finally, his electric mountain bike lost balance and overturned on the road. The cargo in the car was scattered all over the ground, and the wheels in the air were spinning idly. Not far away, the Rolls-Royce also stopped by the roadside. The driver looked through the window and found that it was Xu Ning. He immediately said, "Miss, the one just now seemed to be the son-in-law. This driver has been picking up and dropping off Rin Yuqing at school since she was a child. He has been Rin Yuqing's driver for 20 years and can be said to be one of the people Rin Yuqing trusts the most. Therefore, Rin Yuqing would not hide many things from the driver. Of course, Rin Yuqing couldn't hide something like marriage. After all, the driver would come to Lianhu Garden to pick up Rin Yuqing every day, and he had secretly met Xu Ning several times. Without the driver's reminder, Rin Yuqing had already seen it. Rin Yuqing's face was gloomy at this time. Xu Ning almost bumped into them just now. Is he a fool? When riding a bicycle on the street, he didn't look at the road ahead, but looked back. Does he want to die? Angry Ren Yuqing wanted to get out of the car and scold Chu Ning. But he put his hand on the car door and then took it back. It is not appropriate for her to show up now. Miss, should I go and help my uncle? The driver also knew that Ren Yuqing had been hiding her identity and it was inconvenient for her to get off the car, so he thought about going over to help. Ren Yuqing didn't say anything, just looked through the window. Chu Ning looked quite thin, but he was quite strong. He righted the overturned tricycle by himself, and then hurried to pick up the goods scattered on the ground. It was still snowing outside, and the biting cold wind was piercing my bones. It was only then that Ren Yuqing noticed that this guy didn't even wear gloves. His hands were frozen red and he could only keep warm by blowing air into his mouth, but he still did not forget to pick up those worthless goods from the street stalls. This scene made Ren Yuqing feel a little sad. This should be her husband's daily routine. It's ridiculous that they have been married for more than a month, but she still seems to have never understood her husband's daily life. The only time I understood it was in this way. In this respect, she seems to be inferior to her sister. When Renfei was pursuing Chu Ning, she would even go to great lengths to help him set up a stall. But as a wife, I have never entered Chu Ning's life. Go down and help him. Ren Yuqing suddenly said. Yes, miss. The driver was about to get off the car, but Ren Yuqing noticed that a tram was coming towards them. Ren Yuqing recognized the man on the bike. It was the man who hit her car that day, Chu Ning's elder brother, Chuan. Don't get off, just drive on. Ren Yuqing was afraid that Chuan would recognize them, so she urged the driver to drive away. Xiao Ning, what's wrong with you? Why are you setting up a stall on a snowy day? Oh, aren't you going to work at Jinxiu Group? Why are you setting up a stall again? Chuan was just about to go to the hospital to get some medicine, but when he passed by, he saw Chu Ning's car overturned. At this time, Chuan asked while helping Chu Ning pick up the goods. As they were talking, the Rolls-Royce parked on the side of the road stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Chuan looked over and frowned immediately. Rolls-Royce? I also bumped into a Rolls-Royce that day. Do you think it could be one? Xiaoning, I feel like there is a rich woman living in your community, otherwise why would that car be parked at the gate of your community? To be able to drive such a luxury car, her net worth must be at least hundreds of millions. Brother, don't think about these things. No matter how rich the woman is, it doesn't belong to us brothers. That's not necessarily true. What if my brother's wife is a billionaire? I've read in novels that the wives of those who get married quickly are either beautiful CEOs or billionaires. Chuan joked. Chu Ning was also amused. Brother, you really think highly of your brother. Even if I dare to marry her, the beautiful CEO has to be interested in your brother, right? We are both poor brothers, and the rich woman must be blind to marry me. Chu Ning shook his head and smiled. Chuan glared at him. What's wrong with being a pauper? Although my brother is poor, he is handsome. If a rich CEO in his 20s doesn't like me, a billionaire in his 60s will definitely like me, right? Chu Ning. Brother, can we have some backbone? Ah, just kidding. Chapter 26. The old man arrives. Chu Ning did not tell his eldest brother that he had been fired, for fear that he would worry. He just said that he was off duty today and thought about making more money. Well, now that you're married and have a family, you should make more money. Otherwise, when you need money, you'll be in a difficult situation like your brother. Chuan said self-deprecatingly. But in fact, Chu Ning's elder brother made a lot of money every month when he was working. Although Chuan has no academic qualifications, he taught himself computer programming languages. Previously, he worked as a programmer in a local Internet of Things company. After years of accumulation, he has been promoted to middle management of the company, with a monthly income of more than 10,000 yuan, far exceeding the average monthly salary of 4,000 to 5,000 yuan in Yuncheng. I have made a lot of money after working for more than 10 years. But Chuan's salary card has always been controlled by his wife. To the point that now, sometimes I have to borrow money from Chu Ning to buy a pack of cigarettes. Okay, go home quickly. I have to get medicine for your nephew. He still hasn't recovered from his last cold. Chuan urged Chu Ning to go home, while he rode his tram in the snow to rush to the hospital. Before leaving, Chu Ning asked again, "Isn't your sister-in-law at home?" Chuan just said that she went shopping with her sisters and would be back in the evening. Chu Ning listened and felt uncomfortable. I thought to myself, isn't the sister-in-law really too uncaring about her husband? My eldest brother is busy every day, doing housework and taking care of the children at home full time, while my sister-in-law, on the other hand, either plays cards or goes shopping every day. Poor elder brother, in order to save some money, he even didn't want to take the bus and rode an electric bike in the snow to buy medicine. However, the sister-in-law spent the money that the eldest brother earned from his previous job with a clear conscience, and came back to scold him for being a loser who stayed at home all day and never went out to make money. Sometimes Chuning couldn't stand it anymore and felt that his sister-in-law was simply being unreasonable. But my eldest brother was very tolerant and just laughed it off. He also said that your sister-in-law had given birth to 3 children for him. It was very hard to be pregnant for 10 months, and it was normal for a man to suffer a little at home. In addition, your sister-in-law had just given birth to her 3rd child and had some postpartum depression. It was understandable that she was emotionally unstable. As a man, you should be more responsible. But Chuning found it hard to understand what he heard. It is indeed hard for my sister-in-law to give birth to a child, but she is not giving birth to the child for my brother alone. When the child grows up, he will be filial to me. Don't treat having children as a shackle that binds a man for life, right? What's more, during the pregnancy, the sister-in-law had a hard time, so didn't the brother have a hard time too? During those 10 months, my elder brother treated his sister-in-law like an ancestor, serving her tea and water, asking about her health, and even taking care of her excrement and urine. Moreover, he not only had to take care of his wife at home, but also had to face work pressure every day. After 10 months, my sister-in-law gained dozens of pounds, while my elder brother lost a lot of weight. Chuning never thought that his elder brother owed his elder sister-in-law anything. Besides, none of the 3 children has the eldest brother's surname. However, Chuning only thought about these things in his mind. Even a fair judge would find it difficult to judge family affairs, and it is not appropriate for Chuning to interfere too much in his eldest brother's marriage and family. Maybe I feel sorry for my elder brother, but he may not care. Because he loved his wife and children deeply, he indulged them in all their willfulness and treated them well. But the only thing is that you suffer. When Chuning returned home, he found that the lights in the house were on. I guess Rin Yuqing has gone home. Chuning was slightly surprised that the woman got off work quite early today. Chuning changed his shoes and looked around but didn't see Rin Yuqing until he heard a scream from the kitchen, then Chuning hurried over. Really? His stupid wife was actually cooking in the kitchen. While watching the tutorial on the phone, I stirred the pot with a spatula. It was probably the oil in the pot splashing out and onto her hands. Are you okay? Rinse it with your hands. Chuning rushed over and washed Rin Yuqing's hand with a pipe. After washing, I realized that I was holding Rin Yuqing's hand and quickly let go. If you don't know how to do it, don't force it. I'll just cook. Chuning took a look at the mushy eggs in the pot and smiled bitterly. He guessed that this woman wanted to be a poached egg. But it obviously failed. Don't underestimate me. I will learn it sooner or later. Ren Yuqing was a little unhappy at the moment. She was always proud of herself, and she obviously didn't expect that she couldn't even make a fried egg. This was the first time that Ren Yuqing, who had enjoyed a life of superiority, suffered repeated setbacks in something. But she secretly vowed that she would master the skills of doing housework. Ren Yuqing left the kitchen angrily. Chuning shook his head and smiled. He felt more and more that his wife was stupid and cute. Chuning prepared the meal skillfully and called Ren Yuqing to come out for dinner. At the dinner table, Ren Yuqing suddenly asked, "Have you read the Jiayu Culture official website that I asked you to follow?" "Yes, I forgot to tell you that Jiayu Culture is recruiting, and there is a position suitable for me." "Come to think of it, you are really a lucky star. We have been lucky since we got married. First, I joined Jinsho Group, and then my brother hit someone else's car and refused to pay for it. Recently, Jiayu Culture is recruiting again. I think we can try to buy a lottery ticket." Xu Ning said with a smile. Ren Yuqing didn't say anything. I thought, what an idiot. How could there be lucky stars in this world? I am the one controlling everything in secret. Don't be too happy too soon. Be careful that happiness may turn into sorrow, or you may get killed in a car accident. I don't want to be a widow. Ren Yuqing said coldly. Xu Ning almost choked to death on the mouthful of rice he was about to eat. I wondered if my wife's mouth was really blessed. She could even guess that he almost had a car accident? Yeah, I'll pay attention. Xu Ning felt a little guilty. Don't just talk about it. Remember to look at the road when you walk and concentrate when you ride your bike. Even a fool knows that you should look ahead at the road when riding a bike. Ran Yuqing said dissatisfiedly. Xu Ning now feels more and more that his wife will let it go. At this time, the doorbell rang. Xu Ning looked at the door curiously, then stood up and went to open it. But Ran Yuqing had a bad feeling. You eat first, I'll go open the door. Ran Yuqing stopped Xu Ning and walked over. I thought, could it be that little bitch Ren Fei is here to eat for free again? If it was really her, Ran Yuqing would definitely drive her away. Outside the door, an old man in a casual suit and a western hat, holding a cane, was waiting there. The black sunglasses on his forehead covered half of his face. Seeing that no one opened the door after ringing for a long time, the old man thought he had found the wrong door, so he sent a WeChat message to his granddaughter. My dear granddaughter, are you sure the address you gave is correct? Does your sister really live there? The other party replied quickly. Grandpa, I guarantee it's correct. You get what you pay for. The information you bought for 2 million is definitely true. If it's false, I'll return the money to you. But we have a deal. When you see my sister later, you are not allowed to tell her that I told you. The old man gave a okay gesture in return. At this time, the door opened. Sure enough, what came into view was the stunningly beautiful face of his eldest granddaughter. Hello? The old man stretched out his hand and greeted. Ran Yuqing was stunned. Grandpa? Ha ha ha. Ms. Ren, are you surprised? Are you surprised? No, you are already married. I should call you Mrs. Chu now? The old man smiled and opened his arms to Ran Yuqing. But Ran Yuqing was still in shock. The old man's appearance obviously caught her off guard. I know what you want to ask. No need to ask, it was Ren Fei who betrayed you. She turned around and sold your address to me for 2 million. I thought I was going to be cheated, but now it seems that this deal is not a loss. My grandson-in-law, take me to see my grandson-in-law. The old man couldn't wait any longer and stretched his head to look inside. Ran Yuqing tried to stop him, lowered her voice, and said through gritted teeth, Ren Fei, that profiteer, don't let me see her again. But Grandpa, why didn't you inform me in advance when you came? Didn't you not inform me of your marriage? Stop talking nonsense. I'm here to see my son-in-law from the Ren family, not you. Get out of the way and don't block the way. The old man pushed Ran Yuqing away, and despite his 60-year-old body, he walked briskly as he rushed into the living room. Ran Yuqing. Ran Yuqing was speechless and felt terrible. She knew that the little girl Ren Fei was unreliable. She should have killed her to silence her yesterday. Now, her grandfather, that nasty old man, also knows about it. Who knows what kind of trouble will happen in the future? Chapter 27, Getting Married and Getting the Whole Family Wiped Out. In the room, Xu Ning was still eating. All Xu Ning heard was Ran Yuqing talking to someone at the door. Her voice was not loud and he couldn't hear clearly. But seeing that Ran Yuqing had not come back yet, Xu Ning couldn't help but feel puzzled. He was about to get up and go over to take a look, but he saw a fashionable old man rushing towards him. Xu Ning was stunned for a moment. Who are you? The old man didn't say anything, but took off his sunglasses and looked at Xu Ning carefully back and forth. At that moment, Xu Ning felt that he was seen naked by the old man in front of him. Are you Yuqing's husband? The old man asked in a serious tone. This sudden question made Xu Ning nervous. Grandpa, what are you doing? You're scaring me again. Ran Yuqing chased after him and saw her grandfather looking like he was interrogating a prisoner. She quickly stood in front of her and said dissatisfiedly. Ran Yuqing estimated that Ren Fei had already told Grandpa all about Xu Ning before coming. Given the gap between the two families, Grandpa came this time most likely to call him to task. Ran Yuqing had been hiding her marriage from her family. Besides the fact that her relationship with Xu Ning was still unstable, another reason was that she felt her family would definitely not agree. Now it seems that it is true. Even her grandfather, whom she thought was the most open-minded, had such an attitude towards Xu Ning, not to mention her parents who valued family background the most. This matter has nothing to do with Xu Ning. If you have anything to say, let's go out and talk to me. Ran Yuqing was afraid that her grandfather would say something unpleasant and hurt Xu Ning's self-esteem, so she asked her grandfather to go out and talk. But the old man ignored her and pushed Ran Yuqing away. Don't block the way. It affects my seeing my son-in-law. Then the old man took a few steps closer to Xu Ning, and finally nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. This appearance is comparable to the dashing and heroic appearance of me when I was young, and much more handsome than your father. She also has double eyelids and is very tall. With such good genes from you two, I can rest assured about the appearance of the next generation. I didn't expect that you, a girl who is usually pure and has no desires, would have a good eye for finding a husband." The old man laughed heartily. He was very satisfied with his grandson-in-law. "Anyway, the first impression is very good and we are very compatible." The old man's words made Ren Yuqing confused. "Grandpa, are you serious? You really have no objection?" Ren Yuqing didn't expect the old man to have this attitude. The old man glared. "I like this kid better than the one from the Liu family. Why would I have any objection? If I really have an objection, it's that you should give me a big fat grandson as soon as possible. Your father is incompetent and can't give birth to a son, so it's up to you from now on." At this point, the old man turned his head again and grinned at Chu Ning. "And you, both of you should work hard." Ren Yuqing's face turned dark when she heard this. Her grandfather is still so frivolous. Ren Yuqing felt that her sister's unruly character was brought up by her grandfather. The grandfather and grandson were chatting enthusiastically, but Chu Ning looked confused. "Grandpa?" Ren Yuqing quickly explained, "He's not a biological relative, but a distant cousin. He's my cousin's grandfather." Chu Ning nodded and said, "Oh, so you are a distant relative. I was saying that you and I were the same. Your parents died early, your grandparents are gone, and you have no close relatives." As Chu Ning spoke, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Logically speaking, if Ren Yuqing had any close relatives, when they got married, Chu Ning should go to meet them and give them betrothal gifts, otherwise it would be impolite. But fortunately, they are just distant cousins. This way, even if Chu Ning didn't go to pay his respects, it wouldn't be considered rude. But Chu Ning's words undoubtedly confused the old man. Parents died early? Grandpa and grandma are not here? No brothers or sisters? Then what is he? Is it a ghost? The old man was very angry. If this stinky girl gets married, it will wipe out the entire Rin family. At that time, the old man's face turned dark, and he turned and glared at Ren Yuqing, as if he was going to call her to task. Ren Yuqing immediately felt guilty and smiled awkwardly. At the same time, she quietly tugged at her grandfather's clothes from behind, signaling him to cooperate. The old man couldn't do anything. Who made him so anxious to hold his great-grandson? Okay, do young people nowadays like to find such a marriage partner? Yes, for a person without a father, mother, or relatives, marriage will indeed save him a lot of trouble. I just don't know if my great-uncle is still alive and will be a hindrance to your affairs. If it's a hindrance, I can die early," the old man said with a gloomy face. "Grandpa." Ren Yuqing pulled the corner of the old man's clothes again. Chu Ning also quickly explained, "Uncle, please don't misunderstand me. I don't mean to dislike the old man for being in the way. I wish Miss Ren's parents and relatives were here. It would be so lively with 4 generations living under one roof. I'm just afraid of being impolite." Chu Ning felt a little embarrassed, fearing that the old man would misunderstand him. "It's okay, Chu Ning, my cousin is quite humorous, you don't have to take it seriously," Ren Yuqing comforted. "That's good. Don't stand there. Cousin, have you eaten? If not, it's great that we can sit down together." Chu Ning politely invited the old man to eat. The old man was obviously not really angry. When he saw Chu Ning inviting him to dinner, he immediately smiled and said, Sure. Uncle, we only cooked for 2 people, it's not enough. Let me treat you to dinner another day." Ren Yuqing was afraid that her grandfather would reveal the secret again, so she tried every means to get him away. "Yuqing, your cousin has come here with great difficulty, so it's not right for him not to eat." Chu Ning blamed. Then he helped the old man sit down and said, "Uncle, don't listen to Yuqing. Just eat here peacefully. There's more in the kitchen." My grandson-in-law is sensible and filial, unlike this naughty girl. I came from far away to visit relatives, but she actually wants to drive me away? The old man liked Chu Ning more and more, and he also scolded Ren Yuqing. Ren Yuqing was speechless. I thought to myself, my grandfather is such a naughty old man, how come he can't read people's expressions as he gets older? Can't he see that I don't want him to stay long? Ren Yuqing finished the meal in fear. But fortunately, the old man only asked about Chu Ning's family and work situation and didn't say anything else. This made Ren Yuqing breathe a sigh of relief. However, just as dinner was about to end, the old man suddenly asked about how Chu Ning and Rin Yuqing were getting along. Yuqing and I are both fine. We get along very well. The old man was immediately delighted when he heard this. Before he came, he was worried that Chu Ning would not get along with Rin Yuqing, could not stand Rin Yuqing's temper, and would no longer want his granddaughter. But now it seems that the couple has a good married life. Well, then I feel relieved. But grandson-in-law, don't blame grandpa for being too talkative. It's mainly because I, your cousin's granddaughter, have been without a father or mother since I was a child, so my personality may be a little difficult to get along with. Sometimes I speak without thinking, and I am arrogant and hurt people's self-esteem. In short, you have to bear more. In the future, if you are wronged, you call me and grandpa will deal with her, but we have agreed that you are not allowed to file for divorce. My granddaughter is almost 30 years old and she finally got married. If you don't want her anymore, she probably won't find anyone who wants her in the future. The old man held Chu Ning's hand and kept talking, his eyes full of sadness. Chapter 28. Rin Yuqing doubted again. Chu Ning felt sympathy for this scene and promised that he would never be the first to file for divorce. The old man was relieved. These years, Rin Yuqing's marriage has been a real worry for him. At one point, he thought that his granddaughter, who refused to date or get married, had a problem with her sexual orientation, and he wanted to take her to the hospital several times. But now it seems that I was just worrying too much. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Rin Yuqing looked at her grandfather with dissatisfaction. She talks as if she really can't get married. Okay, I won't say anything. In a word, you two should live well. By the way, Xiao Ning, my granddaughter has never been in a relationship, so she may not understand certain things between men and women. You should teach her more about this at night. You're getting old, hurry up and have a child. This year, it must be done. The old man urged Chu Ning. Chu Ning's face suddenly turned red. He didn't expect that the old man was so open-minded that he actually told him about this and asked them to have a child this year. Uncle, let's wait a little longer. My relationship with Miss Rin is far from that stage yet. The old man became anxious when he heard this. What are you waiting for? It's normal for a couple to have a baby. Just do it tonight. At this moment, Rin Yuqing wished she could bury her face in the pit. She knew that when her grandfather came, it would be bad news. You dare to say anything? Uncle, you are full. Let me take you home. Without waiting for the old man to answer, Rin Yuqing stood up, pulled the old man up from his seat and walked out. Grandpa, why are you here to cause trouble? Can you act a little more like an elder? Say whatever you want. After Rin Yuqing led the old man downstairs, she immediately questioned him in dissatisfaction. How am I making trouble? I'm just concerned about you. You're married, so it's normal to have children. Besides, you're almost 30 years old. If you don't have a baby, you'll be an elderly mother, and your life will be in danger. The old man said righteously. Seeing that she couldn't win the argument with the old man, Rin Yuqing didn't bother to argue anymore and urged him to go home quickly. But the old man was reluctant to leave and wanted to say goodbye to Chu Ning. He also asked Rin Yuqing to treat Chu Ning well and not to throw tantrums at home. Also, find a time to ask Chu Ning to come home, have a meal together, and let your parents see him. Doesn't Xiao Ning have a brother and sister-in-law? They are considered your in-laws, so the two families should meet each other. Marriage is not just a matter between the two of you, but also a matter between two families. You still have to go through the necessary procedures. As for concealing your identity, your sister has already told me. Although I don't agree with your approach, things have come to this point. Until you take the initiative to confess, your grandfather will help you and won't reveal the truth to you. The old man said earnestly. But Rin Yuqing had some concerns. Grandpa, you really don't object to me marrying him? Didn't you and my parents always want me to marry a famous family like the Liu family? The old man shook his head and smiled. I don't care what your parents think, but Grandpa never cares about family background. There are two things I consider when choosing a grandson-in-law: he must be a man and treat you well. Other things are not important. My family, Ren, is the richest man in Yuncheng. We have a fortune and do not need a marriage to consolidate our position. No matter who you choose to marry, I will support you as long as you let me have a great-grandson as soon as possible. When the old man was young, he worked hard for his career and missed his son's childhood and his granddaughter's growth. Now that he is finally retired, his biggest wish is to see his children enjoy the happiness of family life. So over the years, the old man has been urging Ren Yuqing to get married. Originally, Ren Yuqing was quite moved by the first half of the conversation. But after hearing the last sentence, Ren Yuqing's face drooped again. "Grandpa, it's time for you to go." In the end, the old man was forced into the car by Ren Yuqing. However, after getting in the car, the old man became more and more anxious. "My granddaughter has been arrogant and conceited since she was young. If I ask her to take the initiative to propose something like having a child, it would be impossible." As for Chu Ning, based on his observations tonight, he was a more down-to-earth and upright person. He had no philandering mind, and certainly didn't know how to coax a woman. When it came to sex, he was even more embarrassed and shy than his own granddaughter. The old man even suspected that Chu Ning might not know as much about having children as Ren Yuqing. And it is possible that both man and woman are sexually frigid. "No, I have to think of something. Otherwise, I, an old man, will have to wait till the end of time before I can hold my great-grandson in my arms?" The old man is very concerned. Ren Yuqing naturally had no idea about Mr. Ren's thoughts. After she returned home, she immediately went to clean up the dishes without speaking to Chu Ning the whole time. "I guess I was a little embarrassed." After all, her grandfather had just said such embarrassing words to Chu Ning. This was extremely embarrassing for Ren Yuqing, who had never experienced sex. Moreover, Ren Yuqing was really worried that Chu Ning would have some improper thoughts tonight after listening to her grandfather's words. Chu Ning saw Ren Yuqing's concerns and immediately said with a smile, "Miss Ren, has Grandpa been sent away?" Ren Yuqing nodded. The old man is quite humorous. If there is a chance, you can ask him to come visit more often. Of course, don't worry, I won't take what the old man said just now seriously. We are not very familiar with each other now, and many things need to be adjusted. You don't have to have any psychological burden, just let everything take its course." Chu Ning smiled and said softly. After saying that, Chu Ning changed into sportswear and went downstairs in the community to exercise. Looking at Chu Ning's leaving back, Ren Yuqing's previous concerns all disappeared. Before living together, Ren Yuqing was worried about whether it would be dangerous to live with a stranger, and she was so scared that she could not sleep at night. Although Ren Yuqing had some basic knowledge of karate, it was difficult for ordinary people to get close to him. But just in case, Ren Yuqing hid a pair of scissors under his pillow at the beginning. But after living together, Ren Yuqing realized that she was indeed worrying too much. Chu Ning's gentleness and elegance made her feel at ease every day. However, Chu Ning's politeness and courteousness made Ren Yuqing worried in another way. Could it be that her husband is really not capable of doing this? Chapter 29. Let us set up a stall together. One night passed quickly. The next morning, after Chu Ning finished his breakfast, he prepared to repair the car. Chu Ning was fine after his car overturned on the road yesterday, but the front headlight of his second-hand electric tricycle was broken and he needs to replace it. However, when Chu Ning was about to go out, he found that Ren Yuqing had not yet gone to work. Why haven't you left yet? It's almost 9 o'clock. Aren't you afraid of being late?" At this time usually, Ren Yuqing would have gone to work long ago, but today was a little strange. "Take a rest today. But if you need help, I don't mind." Ren Yuqing pretended to look at the phone, but glanced at Chu Ning out of the corner of her eye. In fact, today was a special day off for her. When Ren Yuqing saw Chu Ning coming back from his stall yesterday, she wanted to accompany Chu Ning to set up a stall. She wanted to get into Chu Ning's life so that she could better observe and understand him. But Ren Yuqing did not bring it up on her own initiative, she just asked tactfully. She wanted Chu Ning to take the initiative to invite her to set up a stall. "No need, you take a rest, I'm leaving." Chu Ning answered decisively, turned around, and was about to leave. Ren Yuqing was very angry. What a silly husband. Wasn't it obvious what she meant just now? Can't she see that she took her leave just to accompany him to set up the stall? But, I am still angry. Ren Yuqing didn't want to waste her vacation time today. I had to suppress my anger and hinted again, I don't want to stay at home, I want to go out and relax. Chu Ning was immediately embarrassed, is that so? Then why don't you go to the park to relax? Or ask your cousin to accompany you? I have to set up a stall today, so I'm afraid I can't accompany you. Ren Yuqing gritted her teeth when she heard this. This bastard hasn't heard it yet. Where are you going to set up your stall? Ren Yuqing asked unhappily. Over there in the university town. I've never been there. I want to go there for a walk. Ren Yuqing's words made Xu Ning stunned. He just figured it out now. This woman walked around for a long time, maybe she wanted to set up a stall with him. Xu Ning was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Women are so complicated. If you want to go, can you just say it directly? It's not that I'm not allowing you to go. I guess she wants me to invite her. My wife is quite arrogant. Then come with me to set up the stall. After the things are sold, I will accompany you to walk around there. There are a lot of college students over there, and the snack street is also very lively. Xu Ning invited her sincerely. Ren Yuqing finally said in a satisfied tone, "Okay, wait for me, I'll change my clothes right away." Ren Yuqing stood up and was about to go back to her room, but Xu Ning stopped her. He said he had to go get his car fixed first and probably wouldn't be able to set up his stall until noon, and he would come to pick her up then. Ren Yuqing agreed. This is a good thing, as a friend asked her to play golf in the morning. She was just wondering what excuse to use to refuse, but now she doesn't have to. After Xu Ning left, Ren Yuqing asked the driver to pick her up. Go to Tianyu Club. After getting in the car, Ren Yuqing gave the order directly. When Xu Ning finished repairing the car, it was already past 11 in the morning. He also has to go to the wholesale market to purchase goods. However, I went a little late today and some of the goods were sold out. There was no other choice, Xu Ning had to call his childhood friend, the fat boy. Half an hour later, Xu Ning arrived at a warehouse in the suburbs, and the fat man was already waiting there. Brother Ning, this is the stuff you wanted. I asked someone to move it out for you. Take a look. Is there anything missing? Xu Ning checked it and said, yeah, that's all. Thank you for today, fatty. Xu Ning thanked him and handed the money to the fat man. Brother Ning, why should I give you money? We are all brothers. Consider this as your wedding gift. The fat guy's family runs a department store business. Many times, Fatty asked Xu Ning to come to him to buy goods. He was his brother, and his own things, so he would make sure Xu Ning would not suffer any loss. But Xu Ning feels that doing business should be separated from emotions. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't even have any brothers left in the end. Therefore, Xu Ning basically purchased goods from outside and rarely bothered Fatty. You think you can just get by with such little stuff? You're dreaming. Hurry up, take the money and move the goods for me. Xu Ning stuffed the money into the fat man's hands, then lowered his head to move the goods. Okay, I'll give you a big red envelope to make it up to you next time, okay? The fat man shook his head and smiled. After all these years, his brother Ning's temperament hasn't changed at all. I still don't take advantage of my brothers. The fat man helped to load the things to be sold in the afternoon onto the tricycle. I have nothing to do this afternoon. Do you want me to help you out with some shouting? It's a good opportunity to keep you company so you don't feel lonely setting up a stall by yourself. No need. Your sister-in-law will be with me this afternoon, so there's no need for you. Xu Ning said with a smile, and then sent a WeChat message to Ren Yuqing, saying that the car had been repaired and he would pick you up at home in half an hour. Fuck. Brother Ning, you just want to show off, right? When the day comes that you find a girlfriend as pretty as your sister-in-law, I'll show off to you. The fat man was caught off guard by Xu Ning's display of dog food and started cursing. Xu Ning patted the fat man's shoulder and sighed, alas, I'm afraid your wish will be difficult to achieve. Xu Ning shook his head, then jumped into the car and prepared to leave. The fat man chased after him, don't go yet, I'm going back to the city too, give me a ride. Just like that, Xu Ning rode his tricycle, taking Fatty with him, and prepared to go home to pick up Ren Yuqing. But little did he know that at this moment, Ren Yuqing was at the Tianyu Club, less than a kilometer away from him. Tianyu Club is a famous high-end club in Yuncheng. The annual membership fee is almost astronomical, and it is mainly open to the wealthy, providing them with a place for leisure and entertainment all year round. Of course, many deals are also done during leisure and entertainment. As the head of Jinxiu Group, Ren Yuqing is naturally a member of Tianyu Club, and a lifetime member of the highest level. On the golf course, Ren Yuqing was wearing a white golf jersey, a brown sun hat, and her black ponytail was tied up high. With her elegant swing, Ren Yuqing's curvy figure was fully stretched, and a beautiful body curve bloomed on the golf course, attracting countless envious eyes. Bang bang bang! My good friend Morong Duo came over clapping his hands. Hole in one. Yuqing, your ball skills are already superb. However, in comparison, Yuqing, your figure and appearance are even more alluring. Seeing those wealthy businessmen and CEOs in the distance whose eyes were shining with admiration for Rin Yuqing, Morong Duo felt a sense of emotion. She has been playing here for many years. Before Rin Yuqing came, Morong Duo was definitely the most beautiful girl in the club. But as soon as Rin Yuqing appears here, the eyes of all club members, without exception, will be focused on Rin Yuqing. Although Morong Duo came from a prominent family and was a famous lady in Yuncheng, she had no choice but to become a foil in front of Rin Yuqing. Rin Yuqing didn't say anything, her face was cold, and after the fight she wiped the sweat off her face with a sports towel. At this moment, the cell phone notification sound rang. It was a message from Chu Ning. He said he would pick her up at home in half an hour. Rin Yuqing, who had a cold expression before, suddenly softened. After replying with a okay, she put down her phone and started packing up to go back. What's wrong, Yuqing? Don't you want to play anymore? This round hasn't even finished yet. Morong Duo was still unsatisfied. Chapter 30 exposed. Well, no more playing. Well, it's time for dinner, let's go eat. Mr. Li from the Li group and Mr. Guo from the Tianjin group are also here. They have told me several times to invite you to dinner. Today is a good opportunity. Morong Duo thought that Ren Yuqing was tired from playing, so she didn't try to persuade them anymore and suggested going to eat. No, Duo, maybe next time. I have something else to do later. Chu Ning will be home in half an hour, so she has to go back quickly, otherwise she will miss Chu Ning's stall. What's the matter? Can't it be postponed? We haven't seen each other for more than a month, you have to accompany me for a meal. Besides, I just told Mr. Li and Mr. Guo that you will be there at noon. Aren't you making me embarrassed? Let's go, Yuqing, it's only a mealtime, it won't keep you too long. Morong Duo said in a pleading tone. Duo, this really can't be postponed. I'll make it up to you at the dinner later. Ren Yuqing's words were very firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Morong Duo couldn't help but be surprised. She and Rin Yuqing have been friends for many years, and she is also the heiress to a wealthy family. With their status and position, there are no social engagements that they cannot refuse, it is just a matter of whether they want to or not. This undoubtedly made Morong Duo even more curious. What kind of situation is more important than having a meal with myself? Thinking of Rin Yuqing's changes before and after she looked at her phone, Morong Duo couldn't help but guess, is she going to meet a handsome guy? Rin Yuqing nodded. Morong Duo was so shocked that her mouth opened wide. Oh my god, is this true? Our iceberg beauty who has always been indifferent to men will also have a day of enlightenment? Whose young master are you? Could it be the one from the Lu family? You really obeyed? Morong Duo immediately became gossipy. It's not him. You'll have a chance to meet him in the future. I'm leaving first. Ren Yuqing didn't have time to explain further. She picked up her things and left in a hurry. Morong Duo sighed as she watched. Women, as expected, forget their sisters once they have a man. Amid Morong Duo's complaints, Ren Yuqing walked out of the golf course and was about to go to the door to catch a ride. But no one knew who leaked the news that the president of Jinqiu Group and the heir of the richest family, Ren, was playing basketball at the Tianyu Club today, so much so that all the rich young masters in the circle came to watch in the hope of encountering him. As soon as Ren Yuqing appeared at the door, someone recognized her. In an instant, the wealthy young men and elite CEOs who had been waiting there for a long time rushed up and took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Ren Yuqing was extremely annoyed and asked her bodyguards to block the crowd. She herself walked straight towards the car with a cold expression. At this moment, Chu Ning happened to pass by here on his bike. The fat man, who always likes to be lively, saw so many people here, so he immediately asked Chu Ning to stop the car, and he rushed into the crowd to find out what was going on. Are you going to leave or not? Otherwise I'll just leave on my own. Chu Ning was speechless. How could this fat guy be so kind? He has to hurry back to pick up his wife? 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. I'll take a look and leave. The fat man said to Chu Ning as he squeezed into the crowd. He just found out that the president of Jinqiu Group appeared here. That person is the richest man in Yuncheng, and is said to be a beauty. The fat man, who has always been a womanizer, naturally does not want to miss this opportunity. However, after the fat man finally rushed in with all his might, he only saw a back. The other party got into the car under the protection of bodyguards. With the engine roaring, the Rolls-Royce passed through the crowd, past Chu Ning, and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. There were 2 bodyguard cars following behind, escorting on both sides. As Ren Yuqing left, the crowd quickly dispersed. But the fat man just stood there, refusing to leave. What's wrong? Why don't you leave now? I really don't care about you anymore. Shu Ning was a little impatient. Brother Ning, do you know who I saw just now? Said the fat man after he came to his senses. Who is it? A celebrity? Get in the car quickly and we'll talk on the way. Shu Ning didn't care much and kicked the fat man, telling him to get in the car quickly. On the way, the fat man continued, I met the president of Jinsho Group. Is it true? Shu Ning was also shocked. He almost became the personal bodyguard of the president of Jinsho Group. But unfortunately, after working in the group for more than a month, I was fired without ever getting to see the real boss. Nonsense, of course it's true. Those people who were watching just now were all rich young men, and they probably wanted to make friends with that old lady Jinsho, and even strike up a conversation with her and get married to her. Oh. Shu Ning replied casually and concentrated on riding his bike. Fuck, what's your attitude? That's the heir to the richest family in Yunqing, your former boss, and now you almost meet him, aren't you excited? What's there to be excited about? The wealthy president, the daughter of the richest man, ordinary people like us are too far away from them. We will never have any intersection with them in our lifetime. Just take care of the things in front of us. Shu Ning has always been indifferent to people and things that are too far away from him. You can't say that. What if President Jinsho is blind and falls in love with you and wants to marry you? Shu Ning, don't force me to slap you, fatty. If you want to marry her, just tell me. Why are you dragging me into this? Brother Ning, I'm not joking. But seriously, the back of President Jinsho does look a bit like your wife. Chatting and laughing all the way, half an hour later, Shu Ning arrived at the gate of Lianhu Garden Community and called Ren Yuqing to come out. Why aren't you leaving? Shu Ning rolled his eyes at the fat man who was still staying here. The fat man laughed and said, Since I'm here, shouldn't I say hello to my sister-in-law? While the two were talking, Ren Yuqing walked out of the community. At this moment, Ren Yuqing was still dressed the same as when she was playing golf. She wore a brown sun hat, her ponytail stood up high, and tight sweatpants that outlined her slender legs in an extremely attractive way. The only difference is that I am wearing a thicker down jacket on my upper body than before. The fat man was stunned at the first sight. Although this was the second time he had seen it, the fat man still couldn't help swallowing. Damn, Brother Ning, you are so blessed. Sexually blessed. The fat man did not hide his envy, jealousy, and hatred. This way. Shu Ning waved at Ren Yuqing. Ren Yuqing walked over and smiled at the fat man when she saw him. Hello, nice to see you again. Ren Yuqing remembered the fat man and greeted him. Hello, sister-in-law. Come on and sit next to Brother Ning. This tricycle is a bit bumpy, so hold on to Brother Ning on the road. The fat man consciously gave his seat to Ren Yuqing. Ren Yuqing nodded, walked past the fat man and was about to get in the car. But when the fat man saw her back, he was indeed stunned, and immediately called out to Ren Yuqing, Sister-in-law, did you go to Tanyu Club just now? Ren Yuqing's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? Ren Yuqing asked back. It's okay, sister-in-law. Brother Ning and I just passed by the entrance of Tanyu Club and saw the back of the president of Jinsho Group. He looked like you. I thought you were the president of Jinsho, said the fat man with a smile. Ren Yuqing's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. She didn't expect that Shu Ning and the others actually saw her. This is bad, could it be that the secret has been exposed? Chapter 31 caused a sensation. What are you thinking? If she were the president of Jinsho, would we still have to rent a house? Besides, President Jinsho is not as pretty as my wife. Shu Ning said with a smile. The fat man nodded. Yes, everyone says that the president of Jinsho Group is Nun Miju. She probably has a bitter face and looks ferocious. She is definitely not as good as my sister-in-law. Ren Yuqing's mouth twitched slightly as she listened. She didn't know whether this was a compliment or an insult to her. Shu Ning smiled and looked at Ren Yuqing, explaining, this fat guy is always thinking about marrying the daughter of the richest man. Everyone he sees looks like the president of Jinsho Group. Don't mind it. Only then did Ren Yuqing breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that they didn't see my true appearance just now. However, taking this opportunity, Ren Yuqing asked Shu Ning, don't you want to? Marrying a wealthy wife should save you decades of hard work. Shu Ning thought that Ren Yuqing was testing him, so he said without thinking, that's him. I don't want to be his wife. It's hard to be the daughter-in-law of a wealthy family, and it's even harder to be the son-in-law of a wealthy family. I know myself well. With my conditions, if I really marry a rich woman, I'm afraid she will ask me to marry into her family. My brother has been a live-in son-in-law all his life and has been bullied by his wife's family. I can't stand this kind of life. If you were the president of Jinsho Group, I would probably divorce you. I don't think you are good enough for me, and I wouldn't be happy if we got married. But if you are like this, a girl from an ordinary family, I will try my best to stay with you forever. Chu Ning said frankly. Ran Yuqing fell silent. She didn't know whether Chu Ning was sincere in what he said. But it was indeed the answer she wanted. But for some reason, she couldn't be happy at all. Ran Yuqing felt a little regretful. She shouldn't have asked this question. Brother Ning, I won't disturb you two from being intimate. I'm leaving. The fat man waved his hand, found a shared electric bike from the roadside and rode home. The fat guy's car was lent out these 2 days, so he didn't drive it. After the fat man left, Chu Ning took Rin Yuqing to the university town to set up a stall. After arriving at the destination, Chu Ning did not rush to set up a stall, but took Rin Yuqing to eat first. The braised chicken and rice here is delicious. Would you like to try it? Chu Ning is obviously familiar with this place. He knows which food is delicious and which is not. Ran Yuqing, who usually lives aloof and out of touch with the world, is undoubtedly very unfamiliar and curious about the scene here. Wherever Chu Ning said to go, she followed. Soon, 2 servings of braised chicken with rice were served. Hey, Xiao Ning, is this your girlfriend? What a pretty girl. Chu Ning often eats here, so the proprietress naturally knows her. But it was the first time that the proprietress saw Chu Ning bringing a girl here, so she was naturally surprised. Chu Ning felt a little embarrassed and smiled awkwardly, which was considered as his agreement. Seeing this, the proprietress confirmed her guess. I couldn't help but look at Ren Yuqing one more time. You are such a lucky guy. The proprietress smiled and returned to the kitchen. After seeing her man, the lady boss lowered her voice and said, Boss, remember Chu Ning who used to set up a stall outside? He actually has a girlfriend who's very pretty. You said that guy looks sullen and silent, how come he's so capable and found such a pretty girlfriend? And look at our stinky boy, he's not getting along with anyone he meets, it really drives me crazy. The proprietress felt very unhappy. She had a general idea of Chu Ning's situation. He had no parents, no proper job, and only one brother who was alive and son-in-law, not to mention a car and a house. If these conditions were met in the blind date market, the man would definitely remain single. The boss lady felt that her son must find a partner before Chu Ning. But who would have thought that Chu Ning would come to the front instead? This made the proprietress even more anxious. My son has a house, a car, and a decent job, he's just a little fat, why can't he find a partner? Chu Ning had no idea how many people he had hurt by bringing his wife to set up the stall. Why don't you eat? At the stall outside, Chu Ning had almost finished eating. But he noticed that Ren Yuqing's portion was barely touched, and the green peppers for seasoning were neatly placed on the chicken. Chu Ning couldn't help but ask. I ate something at home before coming here, so I'm not very hungry. Ren Yuqing replied. Oh well. Since Ren Yuqing didn't want to eat, Chu Ning didn't persuade her anymore. After eating, he asked Ren Yuqing for her opinion, and then took her portion of braised chicken and ate it himself. You can't waste something you bought with money. Seeing Chu Ning eating with relish, Ren Yuqing held her cheeks with both hands and couldn't help but smile. This is the first time in all these years that someone has eaten the meal that he has eaten. Is this the daily life of an ordinary couple? They support each other and don't mind each other's leftovers. Chu Ning quickly cleaned up the battlefield, paid the money, and then officially set up the stall. Still at the same location, Chu Ning first cleaned the ground, then laid a bedsheet, and then began to unload the goods. Is there anything I can do? Ren Yuqing felt that she couldn't just stand there and watch. Chu Ning thought for a moment and said, then help me put these little things up there. Ren Yuqing, okay. Ren Yuqing then bent down and placed Chu Ning's things one by one on the bed sheet. When everything was done, both of them had some sweat on their foreheads. Seeing this, Chu Ning went to the convenience store nearby, bought a bottle of mineral water, and handed it to Ren Yuqing. You don't want it? No, I brought some water. Chu Ning said with a smile, then picked up his thermos cup and gulped down several gulps. After a while, people started to come to Chu Ning's stall. Most people just pass by and take a look. If they are interested, they pick up a few items and play with them. After asking the price, they don't buy anything and just leave. Xu Ning always patiently answers customers' questions. As for Rin Yuqing, it was her first time to set up a stall in such a busy neighborhood, so she felt a little embarrassed to show up in public. He kept his head down all the time, as if he was afraid of being seen. Xu Ning noticed Rin Yuqing's embarrassment, so he took the initiative to ask Rin Yuqing to sit in the back and help him watch the tricycle. Rin Yuqing readily agreed. She is the president of a listed group and the heir to the richest family. Now she has to set up a stall on the street and endure the gazes coming and going. Rin Yuqing really can't adapt for a while. Only after hiding behind and away from the crowd did Rin Yuqing feel a little relieved. She overestimates herself. She originally thought that setting up a stall was not a challenging job, and it was a good opportunity for her to experience the life of ordinary people and get to know Xu Ning better. But now it seems that this kind of work is not something that just anyone can do. At least you can't be too thin-skinned. Rin Yuqing estimated that her sister was thick-skinned and she would definitely be able to do it. Chapter 32 I Am His Wife. After a while, perhaps it was time for the college students to get out of class. In the nearby university, students who had no classes gradually walked out of the campus to play and go shopping. After Xu Ning shouted a few times, more and more customers soon came to his stall. In just a few minutes, he sold several items. When she first saw the scene, Rin Yuqing was quite happy. I didn't expect Xu Ning could actually sell things. And it seems that business is pretty good. Maybe they can sell out all the goods they brought in within the afternoon. Xu Ning was very busy at the moment. People kept asking about prices, product quality, and so on, and Xu Ning always introduced them to them with a smile, patiently and gently. Rin Yuqing sat in the back, watching from afar, and couldn't help but smile. Her simple-minded husband, who usually doesn't talk much, is quite capable when it comes to selling things. However, after looking at it for a while, Rin Yuqing felt something was not right. Because she found that most of the people who came to buy things were girls, including many young and beautiful female college students. After the purchase, he found various ways to add Xu Ning on WeChat and even asked to take a photo with Xu Ning. Rin Yuqing frowned at that time. But what happened next was even more outrageous. A girl actually took advantage of the crowd and reached out to touch Xu Ning's abdominal muscles. Rin Yuqing could no longer sit still. She stood up immediately, ran over and glared at the girl with ferocious eyes. What are you doing? Just buy something, why do you have to make a move? Do you think that's polite? Didn't your teachers teach you what respect is in school? After all, as the head of a trillion-dollar group, Rin Yuqing can be said to have her own aura. Just standing there made these college students who had not yet left the ivory tower tremble with fear. After a few words of scolding, the girl's eyes turned red and she looked like she was about to cry. Finally, she said sorry to Xu Ning guiltily, then left wiping her tears. They are just curious, it's okay. And they are still young. Xu Ning was afraid that Rin Yuqing would scare these college students, so he quickly explained for them and asked Rin Yuqing to stop talking about them. But before Xu Ning could finish his words, Rin Yuqing interrupted him. Don't talk. Can you just do whatever you want just because you're curious? Is youth a golden ticket to immunity from death? If they don't even know how to respect others, which company will hire them after they graduate and enter the workforce? Xu Ning gave a bitter smile and immediately shut up. Although Rin Yuqing's tone was a bit harsh, what she said made sense. It was indeed inappropriate to secretly touch someone's abdominal muscles. This is also because I am a boy and the other party is a girl. In this kind of situation, girls have a natural advantage in gender and are more likely to be forgiven and understood. If you take it seriously, boys will be accused of being stingy. But if the genders were swapped and a boy secretly touched a girl's belly, the consequences would probably be serious. At the very least, it means social death, and at the worst, it means being thrown into jail. And you, buy things if you want to. But if you have ulterior motives, then get out of here as soon as possible. Rin Yuqing warned the group of female customers in front of the stall in a cold tone. Who are you? So domineering. Is this your stall? If you tell us to go, we'll go, right? We buy things from Boss Chu and add Boss Chu on WeChat. Does it have anything to do with you? Have a finger in the pie. Rin Yuqing's words instantly aroused everyone's dissatisfaction. Many people immediately retorted. Rin Yuqing was not afraid at all. She straightened her waist and faced everyone, saying, I am his wife. Do you think it has anything to do with me? Explosive killing. A complete and utter massacre. After Rin Yuqing finished speaking, the air here instantly became quiet. It was so quiet. The people who were speaking confidently just now suddenly stopped talking and fell silent. The girls who added Chu Ning on WeChat blushed and left in shame. There is no way. The queen has arrived, and these crazy girls naturally feel guilty. Following Rin Yuqing's display of power, the popularity that had just been gathered also dissipated. The stall was empty in an instant. Chu Ning watched the whole process with a wry smile on his face. I thought to myself that my wife is not someone you can easily mess with. However, despite his emotion, when Chu Ning heard Rin Yuqing say in public that she was his wife, he still felt an inexplicable sense of joy in his heart. After such a long time, this seems to be the first time that Rin Yuqing has told outsiders that she is his wife. That sense of recognition makes people happy. Okay, I've talked and scolded you. You go back and sit down. I'll set up the stall for a while. Chu Ning said with a smile. He has only sold half of them now, so he still needs to work harder. Don't sell any more. Go sit in the back and I'll watch over your stall. Ren Yuqing was really worried. After all, her husband was indeed quite handsome, and he was standing here attracting many men. These female college students were at the age when their hormones were thriving. If someone tried to touch his abdominal muscles again, Ren Yuqing would probably be so angry that she would die. She hasn't touched her husband yet? Those women outside actually made the first move. Chu Ning was stunned. Are you serious? Can you do this? Just now, Ren Yuqing felt a little embarrassed sitting here, and Chu Ning was really worried that she couldn't handle it. Don't worry, I've just watched for so long, I've learned it all. Just sit quietly in the back. Ren Yuqing has made up her mind not to let her husband show up in public. Chu Ning had no choice but to follow her wishes. At the beginning, Ren Yuqing really couldn't let go. No one came to watch for half an hour. She is the CEO of Jinxiu and the richest person in Yunsheng, but she can't sell a single item. Isn't that embarrassing? No, she has to be self-reliant. Finally, Ren Yuqing gritted her teeth, stood up, and shouted like Chu Ning just now, come and take a look, men's belts and women's accessories are sold at a low price. Looking at Ren Yuqing's embarrassed, shy and brave appearance, Chu Ning immediately laughed out loud. Really, it's so cute. After looking at her for a while, Chu Ning decided not to embarrass the girl and changed her back. But unexpectedly, Ren Yuqing's actions really worked. Her shouting attracted a lot of people's attention. Many male college students, seeing such a beautiful girl, immediately surrounded her. Several orders were completed in a short while. I'll go, is that really possible? Chu Ning was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that his wife actually sold something on her first stall. But just when Chu Ning sat back in his original position, ready to be a hands-off boss, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Those customers who had bought things did not leave but sat there chatting with Ren Yuqing. Some of them took the initiative to help Ren Yuqing sell things, and some even gave Ren Yuqing flowers. Damn it! How can this be tolerated? Chu Ning could no longer sit still and rushed forward to snatch the flower. What are you doing? You just bought something, why did you give me flowers? Are you here to buy things or to pick up girls? You are so young, why don't you concentrate on your studies and do these things? Chapter 33, The Funny Grandfather and Grandson. Chu Ning threw the bouquet of roses on the ground and scolded sternly. Chu Ning appeared suddenly, and the male college student who sent the flowers was stunned at first. When she saw Chu Ning throwing away her flowers, she immediately became angry. Who are you? It's no good for a dog to meddle in other people's business. Who I send flowers to is none of your business. Are you looking for trouble? If you need a beating, just tell me and I'll satisfy you. The male college student scolded Chu Ning. That's right, are you crazy? What does someone sending flowers have to do with you? The people around also blamed Chu Ning. I think you are the ones who deserve a beating. Chu Ning was so angry that these guys flirted with his wife, and they still thought they were right? Chu Ning wanted to beat them up at that time. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, Ren Yuqing hurried to stop them. Everyone calm down. He's my husband. Ren Yuqing's words stunned the onlookers, and then they all shattered to the ground. Such a beautiful girl is actually married? The arrogance of the boy who sent the flowers suddenly weakened. He didn't say anything else, just looked at Ren Yuqing sympathetically. Life is not easy, and my wife has to make a living by performing. In the end, Ren Yuqing compensated the other party for the money, and the matter was finally resolved. After selling for a long time, the money earned was not enough to compensate for the money people spent. Afterwards, Ren Yuqing was angry and laughed. Look, because of you, no one dares to buy. If there's no one, then there's no one. We won't sell anymore and we'll go home. Xu Ning had a gloomy face and closed up his stall and went home. Also, I'll set up the stall by myself from now on, so you don't have to come. Xu Ning felt a little pressured because his wife was so beautiful and was always being noticed by others, so he decided not to let his wife show up in public anymore. Then you are not allowed to come. Even if you come, you can't show your face and you must wear a mask, otherwise I won't allow you to set up a stall. Ren Yuqing also said. She has the same pressure. These female college students are as ferocious as wolves and tigers, and she doesn't want her husband to be taken advantage of. She hasn't even touched it. Okay, then I'll wear a mask when I set up a stall next time. Xu Ning agreed to Ren Yuqing. However, Ren Yuqing was still worried. She felt that even if she wore a mask, her husband might not be noticed. It's safer to find a class. How's the recruitment going at Jiayu Culture? When will the interview take place? Ren Yuqing asked. Xu Ning shook his head. I haven't received any notification yet. Ren Yuqing, is it so slow? Ren Yuqing frowned immediately. She specifically instructed that the recruitment be completed as soon as possible. It's been 2 or 3 days, and there's still no progress. When she got back, she would find out who the human resources director of Jiayu Culture was and who actually ignored her instructions. It's only been 2 days, how can it be so fast? Xu Ning smiled gently, he didn't think it was slow. For many companies, it takes at least a week from sending out recruitment notices to starting interviews. But Ren Yuqing doesn't care about these. Her husband's affairs must be handled specially. After returning home in the evening, Ren Yuqing went to her bedroom and called her assistant Su Xian. Su Xian, find an excuse in the name of the head office and urge Jiayu Culture to complete the recruitment work as soon as possible. Ask them to send interview notices to the applicants before tomorrow night. After receiving instructions from the president, Su Xian immediately got to work. He immediately called Wang Hong, general manager of Jiayu Culture, to inquire about the progress of recruitment and report in real time. Wang Hong didn't expect that a small recruitment work would attract the attention of the parent company. He did not dare to delay and instructed the human resources manager Li Lin to send the preliminary list of candidates for interview and their resumes to Su Xian. Xu Ning was on the list. After reading it, Su Xian specifically asked Wang Hong and others to pay special attention to this person named Xu Ning. Wang Hong was stunned when he heard this. Secretary Su, do you know this Xu Ning? Su Xian immediately denied, I don't know him. I just think he has a good resume and I think he's worth keeping an eye on. Okay, Secretary Su, I got it. I'll just let the HR department take care of it. Wang Hong replied. Ren Yuqing naturally didn't know about Su Xian's arrangements. After finishing the call, Ren Yuqing lay down on the soft big bed, closed her eyes and took a nap. Today was her rare day off, but she hadn't had much rest all day. As soon as she leaned back on the bed, a feeling of sleepiness came over her like a tide. Ren Yuqing was in a daze and didn't know how long she had slept. Finally, she was awakened by a series of banging sounds. She pushed open the bedroom door and found Xu Ning cooking. Xu Ning, what's going on outside? Why is it so noisy? Ren Yuqing rubbed her sleepy eyes. Xu Ning poked his head out of the kitchen. I don't know, but judging from the noise, someone should be moving across the street. Ren Yuqing took a look through the doorway and discovered that there were indeed people coming and going in the neighbor's house opposite, as if they were moving. Moving things makes so much noise, it's really annoying. When we were having dinner in the evening, the noise outside became much quieter. But halfway through the meal, the doorbell suddenly rang. Xu Ning went to open the door, only to see an old man and a child standing outside. They were all wearing black coats and baseball caps. Black sunglasses covered half of their faces. Even their mouths were blocked by the scarves around their necks, leaving only their noses exposed. Xu Ning was shocked. This outfit really didn't look like that of a good person. Who are you looking for? Xu Ning asked vigilantly. The old man who was talking. We are new neighbors who have not yet moved in. We don't have internet at home, so we want to use the internet. Could you tell us your wireless network password? We'll just use it for one night. I'd be grateful. The two of them bowed to Xu Ning politely. After all this time, I found out that it was a free internet connection. They were all neighbors, so Chu Ning did not hide anything and told them the truth. Okay, sorry to bother you. The two thanked Chu Ning. After Chu Ning closed the door, he sat back in his seat, a little dazed. What's wrong? Who knocked the door? Ran Yuqing asked, puzzled. The neighbor next door said he had something urgent to do and wanted to use the internet. However, I always felt that the voice just now was somewhat familiar, as if I had heard it somewhere before. Chu Ning couldn't remember it for a moment. At this time, the doorbell rang again. Chu Ning opened the door and found the same two people again. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Chu Ning asked politely. The one who spoke this time was the younger one. She pointed to the fragrant food in Chu Ning's house, swallowed her saliva, and said, well, we just moved in and haven't started the stove yet. Can you pack some of your dinner for me and Grandpa? We haven't eaten yet. Thank you very much. The younger one asked Chu Ning and bowed to him. Chu Ning was stunned at that time. He looked at the tightly covered person in front of him with some suspicion. Are you, Ren Feifei? Puff. Ren Yuqing, who had just taken a sip of porridge behind her, almost vomited out the rice in her mouth when she heard Chu Ning's words. She immediately stood up and went to the door. When Ren Yuqing saw the two people covered tightly outside the door, her face immediately turned dark. Ren Feifei. Grandpa. What are you doing? Chu Ning might not be able to recognize them, but how could Ren Yuqing not recognize her own sister and grandfather? Not to mention that they were dressed like this, even if they turned into ashes, she would still be able to recognize them. Ren Yuqing was going crazy. It's only been a day and they came again. It seems that they moved across the street and became neighbors. What exactly do they want to do? Finally, he was recognized. The old man looked very depressed and immediately glared at Ren Feifei angrily. You little stinky girl, it's all your fault for being greedy. If you hadn't come to beg for food, how would we have been recognized? The old man said angrily. Ren Feifei immediately complained, Grandpa, how can you blame me for this? If you want to blame someone, blame my brother-in-law for his excellent cooking skills. As soon as I opened the door just now, the fragrance went straight into my nose. I really couldn't help it. I'm starving. Chu Ning suddenly smiled bitterly. It seems like I'm to blame? Chapter 34, A Thief Broke In? You big glutton, you can't even resist this little temptation. From now on, don't say I'm your grandfather. Grandpa Ren's eyes were full of disgust. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Anyway, I don't expect to get pocket money from you. Ren Feifei said arrogantly. You. The old man was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Enough. Ren Yuqing couldn't stand it anymore, so she stopped the two from bickering and asked them what they were trying to do. Old Master Ren poked his head out and took a look into the room. Seeing that the food was still steaming, he immediately smiled and said, Are you still eating? Let's go in and talk while we eat. Before Ren Yuqing and the others could answer, the old man and Ren Feifei rushed in, took off their coats, hats, and masks, and sat down at the dining table without any hesitation. There's no food for you. Ren Yuqing obviously didn't want to let these two immortal guys into the house and wanted to drive them away. It's okay, Yuqing. We are all relatives. It's okay to have a meal together. Chu Ning didn't mind and took the initiative to get them bowls and chopsticks. Brother-in-law is still the best. Ren Feifei looked grateful, and then began to eat with relish. The old man nodded in agreement, and then began to eat with relish. Looking at the two people in front of her, one was disrespectful to the elderly and the other was disrespectful to the young. Ren Yuqing was both angry and amused. But speaking of it, my grandfather has always had a poor appetite. When he was at the villa before, he would only eat a few bites of the food prepared by the Michelin chef and then stop. I didn't expect that Grandpa would enjoy the simple meal prepared by Chu Ning so much. In order to let Grandpa eat more, Ren Yuqing didn't eat much at night. After all, Chu Ning only cooked for two people. Chu Ning also saw this scene. His wife seemed to be full of disdain for these distant relatives, but she was still very filial in her heart. During the meal, the old man suggested drinking some wine. Chu Ning didn't want to drink, saying that he was not good at drinking. When the old man heard this, he became even more excited and insisted that Chu Ning have a few drinks. Ren Feifei also suggested drinking some wine to celebrate her sister and brother-in-law's wedding. Having said this, Ren Yuqing didn't stop him. she took a bottle of champagne from the wine cabinet. Before marrying Chu Ning, Ren Yuqing would often have a few drinks in the evening. There are a lot of people here tonight, so Ren Yuqing is also in the mood. The four of them drank 2 glasses of wine each, and Ren Yuqing's pretty face was already blushing. "I've eaten and drunk enough, can you tell me now?" After eating and drinking, Ren Yuqing asked her grandfather what was going on. The old man wiped his mouth, shook his head and sighed, "You girl, you don't know how to appreciate kindness." "Your grandfather, of course, I'm your cousin." The old man was afraid that Chu Ning would be suspicious, so he emphasized it again. "Your cousin and I are concerned about you. We live close to each other, so we can take care of each other, right? Come on, grandson-in-law, let's add each other on WeChat. Tonight, we can squeeze in and sleep in the same room." The old man was not shy at all. He took out his cell phone and scanned the QR code with Chu Ning to add him on WeChat. Ren Yuqing was immediately dissatisfied, thinking that her grandfather was causing trouble again. "You guys don't have nowhere to live, why are you squeezing in with Chu Ning? It's just one night. We just moved in and haven't made the beds yet? Your sister will sleep with you, and I will sleep with my grandson-in-law. You two have always slept in separate beds, so it won't affect anything. Grandson-in-law, do you have any objections?" The old man had already done some investigation when he came last time. Chu Ning and Ren Yuqing sleep in separate beds. This is also the reason why the old man is anxious. The couple never consummated their marriage and could not have a child no matter how hard they worked. Chu Ning smiled awkwardly. "No problem, Grandpa, you can stay a few more days, I have no problem with that. Forget about staying longer. It will disturb your and your 2 children's world. One night is enough," the old man said with a smile. After dinner, Chu Ning went to clean up the kitchen. Originally this was Ren Yuqing's job, but Chu Ning asked her to chat with the old man and his sister in the living room, so Ren Yuqing did not argue this time. Ren Yuqing didn't want her grandfather and others to see her doing housework. When it was time to go to bed at night, the old man winked at Ren Feifei, and then the grandfather and grandson went back to their rooms to rest. Ren Yuqing has the habit of taking a bath every day. When Ren Feifei saw Ren Yuqing go to the bathroom, she sent a message to the old man, "Grandpa, I have already gone to take a bath." The old man replied, "Got it." Chu Ning was making the bed at the moment, but the old man snatched it away and said, "I'll make the bed, you go take a shower first, and then turn off the lights and go to bed." The old man started to take off Chu Ning's clothes without saying anything. Chu Ning's face was filled with embarrassment, and he quickly said that he would do it himself. Then he took a towel, put on his shorts, and went into the bathroom. The master bedroom and the second bedroom each have a bathroom, so taking a bath is quite convenient. Chu Ning took a quick shower and finished in less than 20 minutes. He walked out of the bathroom wearing shorts and wiping his hair with a towel. I found that the old man was no longer in the bedroom. Chu Ning didn't think much about it. After drying his hair, he went to the closet to find pajamas. But when he opened it, he found that his closet was empty. Chu Ning was a little confused. There were clearly quite a few clothes in his closet before he took a shower. How come all the time I had to take a shower was gone? Could it be that the house was robbed? Thinking of this, Chu Ning wanted to ask the old man where he was going through WeChat, but when he picked up the phone, he found an unread message. It was sent by the old man. "Your clothes are in the living room. I hid them on the sofa." Seeing this, Chu Ning smiled bitterly. I thought to myself, this old man is really a child. Even at his age, he still likes to play tricks on people. Chu Ning had no choice but to go out shirtless to look for it. Fortunately, at this time, Ren Yuqing and the others were probably asleep, so Chu Ning didn't bother looking for anything to cover his body. Before leaving, Chu Ning saw a glass of boiled water on the table. He had just finished taking a shower and was very thirsty, so he picked it up and drank it. After drinking, Chu Ning's face turned black. Damn it, it's wine. On the other side, in the master bedroom, Ren Yuqing had just come out of the shower. She was wrapped in a bath towel, her slender feet were dotted with red nail polish, and her snow-white neck was exposed, which was very tempting. "Feifei, bring me my pajamas." After Ren Yuqing came out, she went to the dressing mirror to fix her hair and gave an instruction at the same time. She thought her sister was playing with her phone in bed. But after shouting for a long time, no one responded. When she looked back, she found that there was no one in the room. What's even more strange is that all the sheets and blankets on the bed were also taken away. Ren Yuqing was shocked. Could it be that the house was broken into and robbed? Thinking of this, Ren Yuqing hurried to put on her clothes, ready to deal with possible accidents. But what made Ren Yuqing even more panicked was that after opening the wardrobe, all the clothes that were previously full of clothes were gone. Not a single piece of fabric left. In other words, the only thing covering her body in the entire room was the bath towel she was wearing. Ren Yuqing was almost going crazy at this moment. What on earth happened? The first thing she wanted to do was to take out her cell phone and call her sister. After opening it, I found a message from my sister. Sister, Grandpa and I have something to do, so I'll go back to the villa first. I put your clothes in the living room for you, go look for them there. Chapter 35, An Awkward Night? How dare you, little stinky girl Ren Feifei, tease me. Next time I see her, I'll give her a good beating. Ren Yuqing, who saw the message, said with some annoyance. Ren Yuqing hasn't come to settle accounts with her for leaking the news of her marriage. I didn't expect that this damn girl would not repent and would do so many weird things. Although she didn't know what Ren Feifei was up to, Ren Yuqing still quietly opened the bedroom door. She first looked outside and saw that there was no light in the living room, so she guessed that Chu Ning and Grandpa were already asleep. Ren Yuqing felt relieved then. She wrapped herself in a bath towel, stepped on the floor with her white feet, and walked out gently. After arriving in the living room, Ren Yuqing discovered that the TV was still on and stayed on the channel selection screen. She guessed someone had forgotten to turn it off. Just then, Ren Yuqing was looking for her clothes on the sofa in the light from the TV. Coincidentally, Chu Ning was lying on the floor at that moment, trying to see if the old man had hidden his clothes under the sofa. But just as he lay down, he heard someone coming. Old man, stop kidding me, please return your clothes. Chu Ning thought it was the old man, so he stood up immediately and said with a wry smile. But halfway through his words, Chu Ning froze. Also stunned was Ren Yuqing. Who would have thought the two people who couldn't find clothes to wear would meet each other in this way? At that moment, the two looked into each other's eyes. The atmosphere was so awkward that one could have scratched the floor with one's toes. Especially Chu Ning. I drank a lot of wine while eating, and just had another glass. Now I see a large area of my wife's snow-white body exposed, her plump figure faintly visible under the bath towel, her slender legs, her red breasts, and her alluring body fragrance even more fragrant. At that moment, Chu Ning felt his blood rushing up and his heart was extremely restless. Ren Yuqing on the opposite side was also feeling uncomfortable. Because of drinking, Ren Yuqing was in a state of tipsiness after dinner, and now a hot-blooded man was standing in front of her wearing only a pair of shorts. Those masculine lines and full abdominal muscles instantly had an impact on Ren Yuqing's heart, which had been silent for many years. My heart was beating like 1,000 deer, and my body reacted immediately. Just when the atmosphere here was extremely ambiguous. Suddenly, the TV that was originally turned on entered the screen projection state. Chu Ning and Ren Yuqing looked over subconsciously. As the images flashed, a movie began playing on the huge TV screen. The movie is very simple, with only two people, a bed, and a sofa. The heroine screams from beginning to end, without wearing any clothes, and there are only a few actions going back and forth. Chu Ning understood after just a moment's glance. Damn it! This is actually an island action movie. Chu Ning was about to explode. Who is behind this? Ren Yuqing had never been exposed to these things before, and didn't understand at first. But when she saw the two of them merge together, at that moment Ren Yuqing's body trembled as if she had been electrocuted, and she felt a hot current in her body rushing straight to the top of her head. At that time, Ren Yuqing felt a buzzing in her head, and an unprecedented sense of shame swept over her body, and her pretty face turned red as if it was burning. Ren Yuqing couldn't stand any longer, so she covered her face and ran back to the bedroom. Hey, bath towel, bath towel. Seeing Ren Yuqing's bath towel dropped on the ground, Chu Ning almost had a nosebleed. Outside the door, the old man and Ren Feifei were eavesdropping. The old man was holding a mobile phone in his hand, projecting the screen to Chu Ning and the others. With the stimulation of alcohol, the guidance of video tutorials, and the fact that the girl was alone and naked, the old man felt that the two of them should be able to succeed tonight, right? Seeing Ren Feifei with her ear pressed against the door with a curious look on her face, the old man slapped her on the forehead. Little furry kid, why are you so nice? Go, 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 hurry up and don't disturb your sister and brother-in-law who are doing their work. The old man dragged Ren Feifei away and left with satisfaction. Before leaving, the old man quietly stuffed the two people's clothes back through the crack in the door. Just listen for a while. Ren Feifei's eyes were full of reluctance. After Ren Yuqing escaped back to the room, she realized that her bath towel was left outside. She wanted to cover her body with the quilt, but found that it was gone. The sheets had been lifted away by that naughty girl Rin Feifei. At this moment, Ren Yuqing finally realized why her grandfather and the others came here tonight. Ah! Damn Rin Feifei! I will never forgive you. Ren Yuqing was both ashamed and angry at this moment. The one who was angry was naturally Rin Feifei and her grandfather, who had colluded with each other to cheat him. What was embarrassing was that not only was she seen naked by Chu Ning, but she also saw such obscene scenes on TV. This was the first time that Ren Yuqing had seen such a thing since she was a child. She felt as if her whole body was unclean. At this moment, Ren Yuqing fell on the mattress in shame, her cheeks burning. But when I closed my eyes, the scenes from the TV screen appeared in my mind uncontrollably, especially the female lead's expression of enjoyment. Is this kind of thing really that comfortable? What am I thinking about? Why would I think of such a thing? I'm contaminated. Ea Iowa. Ren Yuqing felt even more ashamed. At this moment, Chu Ning suddenly knocked on her bedroom door. Hello, are you asleep? Chu Ning's tone sounded a little hurried. Ren Yuqing was very nervous at that moment. Why is Chu Ning knocking on the door at this time? Could it be that he couldn't help himself, and wanted me to fulfill my wife's duties? They are now a legal couple, so it is reasonable for Chu Ning to make such a request. But what should I do? Do you agree? Or do you not agree? Ren Yuqing was suddenly torn between an inner struggle and a desire to do good. At this time, the door had been opened a crack. Is he coming in? He must be feeling very uncomfortable now, right? He couldn't wait to come in without waiting for my answer. Ren Yuqing had almost thought of everything that was going to happen next. She was wondering whether she should resist. If I resist, as his wife, it would be too inhumane for me to be unable to satisfy his needs. Moreover, everything that happened tonight was caused by people from her mother's family, so she should take some responsibility. But if I don't resist, will he think I'm too casual? And, will it be too fast? I don't seem to be ready. And, it's the first time, will it hurt? In just a few seconds, Ren Yuqing's heart was filled with a myriad of thoughts. Finally, Chu Ning's feet came into Ren Yuqing's sight. He is coming in. Ren Yuqing's heart almost jumped out of her chest due to nervousness. Just when Ren Yuqing thought that Chu Ning was going to come in and do something next, Chu Ning stuffed clothes, bed sheets and other things in through the crack in the door. I just saw it from the door. Make the bed yourself and go to bed early. After saying that, Chu Ning easily closed the door for her and turned around and ran away. Everything returns to silence. In the room, Ren Yuqing looked at the clothes piled at the door in a daze. She was stunned for a long time. Finally, he blushed and smiled bitterly. After all this time, it turned out that he was here to deliver clothes. I was so nervous for nothing. Ren Yuqing shook her head and smiled, but she couldn't hide her disappointment in her heart. She really thought Chu Ning wanted to. If he really wanted it, as a wife, she could. But the final result undoubtedly made Ren Yuqing feel a little disappointed. Could it be that I was really, as the rumors said, too serious and cold, as majestic and domineering as Nun Miju, without any femininity, so that Chu Ning had no interest in me? Or is it that Chu Ning is really not capable? Chapter 36, The Angry Old Man. This night was undoubtedly a night full of torment for both Ren Yuqing and Chu Ning. After Chu Ning returned to his room, he couldn't sleep for a long time. In the end, he still did a few sets of boxing and was exhausted before he suppressed some evil thoughts in his mind and fell into a deep sleep. But it was not so easy for Ren Yuqing to fall asleep. Some things are written into Kiri's instincts. In the first 20 years of her life, Ren Yuqing relied on her good upbringing and knowledge to suppress some of her desires and instincts. However, this thing is like Pandora's box. Once it is opened, it will make people imagine and savor it endlessly. Tonight, although Chu Ning did not do anything out of line with Ren Yuqing, the ambiguous atmosphere in the living room, Chu Ning's exposed chest and abdominal muscles, and the action scenes projected on the TV. All of this undoubtedly caused a great shock to Ren Yuqing's long-frozen heart. Until late at night, Ren Yuqing's heart could not calm down. Whenever she closed her eyes, she would see some shameful scenes. In the end, Ren Yuqing didn't know when she fell asleep. In the dim light, the door seemed to be pushed open again. Ren Yuqing opened her eyes and saw Chu Ning walking in. His wheat-colored skin was exposed, his sexy muscle lines were strong and powerful, and his perfect abdominal muscles were full of strength and masculinity. Ran Yuqing's heartbeat accelerated instantly. She sat up suddenly from the bed and asked Xu Ning in panic what he was going to do. However, no matter how Ren Yuqing asked, Xu Ning acted as if he didn't hear her and didn't say anything. He just moved closer step by step and finally hugged Ran Yuqing from behind. May I? Xu Ning's voice was full of magnetism and temptation, and his rapid breathing blew on Ren Yuqing's neck, making her body numb. Although Ren Yuqing kept telling herself no in her heart, she was probably drunk and her mouth was out of control, and she made a sound for some unknown reason. Then, Ran Yuqing felt a huge and warm chest hugging her tightly. Xu Ning climbed onto the bed and pressed her down hard. Ah, don't. Ran Yuqing suddenly sat up from the bed. Her pretty face flushed. His eyes looked around in confusion. The soft quilt pressed against her body, and the early morning sun outside shone in, making her feel exceptionally warm. It was still the familiar room, with no signs of anyone entering. It turned out to be a dream. Ran Yuqing's mood gradually calmed down, and she reached out and touched her still hot face. Damn it! I am really polluted. I actually had this kind of dream? Moreover, this dream felt extremely real to her. Xu Ning's face and edges are so distinct. It's over. What's wrong with me? She actually slept with Xu Ning in her dream. Feeling the strangeness in her body, Ran Yuqing's face undoubtedly became even redder. She felt that she could no longer look Xu Ning in the eye. Feeling ashamed, Ran Yuqing quickly got up, took a shower, changed her underwear, and then secretly went to work. When Xu Ning got up from the bed, it was already past 8 in the morning. He has been unemployed and at home recently, so he can sleep in a little in the morning. Oh no, she overslept. I still need to prepare breakfast for her. Xu Ning suddenly realized that there was another person in the family. Even if he doesn't go to work, Ran Yuqing still has to go to work. Xu Ning ran out quickly, but when he saw that Ran Yuqing's shoes were no longer in the shoe cabinet at the door, Xu Ning knew that the woman had already gone to work. It seems I have to find a class to attend quickly, otherwise I will become lazy. Xu Ning shook his head and smiled. He went to Jiayu Culture's official website again and took a look, but there seemed to be no progress in recruitment. It seems that there is no chance of having an interview today. Xu Ning sighed and was about to go to the refrigerator to find something to eat when the doorbell rang. Xu Ning opened the door and saw that it was Ren Yuqing's great uncle again. Xu Ning's heart suddenly shuddered. He is a little afraid of this old man now. After opening the door, the old man poked his head in and looked around. Grandpa, are you here to look for Yuqing? She has gone to work. Xu Ning thought he was looking for Ren Yuqing. That's good. The old man breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Xu Ning with a smirk. I came to see you. How was it? Did you hit a home run last night? Is there a chance for my grandson? The old man's eyes were full of anticipation. Xu Ning's old face turned red. He knew that when the old man came here early in the morning, it was definitely not a good thing. Grandpa, you took a lot of effort to come up with that series of tricks last night. But don't do this again in the future. You've made Yuqing and I very embarrassed. Xu Ning smiled bitterly. He had already guessed that it must have been the old man who did it last night. First, he took away his and Ren Yuqing's clothes, then sent a message asking them to come to the living room naked, and finally played a romantic action movie through the TV screen. This chain of schemes is really one after another, catching people off guard. As smart as Xu Ning and Ren Yuqing were, they were both tricked. Xu Ning felt that the old man in front of him must have been a powerful figure when he was young. Most people can't do this. It's normal to be embarrassed the first time. Come a few times a day in the future, and you'll get used to it. The old man drove onto the highway. Xu Ning couldn't control the speed of the car, and he smiled awkwardly. Grandpa, I know you have made great efforts. But I think we should just let nature take its course. To be honest, Yuqing and I got married in a flash, and we just lived together for a short time, so we are a little unfamiliar with each other. Yuqing has never even held my hand, let alone other things. If the feelings are not there, no matter how many plans you make, it will be useless. Yuqing is not that kind of casual person. Even in the situation last night, I don't think she would let me touch him. This kind of thing should be mutual. Before the time is right, I will not take the initiative to bring it up, let alone force her. Xu Ning was speaking from the heart. But after hearing this, the old man stared. So, nothing happened to you last night? Xu Ning nodded. The old man almost fainted when he heard this. Oh. All that work was in vain. Do you know how hard it was for me to find that website? I also learned how to cast the screen for you. I found a tutorial just in case you didn't understand. In the end, nothing happened to you? You are nothing but a piece of wood. You are useless even when I give you the chance. You still don't want to bring it up? Why, you let my granddaughter bring up this kind of thing? I really am. The old man was very angry, and looked like he hated the boy for not fighting back. I'm too lazy to care about you. You are nothing like me when I was young. I'm so pissed off. The old man was naturally angry as his efforts were in vain. He scolded Xu Ning for a while and turned around to leave. Xu Ning stopped him, a little embarrassed. Grandpa, that. The old man thought he was going to apologize. Okay, I just complained a few words, I'm not really angry with you, don't apologize. But Xiaoning, this is not how husband and wife get along. Anyway, you should understand it more. Men, you must take the initiative. Your wife, what can't you let go of? Xu Ning touched his head, feeling even more embarrassed, and whispered, Grandpa, you misunderstood. I wanted to say, can you give me your website address? The old man stood there in a daze for a long time before he calmed his wounded heart. Old man, get lost. After he chattered for a long time, the kid finally listened to a URL. Chapter 37, Applying for a Job and Encountering a Carrot Post. Not long after the old man left, Xu Ning packed up his things and went to set up the stall. Hey, Xiaoning, why are you wearing a mask today? Yeah, with your mask on, I'm afraid half of the customers will be gone. We can't take advantage of it anymore. Seeing Xu Ning setting up a stall again, the owners of several nearby stalls laughed and joked. Do I even need to ask this? Xiao Ning's wife must have given this instruction because she was afraid that Xiao Ning would be remembered by others. Well, Lao Wang, just like you, another henpecked man. Ha ha ha. Several stall owners were chatting and laughing, it was very lively. Every boss has his own worries and every stall owner has his own fun. As the saying goes, life is full of different aspects and everyone has their own fun. Isn't it possible to have happiness in an ordinary life? However, Xu Ning had not set up his stall for long when a phone call came in. Hello, is this Mr. Xu Ning? I am the Human Resources Specialist of Jiayu Culture Media Company, Limited. I saw that you submitted your resume to our company 2 days ago. I would like to inform you that you should come to our company for an interview at 3 o'clock this afternoon. A sweet female voice came from the phone. Xu Ning was delighted when he heard that. I've been waiting for the interview notification for several days, and it's finally here. Okay. I will be there on time for the interview this afternoon. Xu Ning replied excitedly. Xu Ning attaches great importance to this job. He had also learned before that the treatment of Jiayu Culture's employees was extremely favorable, no worse than that of the previous Jinsho group, and they did not have to work overtime much. In the past few years, when recruiting externally, there were often hundreds of people competing for one position. This time Xu Ning decided that he must work hard to get the job. So, after answering the phone, Xu Ning immediately closed the stall and went home to prepare for the afternoon interview. Xu Ning had a simple lunch at noon, washed his hair, and then took the bus to the interview. While waiting for the bus, Xu Ning bought a bottle of water in the supermarket. Soon, the bus arrived. Xu Ning got on the bus and found a seat at the back. It takes about half an hour to drive from my home to Jiayu Culture Company, which is near Jinsho Group. Taking advantage of this incident, Xu Ning used his mobile phone in the car to search for things to pay attention to in the interview. However, halfway through the journey, Xu Ning suddenly noticed a passenger in front of him. His face was pale, sweat was pouring out of his forehead, and he had his eyes closed with a look of extreme happiness. Seeing this, Xu Ning pulled him. Brother, are you carsick? Drink some water, maybe you will feel better. Xu Ning handed the unopened bottle of mineral water to the man. Xu Ning also suffered from motion sickness when he was a child, and it was not until he joined the army that he got better. He knows the pain of motion sickness. Okay, thank you. The man took the water and said thank you to Xu Ning, his voice sounding a little weak. You're welcome. Xu Ning replied with a smile, then sat back in his seat and continued looking at his phone. After a while, the car arrived at the station. Xu Ning got out of the car and before he had taken a few steps, he heard a few shouts from behind, brother, wait for me. Xu Ning turned his head and found that it was the brother who had been carsick in the car just now. How are you, feeling better? Much better. I'll be fine in a while after getting off the car. Thank you for what I did just now. How much does the water cost? I'll transfer it to you. The man looked like an office worker. He was carrying a briefcase, wearing a suit and tie. He took out his mobile phone and was about to transfer money to Chu Ning. Chu Ning waved his hand. No need, it's just a piece of cake. Okay then. My name is Wang Yi, nice to meet you. Wang Yi stretched out his hand. Chu Ning. Chu Ning smiled and shook hands with him. Brother Chu, where are you going? I know the area very well. Just let me know if you need any help. Wang Yi said enthusiastically. Really? I have an interview this afternoon. Do you know which direction Jiayu culture is in? Wang Yi was surprised when he heard this. Oh my god, you want to interview at Jiayu culture? Otherwise how can we say that we are destined to be brothers? I work at Jiayu culture. Is it such a coincidence? Chu Ning was also happy when he heard it. Then the two of them started chatting as they walked. Just as Chu Ning had known before, although Jiayu Culture Company was not large, its employees were treated very well. After becoming a regular employee, the average monthly salary was around 6,000 to 7,000 yuan, not including bonuses. This salary level is unique in Yuncheng. Brother, you are lucky. Our company has not recruited externally for many years. I don't know what happened this year, but we suddenly started recruiting externally again. Where's the recruitment notice? Let me help you take a look. Wang Yi asked. Chu Ning opened his mobile phone and showed Wang Yi the recruitment notice and job requirements on the website. After reading it, the smile on Wang Yi's face disappeared. Brother, you have no chance. Chu Ning was puzzled. What's wrong? Look at the recruitment requirements. 1 to 2 years of work experience, age between 25 and 30, local hukou, and retired military. It's just a bodyguard, but the requirements are so detailed. The retired military is reasonable, but the other requirements are a bit illogical. There's no reason for a bodyguard to require a household registration, and there's such a strict age requirement. Based on my years of experience, this position is definitely a rogue one, Wang Yi vowed. Chu Ning was even more confused. Luo Bogang? It is the recruitment requirements tailored for a certain person by the recruiting company. To put it bluntly, the recruiting company has already decided on the candidate, and the others are just running for the job and going through the motions. It is probably that a certain leader wants to recruit his relatives into the company. The so-called external recruitment is just a formality. Brother, you have no chance. As Wang Yi spoke, he patted Chu Ning's shoulder and said sympathetically. Chu Ning's heart was already cold at this moment. But since he was already here, he decided to give it a try. What if it's not? On the other side, Jiayu Culture Company. Public Relations Manager Pang Ying brought his younger brother Pang Fei into the company. Hello, Manager Pang. Hello, Manager Pang. In the corridor, company employees made way and bent down to greet Pang Ying. Pang Ying ignored them and walked past the crowd with his brother with an expressionless face. The slender legs in black stockings kept moving, and the slender high heels tapped the ground, making a tapping sound. Finally, Pang Ying stopped outside the general manager's office. Xiao Fei, why are you still playing with your phone? The interview is about to start. It's related to your job. How come you don't take it seriously at all? Pang Ying said dissatisfiedly. Sister, you have arranged everything for me. It's just a formality. What should I worry about? Pang Fei was still playing games with his head down. Pang Ying was speechless. My younger brother has been lazy and good at eating since he was young. He always fights and makes troubles and cannot go to school. My family sent him to serve as a soldier for 2 years. In the end, he was sent back by the army because of causing trouble and had to lie in bed at home for several years. Now he is 30 years old, the age for marriage, but he is still a waste. As a sister, she is also worried, but she can't just ignore it, so she has to find a connection, hoping to send her brother to Jiayu culture. Stop playing. Pang Ying snatched the phone away. I'll take you to see Mr. Wang later. Your work this time depends entirely on Mr. Wang. Let's thank him later. Do you hear me? Pang Ying scolded. Oh. Pang Fei said perfunctorily. Then, the brother and sister pushed the door open and went in. At this time, General Manager Wang Hong was looking at the computer. Xiaoying, you're here? Wang Hong was immediately delighted when he saw Pang Ying. Well, Mr. Wang, this is my younger brother. I brought him here to thank you. Pang Ying said gratefully. It's just a small matter. Why are you being so polite to me? Don't worry, I have already informed the HR manager Li Lin about your brother's matter. This position is tailor-made for your brother. But there is still a procedure to follow. There may be a personal test during the interview later. Is your brother okay? Wang Hong asked. After all, this company was not his, and many things had to be supervised by the parent company. Especially this recruitment, the parent company was surprisingly concerned, so Wang Hong didn't dare to be too blatant about some things, at least he had to do enough superficial work. Mr. Wang, it should be fine. My brother may not be good at other things, but he is good at fighting and he is quite strong. Most people can't compare to him. Unless they meet a very powerful one. Pang Ying was quite confident about this. Wang Hong nodded, yes. Don't worry. The recruitment requirements are very detailed this time. There are very few people who meet all the requirements. I asked around, and besides your brother, there was only one other person competing for the interview today. Of course, it's not good to have too few people for the interview, so I arranged a few more people to make up the number to deal with the parent company. Your brother's job is definitely secure. After hearing this, Pang Ying was even more grateful. Boss Wang, I'm really sorry to bother you. I don't know how to thank you. Wang Hong smiled and waved his hand. That's a bit too polite. How about this? The interview time is probably approaching. You can ask your brother to go to the interview location and wait. You stay and report to me on the work of the public relations department. Pang Ying nodded and then let his brother leave. She was the manager of the public relations department and was promoted by Wang Hong. She often had to report to Wang Hong. After Pang Fei left, in order to avoid being disturbed, Pang Ying closed the office door and reported to Wang Hong alone. Chapter 38, Troublemakers. Chun Ning, I can only help you up to this point. As for the rest, you're on your own. After Wang Yi brought Chu Ning to the interview location, he said with sympathy. He actually wanted to persuade Chu Ning to go back. After all, coming here is just a runner-up, which not only wastes time, but also makes you carry the sedan for others. But Wang Yi obviously couldn't persuade Chu Ning, and he insisted on giving it a try. The hardest thing in this world is to change other people's opinions. Wang Yi couldn't do anything. Yes, Brother Wang, thank you very much, you can go and do your work first. I'll just wait here. Chu Ning thanked Wang Yi. At this time, there is still about an hour before the interview. Chu Ning found a place to sit down at the door. He looked around and found that there was only a brother sitting there playing games not far away, and no one else. Chu Ning guessed that he came too early, otherwise, a company with such excellent treatment would not have interviewed only two of them. But it turned out that Chu Ning was overthinking. Even after an hour, they were still the only two people who came for the interview. Brother, are you here for an interview too? Why are there just the two of us? We're not in the wrong place. Chu Ning felt a little nervous, afraid that he had gone to the wrong place and would miss the interview again. Yes, it is here. The person you are looking for will be here soon. Pang Fei replied impatiently. Chu Ning listened and was undoubtedly even more confused. Who are you looking for? Just as I was wondering, 3 men and women in suits walked in from the end of the corridor with documents. The 3 of them are today's interviewers. The leader was a middle-aged man. The name tag on his chest showed that he was Li Lin, the human resources manager. Which of you two is Pang Fei? Li Lin looked at Chu Ning and Pang Fei. Pang Fei replied, I am. Well, then you come in first. Pang Fei followed the interviewer into the room. Apparently, the interview has already begun. Chu Ning then sat up straight, waiting for his name to be called. During this period, 4 or 5 more people came. Chu Ning asked and found out that they were all here for an interview. That's right. How is it possible that for a company with such good salary, there are only 2 people coming for the interview? Including him, there are 7 people in total. That means he needs to beat out 6 other people to get the job. After Pang Fei was brought into the room, Wang Lin smiled and said, You are Manager Pang's brother, right? Don't be nervous. Mr. Wang has already informed me of your matter. There are a total of 7 people in this interview, including you, but 5 of them are actors we arranged to make up the numbers. There is only one person who is really competing with you. In other words, you only need to defeat him in the physical fitness test later, and you will be able to join the company smoothly. Any questions? Li Lin asked specifically. Li Lin knew that he was using a backdoor to help Pang Fei, which was against professional ethics, but he had no choice, because he was Pang Ying's younger brother. Of course, Pang Ying's identity as a public relations manager is not enough to make Li Lin fawn on him like this, but the key is that behind Pang Ying, there is President Wang. Many people in the company are aware of the close relationship between Pang Ying and President Wang. In other words, the man in front of him could barely be considered Mr. Wang's brother-in-law. Li Lin naturally had to curry favor with him. No problem. I have never lost a fight, Pang Fei said with some pride. It's not a fight, just a test. Li Lin smiled bitterly. He felt that his younger brother Pang Ying was a little fierce. If this thing is hired into the company, it will probably become a nuisance in the future. But that has nothing to do with him. He is only responsible for recruiting. I know, but it makes no difference, Pang Fei replied. Okay, then I feel relieved. Since Pang Fei said so, Li Lin also felt that there was no problem. After all, there is only one opponent. Moreover, Pang Fei looks like a simple-minded, strong-limbed thug, and usually people like him are quite strong. After talking with Pang Fei, Li Lin notified his subordinates to call in the people waiting for the interview outside. Xu Ning originally thought that it would be a one-person interview in turn format, but he didn't expect that all applicants would be interviewed at the same time. Let me first explain the assessment method. Because what our company needs is professional bodyguards. So, at the professional level, there are extremely high requirements. Therefore, it is necessary to assess the professional skills level of all applicants. In the room, the interviewer gave a brief explanation to Xu Ning and others. The assessment method is quite simple, such as pull-ups, punching sandbags, shooting assessment, and 50-meter swimming lane test. The applicants will be given a simple assessment of their arm strength, boxing, shooting, and some essential skills. After all, the position Xu Ning applied for was definitely not the kind of security guard who just looked after the gate, but a professional bodyguard with extremely high requirements for comprehensive qualities, also known as a senior security specialist. Xu Ning was no stranger to these tests. He discovered that the interview assessment of Jiayu Culture Company was not much different from that of Jinxiu Group. The first item is pull-ups, and the requirement is to complete 30 within 1 minute. This is not difficult. For ordinary people, doing 20 at a time is almost the limit, but it is not difficult for trained fitness people to reach 30. Xu Ning and Pang Fei had served in the army and had undergone high-intensity training in the army, so they passed the test smoothly. However, among the other 5 people, 2 did not meet the standard. Next came the shooting test. This project was even more familiar to them. Pang Fei and Xu Ning could hit the bullseye with one shot from a distance of 10 meters. The other 5 people already showed a gap in the second event. The third item is the 50-meter swimming lane assessment. 3 people couldn't swim and gave up directly. The remaining 4 people changed into swimsuits and entered the swimming lane to start speed and skill tests. Originally, this interview assessment did not include this item. But Li Lin had learned that Pang Ying's younger brother Pang Fei was very good at swimming and had even participated in swimming competitions held by the district while in the army, so this assessment item was tailored for him. It is also to allow Pang Fei to enter the company smoothly. Li Lin felt that after this project was over, the other candidates would have a gap with Pang Fei. I don't know if Li Lin thinks so, but Pang Fei himself feels the same way. In the first 2 events, he did not establish an absolute advantage. There was even a guy named Xu Ning who was at the same level as himself in shooting. However, after this swimming test, the guy named Xu Ning should feel the gap between himself and him. But the result disappointed them. Xu Ning took the lead in swimming the 50-meter lane with an absolute advantage. The remaining 4 were basically left behind by Xu Ning. Even Pang Fei was left behind by Xu Ning by nearly 10 meters. Li Lin's eyes twitched wildly. I thought to myself, this useless guy Pang Fei has been left so far behind. After playing, Pang Fei stared at Xu Ning breathlessly, his face gloomy. Good boy, you have some skills. But let's wait and see about our next project. Xu Ning smiled and passed it by. He now felt that Wang might be wrong. With so many people taking the assessment and competing at the same time, everyone's results are obvious to all. This method should be fair. If it really was Luobo Gang, why would they go to so much trouble? Then we started the 4th item, sandbag drill, which was mainly to test boxing skills and strength. Before the test, Li Lin found an opportunity and whispered a few words to Pang Fei. Let him perform well in this round. He had to defeat all competitors, especially that guy named Xu Ning. Otherwise, his job would be difficult. Pang Fei assured him. He said that he has been hitting sandbags since he was a child, and he has even hit human sandbags. The military boxing he learned in the army is beyond the reach of ordinary people. It is impossible for an ordinary retired soldier to surpass him in this regard. I have to say that although Pang Fei is not doing his job properly, he is indeed quite good at fighting. After all, he was a former soldier, and his punches made the 2-meter-high sandbag bang loudly, and the whole room seemed to be shaking. The other 5 runners-up were obviously much worse. Some of them punched him so hard that they grimaced in pain. Another person was knocked to the ground by a sandbag. Not bad, not bad. Li Lin was very satisfied. Finally, it was Chu Ning's turn. Pang Fei glared at Chu Ning as if in protest, with 3 parts of pride and 7 parts of disdain. Chu Ning ignored him and punched him. Bang! There was a dull thud, and the sandbag, which was more than a person's height, exploded. Chu Ning's entire arm was pierced through. The cowhide, rags and other stuffing inside flew everywhere. Sorry, it got pierced again. Chu Ning was a little embarrassed. During the last interview at Jinsho Group, he failed to control his strength and ended up punching through someone else's props. This time, I clearly tried my best to restrain myself, but it still got through. I guess the quality of this sandbag is not good. Chu Ning was still smiling awkwardly. But Li Lin and others were already confused. Pang Fei was also dumbfounded. The other interviewers and applicants were stunned. There was dead silence in the huge room. Chapter 39, Chu Ning was humiliated. No. It's okay. After the shock, Li Lin forced a smile with trembling lips. That's good. Chu Ning breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he would have to pay compensation. Then managerly, should we announce the assessment results next? Chu Ning asked with some anticipation. The 4 tests they mentioned earlier have now all ended. Chu Ning felt that the results should be out. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happens, Chu Ning feels that he should be the winner in the end. After all, among the 4 events, he had an absolute advantage in 2 of them, and the gap was obvious. Chu Ning is naturally confident. Li Lin was suddenly in a dilemma. He glanced at Pang Fei with a grim expression. I cursed Pang Fei in my heart, saying that he was a hopeless case. I tailored a position for him and customized the assessment items for him, but in the end, this is the result? In the last 2 items, Chu Ning completely defeated him. This is a difficult situation. The entire assessment was recorded. If I announced Pang Fei as the winner against my will, and Chu Ning reported me in anger, the consequences would be unpredictable. But if it is announced that Chu Ning has been successfully hired, how will he explain this to his superiors? After hesitating for a while, Li Lin asked Chu Ning and the others to sit outside and wait for the results. He led his colleagues out of the room in a hurry. After Li Lin left, he immediately found Wang Hong and reported the interview. In the general manager's office, Pang Ying seemed to have just finished reporting to Wang Hong and was fixing his hair. Wang Hong, on the other hand, straightened his tie and returned to his usual serious and capable look. After Li Lin knocked on the door and came in, Wang Hong thought everything was done. However, after learning the result, Wang Hong was undoubtedly furious. What did you say? Something went wrong with the assessment? Ying Ying's brother is going to be eliminated? You are a piece of trash. You can't do anything right. What use do I have for you? Pang Ying was listening right in front of him. When he heard that something went wrong, Wang Hong immediately scolded Li Lin. Li Lin was extremely terrified and said that he did not expect such a powerful figure to come to the interview. Boss Wang, what should we do now? According to the regulations of the head office, the entire interview and assessment process must be recorded. If we force manager Pang's brother to enroll, I'm afraid there will be risks. Also, when Secretary Su from the head office was reviewing the resumes of the candidates who were interviewed, he also asked us to pay more attention to this person named Chu Ning. Li Lin was caught in a dilemma and had no idea what to do. Pang Ying was undoubtedly a little anxious when she heard this. She ignored Li Lin beside her and started to act like a spoiled child to Wang Hong. Boss Wang, I don't care. You promised me that you would help my brother find a job. Wang Hong's face changed, and he immediately asked Li Lin to go out and wait for his decision. As soon as Li Lin left, Wang Hong grabbed Pang Ying's hand and said, Ying Ying, don't worry. Xiaofei's job has been assigned to him. But what about the head office? Manager Li just said that Secretary Su from the head office is very concerned about a man named Chu Ning and even greeted you. I guess this Chu Ning might be a relative of Secretary Su. Pang Ying was a little worried. Don't worry about her. She's just a relative of the president's secretary, not the president's. Her greetings won't be as effective as my Ying Ying's. Don't worry, no matter how strong Chu Ning's connections are, they can't be stronger than your brother's. After all, he is my brother-in-law. Wang Hong hugged Pang Ying in his arms and comforted him. Pang Ying was immediately happy. After a while, Wang Hong and his team seemed to have come up with a solution, so they asked Li Lin to notify Chu Ning to come to the general manager's office. When Chu Ning received the notice, he asked Li Lin with some confusion, "Didn't they say before that there was only one round of interviews? Is there a second round of interviews?" It's not like Chu Ning hasn't worked before, and the last interview at Jinsho Group wasn't this complicated. After the Human Resources Department completed the assessment, they asked me to go back and wait for notification. But now, after the Human Resources Department finished the assessment, they actually notified them that there would be another round. The general manager will interview you in person. If you don't know, you might think this is the ancient imperial examination to select the top scholar? Yes. The position you are applying for is quite important. Our general manager takes it very seriously, so he will conduct the re-examination in person. Don't worry, I'll just ask a few questions and you just answer honestly. Li Lin replied. Only Chu Ning and Pang Fei entered the re-examination this time. Li Lin let Pang Fei in first. About 10 minutes later, Pang Fei finished the re-examination and walked out with a beaming face. Next, Chu Ning. Li Lin notified Chu Ning to come in. There's an office inside. There were 3 people asking questions, one of whom was Li Lin, the human resources manager. There was another woman. Chu Ning had never seen her before during the assessment. She was wearing a white shirt, a hip skirt, black stockings, and heavy makeup. Her shirt collar was half open, and her cleavage was very attractive. She looked pretty good. Chu Ning looked at her a few more times, not because she was pretty. With a wife like Ren Yuqing at home, Chu Ning would look down on all the vulgar women out there. The main reason was that he found that this interviewer was 3 points similar to the applicant named Pang Fei who had left earlier. Chu Ning didn't think much about it and sat down in front of the 3 interviewers. Are you Chu Ning? Place of origin, Chuyang Town, Yuncheng? From the village down there? The speaker was a middle-aged man. Chu Ning estimated that he was the general manager of the company. Yeah. Chu Ning replied. High school education? Never been to college? Wang Hong asked again. Chu Ning nodded seriously, yes, high school diploma. When Wang Hong heard this, he immediately sneered. Pang Ying on the side also laughed. This kind of stuff actually attracts people's attention. Wang Hong shook his head and smiled. Then he crumpled up Chu Ning's resume and threw it into the trash can. Go back. The worst employees in our company have bachelor's degrees. You are a high school graduate, so don't waste our time. You can apply for a job as a security guard at the gate. Wang Hong smiled faintly, his condescending tone and the sense of superiority emanating from his whole body were undoubtedly disgusting. Especially the action of throwing Chu Ning's resume into the trash can was like a slap in Chu Ning's face, trampling on others' self-esteem. Really? A person with only a high school diploma comes to our company for an interview. He really thinks we are a shelter. Pang Ying's eyes were full of sarcasm. Li Lin also echoed and laughed. The original politeness and courtesy disappeared in an instant. Chu Ning stood up and looked at Wang Hong and others with a somewhat cold look. Diplomas and academic qualifications do represent something. But today, seeing you all, I realize that academic qualifications do not represent quality. I suggest that you go back to elementary school and relearn the words respect and quality. Chu Ning's words made Wang Hong and the others look stunned. What do you mean by that? Are you scolding us for our low quality? Chu Ning sneered, you can understand for yourself what I mean. Also, your company's recruitment notice does not require academic qualifications. Not to mention that I only have a high school diploma, even if I only have an elementary school diploma or a junior high school diploma, what's wrong with that? They can't even clearly express the recruitment requirements. I can't help but wonder how much water there is in the so-called academic qualifications of these people. You 3 should be considered company executives, right? I can only say that you are really bringing shame to your company. With leaders like you, it's better for me, Chu Ning, not to come to this company. Chu Ning was neither humble nor arrogant. Facing the three leaders in front of him, he looked at them coldly and confronted them head-on. You. Li Lin and others' faces turned pale, especially Wang Hong, who was shaking with anger. He is the general manager of Jiayu culture, and all the employees and subordinates are respectful when they see him. He didn't expect that he would be taught a lesson by a brat who came to apply for a job. What's the difference between Xu Ning's words and pointing at him and scolding him? Are young people nowadays so amazing? Don't you know how to respect your seniors in the workplace? Do you dare to confront your leader or boss? He rebelled. Chapter 40, Ren Yuqing's anger. Wang Hong's face looked extremely ugly. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he had no way to refute. After all, although Chu Ning's words just now were harsh, every word made sense. Wang Hong and his friends, relying on the fact that they are leaders, executives, and the people who decide Chu Ning's future and fate, naturally think that they are superior to others, and naturally do not consider respect in their words and deeds. From the details, we can see that these people are used to abusing their power in the company. But now I didn't expect to meet a tough guy like Chu Ning. What about leadership? So what, boss? Chu Ning never gets used to them. After letting out the anger in his heart, Chu Ning turned around and left, and the huge door closing scared Wang Hong and the others. What the hell is this? You're just a high school diploma bastard, and you dare to give us a cold shoulder? He's rebelling. Li Lin, block him immediately. I will never hire this brat for any position in my company. Also, we have informed the companies and enterprises that we have cooperated with and advised them to be cautious in using this person. As the company's CEO, Wang Hong had never been offended like this before. In anger, he decided to ban Chu Ning and make it impossible for him to find any job in Yunzhou's media industry. On the other side, Chu Ning, who had just finished the interview, walked straight outside with a cold face. Wang Yi seemed to have been waiting at the company gate. When he saw Chu Ning coming out, he immediately chased him and asked, "Brother Chu Ning, how is it? Is there a chance?" Chu Ning shook his head, "No chance, the interview was a mess. They said I don't have enough education." Chu Ning briefly explained the situation to Wang Yi. Wang Yi looked as if he had expected it. "I'm telling you, not having enough education is just an excuse. The bodyguard position doesn't require any education at all. You don't have to worry about it. I've said it before, this is a random position, and who will be admitted has already been determined. Even if you have enough education, they will find other excuses to reject you." Chu Ning didn't say anything. But there was something familiar about this scene. Previously, she was fired from Jinxiu Group because of her academic qualifications. At that time, Ren Feifei also said that her academic qualifications were just an excuse for her dismissal. "Brother, don't think about it. There are plenty of companies, you can just look for a job. I'll be off work soon, wait for me, and we'll go for a drink in the evening." Wang Yi put his arm around Chu Ning's neck and said with concern. But Chu Ning found an excuse to turn it down. He had to go home and cook dinner in the evening, and he was not in the mood to drink now. Time soon came to evening. Chu Ning prepared the meal and left it aside, waiting for Ren Yuqing to come back. Ren Yuqing seemed to be a little busy at work tonight. When she got home, it was already past 8 o'clock. Chu Ning was a little sleepy while watching TV and was awakened by the sound of the door opening. "You're back? Thanks for the hard work. Have you eaten? I'll go heat up some food for you." Chu Ning got up and went to the kitchen to heat up the food. By the time Ren Yuqing finished changing her clothes, the food had been heated up. Before getting married, Ren Yuqing didn't eat much for dinner. At most she would eat some fruits, vegetable salads, and the like. But now after getting married, Ren Yuqing found that her living habits were slowly being changed by Chu Ning in a subtle way. Just like now, after a hard day, I come home to drink hot porridge and eat some vegetables fried by my husband, and my soul and body, which have been tired for the day, seem to be comforted. "How's work going? Have you been notified to go for the interview?" Ren Yuqing asked while drinking porridge. Ever since she set up the stall with Chu Ning, Ren Yuqing has paid special attention to Chu Ning's work. There are too many infatuated men and resentful women in this world, and Ren Yuqing is a little worried that her husband is always showing up in public. All right. She was actually afraid that Chu Ning would be taken advantage of by some crazy girl outside. "Yes, I have been notified." The interview was completed in the afternoon. Chu Ning lowered his head and ate his meal, not in a good mood. "Well, how about it? Can I start work tomorrow?" Ran Yuqing didn't notice Chu Ning's expression and continued to ask. Jiayu Culture is a wholly owned subsidiary of Jinqiu Group, and is also considered an asset of the Rin family. Isn't it proper for one's husband to work in one's own company? Of course, although not many people knew about Chu Ning's relationship with her, but Su Xian said today that she had already informed Jiayu Culture, and coupled with Chu Ning's resume and ability, Ran Yuqing subconsciously felt that Chu Ning would definitely be admitted. But Chu Ning said, "I failed the interview." Ran Yuqing was stunned. She raised her head and looked at Chu Ning in surprise. "It's impossible. They didn't accept you? Could they have made a mistake? With your connections? I mean, with your ability, you can pass the interview of Jinqiu Group. How can Jiayu Culture not accept you? Don't ask anymore. I didn't pass anyway. Besides, I don't like this company and it's not suitable for me. Even if I pass the interview, I won't go," Chu Ning said with a cold face. Seeing that Chu Ning was a little unhappy, Ran Yuqing didn't ask any more questions, but the doubts and anger in her heart became stronger. After that, Ran Yuqing couldn't eat anymore and said that she had something else to do at the company tonight, so she had to go out first. This time, she asked Chu Ning to help clean up the dishes first. Ran Yuqing first went back to the bedroom to make a phone call, then put on her coat and went out. When Su Xian received the call, she was sitting on the sofa, eating potato chips and watching TV leisurely. She has a day off tomorrow, so she can play later tonight. But this pleasant vacation was cruelly broken by a phone call from Ran Yuqing. After answering the call, Su Xian did not dare to delay and quickly got dressed, then picked up the car keys and rushed to the group. But at this moment, Ran Yuqing called again. Ran Yuqing said coldly, "I'm downstairs from you." Su Xian's heart skipped a beat. She realized that things had gotten serious. The billionaire president actually came to her doorstep late at night. With a nervous mood, Su Xian went downstairs. Under the dim street lights, a black Rolls-Royce was parked there. The driver, wearing white gloves, sat quietly in the driver's seat, waiting for orders. Ran Yuqing was sitting in the back seat. Her pretty face showed no emotion, but a chilling chill came through the car window, causing Su Xian to shiver subconsciously. "Mr. Rin, why are you here? I was just about to go to the group to find you." Su Xian was a little panicked. Ran Yuqing ignored him and said coldly, "Jiayu Culture held an interview this afternoon, and Chu Ning did not pass. Do you know about this?" Su Xian's face turned pale instantly. "No. That's impossible. Mr. Ren, this is impossible. There is no way Mr. Chu will not be admitted. I have previously informed Mr. Wang of Jiayu Culture and asked them to pay special attention to Chu Ning. I mean, there's no way they can't figure it out, and there's no way Mr. Chu won't be hired," Su Xian explained anxiously. Ran Yuqing frowned immediately and asked in a cold voice, "Really? Then according to you, I came to you tonight to trick you? Or is Chu Ning lying to me?" Ran Yuqing's words made Su Xian even more flustered, and his face turned pale instantly. "Mr. Ren, I was wrong. It was my fault that I didn't do my job well enough. I will verify the situation right away and report to you in person before going to work tomorrow." Su Xian bowed his head and apologized. "I can't wait until tomorrow, I want the answer tonight." Ran Yuqing replied coldly, revealing her domineering attitude in just a few words. Chapter 41, Terror. Yunqing Hotel. At the dinner table, Pang Ying and his brother were toasting Wang Hong and Li Lin. After all, his brother was able to get the job smoothly this time thanks to the care of Wang Hong and Li Lin. "Mr. Wang, Manager Li, thank you very much for my brother's job. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be snatched away by someone else." Pang Yingjing greeted Wang Hong and Li Lin. Although Pang Ying and Wang Hong have a close relationship in private, when outsiders are present, they still address each other according to their positions. Li Lin waved his hand. "Ha, Manager Pang, you are totally overthinking. This position was tailor-made for your brother Ray Fei by President Wang. Let me tell you this, even if the King of Heaven comes to grab it, he can't compete with your brother Ray Fei. Who told you that you have Mr. Wang protecting you? Although Chu Ning has connections behind him, no matter how strong his connections are, can they be stronger than yours? Even if Secretary Su is from the head office, the county magistrate is not as good as the current manager. In our Jiayu culture, the one who has the final say is still our President Wang." Li Lin was a very smart person and gave all the credit to Wang Hong. Moreover, what he said was flawless. Not only was Wang Hong happy, but Pang Ying was also extremely happy. With a powerful man like Wang Hong as his support, he can indeed enjoy many privileges. However, Pang Ying and the others were not happy for long. Suddenly, a phone call came to Wang Hong. Wang Hong checked his phone and found it was Su Xian calling. Wang Hong frowned immediately. He had already guessed Su Xian's purpose. However, Wang Hong had already thought of an excuse and answered the phone immediately. "Hello, Secretary Su, are you still not off work so late? Call me when you have time. Although work is important, you should also take care of your health," Wang Hong said with concern and a smile on his face. But Su Xian didn't want to waste time talking to him, so she asked directly, "How was the interview with the person named Chu Ning that I asked you to pay attention to earlier?" Chu Ning? Wang Hong pretended to be dumbfounded and pretended that he couldn't remember for a moment. "Oh, I remember now. It's the one who came for the job interview. Don't worry, Secretary Su. I have told the Human Resources Department what you asked. Ask them to focus on the investigation. Under the same conditions, this person will be given priority for admission. What I'm asking about is the result. Was he hired?" Su Xian asked again. "Well, I don't know. I have to ask the Human Resources Department. You know, my job, even small matters like recruitment, are handled by my subordinates." Wang Hong evaded the question. Su Xian tried to be patient, "Then please ask right away, I'll call you later." After hanging up the phone, Li Lin and Pang Ying both looked at Wang Hong. "Boss Wang, what's wrong? Did Secretary Su come to question us? What should we do now? How should we explain it?" Li Lin and Pang Ying were both a little worried. After all, Su Xian is from the head office and is also President Jinxiu's personal secretary. Who wouldn't be a little wary of someone in this position? What is there to explain? Just eat. She's just a secretary. We are not under her jurisdiction. If she wasn't close to Mr. Ren, I wouldn't bother with her," Wang Hong said fearlessly. Li Lin and the others didn't say anything else. After a while, Su Xian called and asked about the situation. "Secretary Su," I asked. "We really want to keep your relative Chu Ning. However, his academic qualifications are too poor, he only has a high school diploma. In this case, it is not easy for the HR department to hire him for you through the back door. President Ren has entrusted a company to me, which shows his trust in me. I cannot let President Ren down. I am really sorry, Secretary Su," Wang Hong said embarrassedly. This excuse of his was quite good. Most people would not ask any more questions after hearing this. He even brought up Mr. Ren to pressure Su Xian. But who is Su Xian? He has been with Ren Yuqing for so many years and is definitely not someone who can be fooled so easily. She immediately asked Wang Hong. The recruitment notice did not require any academic qualifications, and they used this as an excuse to refuse to hire Chu Ning, which was not in accordance with the rules. Wang Hong became impatient when he heard this. "Secretary Su, academic qualifications are only one aspect. He is not qualified for the other assessments. His ability is not enough for this job." "Really? Then please send me the video of the interview immediately. I want to see which part of the assessment he failed." "Secretary Su, I've made it clear enough. I advise you not to push your luck. You violated the rules and interfered with the recruitment process of the subsidiary. I have done my best by not reporting you to President Ren. I advise you to keep this in mind." Wang Hong's tone turned cold. "Wang Hong, you are the one who is confused. Do you really think that I asked you to pay attention to Chu Ning? Forget it, since you won't cooperate, then come here in person and report the situation. You have 15 minutes to get there." Bang! As soon as Su Xian finished speaking, Wang Hong slammed his palm on the table with a bang. "Su Xian, you are too arrogant. Do you really think of yourself as someone important? I am the CEO of a company, a high-ranking official appointed by President Ren. How dare you, a mere secretary, boss me around? Who the hell do you think you are? Just wait, I will report your violation to President Ren tomorrow." Wang Hong was completely furious. He didn't expect that Su Xian would be so arrogant in trying to take the back door. He really treats the company as his own. But just as Wang Hong finished his harsh words, the person speaking on the other end of the phone seemed to have changed. The tone is cold yet majestic and imposing. "No need for tomorrow, let's do it tonight. I'm right here. I can't make it in 15 minutes. I'll pack up and leave the company tomorrow. The tone was calm, but to Wang Hong's ears, it sounded like thunder. Wang Hong was stunned at the time. Mr. Ren. Mr. Run? Wang Hong was completely dumbfounded. He never thought that a small recruitment for a subsidiary would alarm the group president, the richest man in Yunqing, the head of Jinxiu, Run Yuqing. At this time, Wang Hong remembered what Su Xian had just said, and immediately realized it. Could it be that it was not Su Xian's idea to pay attention to Chu Ning, but President Ren's idea? If that was true, when he kicked Chu Ning away, he wasn't slapping Su Xian's face, but the face of Jinxiu Group CEO, Ren Yuqing. Thinking of this, Wang Hong felt a chill down his spine. My back was covered in cold sweat. Chapter 42, Great Delight. Outside the residential area where Su Xian lives. A Rolls-Royce was parked there, making a low rumbling sound like a beast lurking in the dark night. Ran Yuqing sat in the back seat, expressionless. Through the half-open car window, an overwhelming chill and majesty radiated out. At this time, Wang Hong had already arrived here. He stood outside the car, head lowered, like a prisoner being punished, waiting for Ren Yuqing's instructions. Mr. Ren, everything I said before was true. It was Secretary Su who violated the rules and interfered with the company's hiring procedures. He informed me in advance and asked us to focus on a person named Chu Ning. But after the interview, we found that Chu Ning is not worthy of being promoted. He has corrupt morals and low character. He doesn't even have the most basic respect for being a human being. He is just a pile of mud. I am a soldier appointed by General Ren. I will never let him down. Therefore, no matter how Secretary Ren threatens or bribes me, I will never compromise and always adhere to the principle of fairness and justice in recruiting employees. I can't do anything that would let down the company, the group, and President Ren. I will never hire a rubbish like this, no matter how strong my connections are. Wang Hong spoke righteously, and his look of utter loyalty was very touching. But Su Xian, who was standing by, could only sneer at the scene. Wang Hong, this idiot, still thinks that it was Su Xian's intention to take care of Chu Ning. Even when he was about to die, he still didn't know how powerful the connection of Chu Ning, the man he had brought down, was. That's Mr. Ren's legal husband. In other words, he is the male owner of the entire group. But Wang Hong, this idiot, actually spoke ill of Ms. Ren's husband in front of Ms. Ren. Isn't this like an old man eating arsenic and seeking death? Have you finished editing? If not, I can give you some time to continue editing. Ran Yuqing looked over. At that moment, Wang Hong felt as if his body was pierced by a sword, and his whole body seemed to be seen through in that instant. I didn't make it up, Mr. Ren. Everything I said is true. I have no second thoughts about the company. Wang Hong started to panic. He was just the general manager of a small company, and he had been in the position for less than 2 years. However, Ren Yuqing was the richest man in charge of a billion-dollar group. A person of Ren Yuqing's level only needed a glance to overwhelm Wang Hong. That's enough. Ren Yuqing finally lost her patience. Wang Hong, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't tell the truth again, I will immediately send an investigation team from the group to Jiayu Culture for a thorough investigation. When the time comes, the investigation will not only focus on this recruitment issue, but also your financial issues. I remember that the previous general manager of Jiayu Culture was sentenced to life imprisonment. Who is Ren Yuqing? Having been in charge of Jinxiu Group for so many years, her rivals in the business world are all powerful tycoons. People like Wang Hong are not even qualified to be her rival. How could his cunning tricks deceive Ren Yuqing? Sure enough, after being questioned by Ren Yuqing, Wang Hong no longer dared to hide anything and confessed everything. Of course, Wang Hong still had some secrets. He only explained that it was Pang Ying, the company's public relations manager, who asked him to facilitate her brother's employment and to create a position tailored for her brother. As for the improper relationship between Wang Hong and Pang Ying, Wang Hong did not say anything. When Ren Yuqing learned the truth, she was so angry that her face turned blue. She set up a position for her husband, but after working hard for a long time, she ended up using it as a wedding dress for others. Her connections as the president of a prestigious group are not as strong as those of a public relations manager? Mr. Ren, I know I was wrong. I was also confused at the time and couldn't handle this kind of favor. Moreover, Manager Pang's brother is really good. He graduated from a technical college and served in the army. He meets the recruitment requirements. Wang Hong was still explaining. But Ran Yuqing didn't want to listen anymore. She didn't say anything, but just gave Wang Hong a bone-chilling look. Then the car window closed and the Rolls-Royce slowly drove away. Mr. Ren, Mr. Ren. Wang Hong was still shouting in pain from behind, but the vehicle had already gone far away. Here, only Su Xian was left, looking at Wang Hong with a sad face. But Su Xian did not sympathize with Wang Hong. Instead, I think he deserves it. This job was reserved by General Manager Run for her husband. But Wang Hong, this idiot, ignored her and gave the job to a small manager in the public relations department through the back door. Are you kidding? Can you get past Mr. Ren by using the back door? In terms of relationships, who in the entire group can compete with Chu Ning? Misfortunes sent by heaven can be forgiven. Misfortunes brought upon oneself cannot be forgiven. Su Xian sighed and went upstairs to go home. She had almost predicted Wang Hong's final outcome. And things turned out just as Su Xian had expected. The next morning, the investigation report on the recruitment work of Jiayu Culture, a subsidiary of Jinqiu Group, was presented to Rin Yuqing. The video surveillance of the entire interview was also sent over. Ren Yuqing watched the entire process and saw Chu Ning being humiliated and his resume being thrown into the trash can. After seeing this, Ren Yuqing directly issued the highest penalty of removing Wang Hong from all positions and expelling him from the group without any discussion by the board of directors. Of course, also fired were Jiayu Culture's HR manager Li Lin and PR manager Pang Ying. All HR staff who participated in the interview were demoted and had their salaries reduced to varying degrees. As for Pang Fei, there is no need to mention it. His employment qualification was revoked before the labor contract was even signed. When this notice was sent to Jiayu Culture Media Company, Limited, everyone in the company was stunned. After all, it was just a small company recruiting, and it wasn't an important position. But no one would have imagined that such a trivial matter, which seemed insignificant to everyone, would lead to such serious consequences. Half of the company's senior management were taken down. The boss Wang Hong was fired at lightning speed. Overnight, a major earthquake occurred in Jiayu Culture. The management team was completely reshuffled, and the human resources department was wiped out. When Wang Yi saw this notice, he was also dumbfounded. Fuck, what the hell is going on? You have to know that in today's society where connections are important, using connections to find a job is almost an open unspoken rule, especially in private enterprises, where it is even more common. Even if they are discovered, as long as it is not too excessive, most people will turn a blind eye. But Wang did not expect that this time the higher-ups actually took real action and fired the company's top executive. Shocking though. But it's so satisfying. People like Wang Hong, Pang Ying, and Li Lin are a den of scoundrels who abuse their power and authority. Too many employees in the company have long been fed up with them. Upon learning the news, Wang Yi immediately contacted Chu Ning. Wang also asked for Chu Ning's contact information before. Brother Chu Ning, great news. Wasn't that interview yesterday a sham job? I don't know who reported this to the head office. The head office sent out a notice today. All the people involved were dismissed and investigated. Wang Hong, Pang Ying, and Li Lin, who humiliated you during the interview that day, were not only dismissed, but also fired by the head office. I also heard that this matter reached the top, and the head of the head office was furious, and he personally issued the dismissal punishment. Ha, it makes people happy. But it's a pity that justice comes too late. If it had come a day earlier, you might have been successfully admitted. Chapter 43, My nephew is in the hospital. Chu Ning undoubtedly did not expect this result. After leaving school for so many years, Chu Ning has experienced a lot of social hardships and knows that this world is dark. Perhaps justice will eventually come, but it is often late. But this time, Chu Ning didn't expect that justice would come so quickly. In just one night, Wang Hong and his friends learned their lesson. But Chu Ning has no time to care about these things now. What happens to Wang Hong and the others has nothing to do with him. What he is more worried about now is the condition of his little nephew. At noon today, eldest brother Chuan called and asked Chu Ning if he had finished get off work. If he was free at noon, he asked him to go home and get some milk powder for Huan Huan and send it to the hospital. After further questioning, Chu Ning learned that Huan Huan had a fever again this morning, accompanied by a severe cough. Huan Huan has not recovered from her illness since her last cold, and it keeps coming back, especially today. When Chu Ning heard this, he felt heartbroken. How could such a young child endure such torture? Chu Ning didn't dare to delay, so he closed his stall immediately and went back to get milk powder for Huan Huan and sent it to the hospital. The Yunqing City Hospital is overcrowded. This is especially true in the pediatric department, where the corridors are filled with the cries of children. When Xu Ning found his eldest brother, Huan was receiving in 4 in the corridor. His eldest brother Chu Ning was beside her, looking haggard. "Brother, how is Huan?" Xu Ning asked worriedly. "It's a little better now. But the doctor recommended that I stay in the hospital for a few days for observation." "Then stay in the hospital. I'll go and get you admitted. There are so many people in this corridor, and there's the risk of cross-infection." Xu Ning wanted to get his nephew into the ward as soon as possible. But Chuan shook his head. "It's the peak season for influenza recently, and all the wards are occupied. Let's just make do here for now, maybe we can get an appointment tonight." After hearing this, Xu Ning was at a loss. "Where's my sister-in-law? Huan is in such a state, why doesn't she come?" Xu Ning took a look and didn't see Du Wei, and he immediately became angry. "I called her and she is on her way here. She will probably be here in the evening. She signed up for a tour group with her sisters these days to relax in other places and has not come back yet," Xuan explained. When Xu Ning heard this, he became even more furious. "Brother, what kind of marriage are you getting? You make money, you take care of the kids, and you do the housework. Sister-in-law still wants to travel when her son is still sick? Brother, why don't you talk about her? Are you just going to indulge her like this?" Xu Ning really couldn't stand such an irresponsible sister-in-law. Chuan sighed. "Forget it, Xiao Ning. I owe this to your sister-in-law. Back then, your brother, had nothing, but it was your sister-in-law who didn't despise me and married me. She was pregnant for 10 months and gave birth to 3 children for me. Brother, are you still talking to her?" Xu Ning was so angry that he interrupted his brother. "Yes, when we got married, my sister-in-law didn't ask for anything, but she made you her son-in-law. None of the 3 children have your last name. How much humiliation have you endured over the years? How many people have looked down upon you? You didn't give my sister-in-law a dowry, a car, or a house, but you gave her the most important thing for a man, dignity. I think what my sister-in-law wanted back then was not a husband, but a free laborer. It's not you who owes her, it's she who owes you, brother." Xu Ning felt a little disappointed. He just felt that his elder brother was carrying too many responsibilities in shackles that did not belong to him. Xuan does the housework and takes care of the children. Before he worked, Xuan had a monthly salary of over 10,000 yuan, and he turned it all in. Du Wei's underwear was washed by his eldest brother. "Is this my husband? This must be my nanny. Even worse than a nanny." The nanny was paid, but my eldest brother not only refused to take the salary, but also had to hand over money every month. When Du Wei returned home, she would lie on the sofa, either watching TV or playing with her cell phone, and she didn't dare to do anything about household chores. Just like Karl Lagerfeld. "Okay, why are you talking so much? Just take care of your own business. You should go back to work. I can handle this myself." Xuan didn't want to talk about this matter anymore, so he scolded Xu Ning and urged him to go back to work. Until now, Xuan still doesn't know that Xu Ning is unemployed. "Brother, I'm not going. Something happened. I no longer work at Jinxiu Group and I'm looking for a new job. I have nothing to do today, I'm here to help you." Xu Ning explained the truth. Xuan glared at him at that time. "You little bastard, what's going on? Why did you quit for no reason? Jinxiu Group is such a great company." Xuan was so anxious that he wanted to kick Xu Ning. Xu Ning explained that he was fired because his academic qualifications were not up to standard. "Another academic qualification?" Xuan sighed. "You dropped out of school in anger because of a woman without saying a word. Do you know how stupid you were now? Otherwise, you wouldn't have such a hard time finding a job now." Xuan thought back to the old days. "At that time, my younger brother was the top scorer in the science subject in the county in the college entrance examination and was admitted to Yenqing University, the top prestigious university in Yanxia." Xuan originally thought that smoke was finally coming out of the Chu family's ancestral tomb. But who would have thought that this brat dropped out of school and joined the army? As a result, the highest level of education is only high school. Who would want such a diploma in a good company? "Brother, why are you still bringing this up? I think things are good right now. Another way may not be better than this one." "Bullshit." Xuan was almost mad at his younger brother. This brat seems to have not regretted his original choice until now. This is indeed the case, and Xu Ning does not regret it. Although he lost his college diploma, he also gained a lot of valuable things during his years as a soldier in the north. In addition to his own skills, there is also the friendship of his comrades who have been through life and death together. That experience can never be bought with a college degree. And now, he feels that he is living a good life. I have a beautiful wife, and more importantly, my wife is sensible. Just for this reason, Xu Ning felt that he was much happier than his elder brother. As for a job, just look for it slowly. Even if I can't find it, the money I earn from setting up a stall is enough to support my family. You kid, you will regret it sooner or later. Xuan was too lazy to argue with him. Since he was not going to work, Xuan let him stay. It just so happened that he was both sleepy and hungry. Huan had been crying last night, so he didn't get much sleep. Now that Xu Ning is here and can look after the children for him, he can have a short rest. After a while, Xuan fell asleep in his seat. Xu Ning felt distressed when he saw how tired his elder brother looked. He took off his coat and covered his elder brother with it, then sat there quietly watching over the child. But around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Xu Ning received a call from someone who claimed to be a staff member of Jiayu Culture. Xu Ning was wondering why Jiayu Culture called him. After confirming that it was Xu Ning, the other party immediately apologized to Xu Ning. They said that they were very sorry that Xu Ning had a bad interview experience because of their company's hiring mistake. He also said that a new recruitment notice would be released tomorrow and invited Xu Ning to come to the company for an interview again. I guarantee that this time it will be fair and just, and similar things will never happen again. The other party's attitude really made Xu Ning feel extremely comfortable. Especially since the other party actually called to apologize in person, this undoubtedly made Xu Ning feel the sincerity of this company. Well, okay, if the requirements are met, I will apply. But this time, I hope your company can mark all the conditions in detail, especially the educational requirements, so as not to embarrass me when I get to the site. Xu Ning reminded specifically. He didn't want to go through the same interview experience again. Chapter 44, The Biggest Connection Household. At the same time, Su Xian also handed the recruitment plan revised by Jiayu Culture to Rin Yuqing. Mr. Rin, Jiayu Culture has completed the personnel change. Now, new personnel have taken over the recruitment work. Also, I have asked them to personally call and apologize to those who were treated unfairly in the last interview, and invite them to come for another interview. This is the new recruitment plan they submitted. Su Xian reported respectfully. Ran Yuqing nodded, then opened it and took a look, then immediately frowned. No, call it back and rewrite it. Ran Yuqing threw the plan directly into the trash can. Su Xian was stunned. She had read the recruitment plan and found nothing wrong with it. It just met the most basic requirements. But why is Mr. Rin so dissatisfied? Confused, Su Xian picked up the plan and read it again. Su Xian realized it only after seeing the recruitment requirements that required applicants to have at least a bachelor's degree. It was normal that Su Xian neglected this point before. After all, ever since Rin Yuqing took charge of Jinshou Group, she has required that all formal employees recruited in the future must have a bachelor's degree or above. Therefore, the Human Resources Department has strictly adhered to this rule in recruitment over the years. Although Jiayu Culture has a certain degree of autonomy, this time, the human resources there were obviously trying to cater to Rin Yuqing, so the recruitment requirements were completely in line with the standards of the head office. Little did he know that he was doing more harm than good. He wanted to flatter someone, but ended up flattering him instead. Su Xian guessed what Ren Yuqing was thinking and said immediately, Mr. Ren, Jiayu Culture's HR department just had a major cleanup. The people who replaced them probably lack experience and don't have a thorough understanding of the company. In my opinion, how about having our head office draft the recruitment requirements this time? Ren Yuqing nodded. Well, that's fine, then you go and do it. Okay, Mr. Ren, I'll revise it and send it to you right away. Su Xian has always been very efficient. After a while, a new recruitment plan was submitted. The rest of the aspects remain basically the same, the only thing that has changed is the requirements for recruiters. Limited to males, aged 25 to 30, retired military personnel, Yunqing natives, high school education or above, those with work experience in Jinshou Group are preferred. When Rin Yuqing saw the recruitment requirements, her pretty face turned red. This girl was just short of writing her husband's ID card on it. This requirement was written exactly according to Chu Ning. It's not an exaggeration to say it was tailor-made. Su Xian was worthy of being her secretary, and she guessed Rin Yuqing's thoughts clearly. But Su Xin, isn't it a little too obvious to write like this? Is this appropriate? Ran Yuqing still had some concerns. Although this position was prepared for Chu Ning, Ran Yuqing's original intention was to hope that Chu Ning would be admitted to the company through fair competition. After all, Ran Yuqing was more aware of Chu Ning's abilities. If the normal recruitment procedures were followed, Chu Ning would definitely be able to pass. Therefore, Ran Yuqing did not want to give Chu Ning a backdoor. If this were known to others and reported, Ran Yuqing would not be able to explain it. Mr. Ran, there's nothing inappropriate. Jinxiu Group is yours. Even if you appoint your husband as the general manager of Jiayu Culture, no one will say anything? It's our own business, so why worry about it? What's more, Mr. Chu is your legal husband. In other words, Mr. Chu is the male owner of Jinxiu Group. It is unfair to Mr. Chu to let the male owner of the group work as a bodyguard for a subsidiary company. Now we have set up a carrot post for Mr. Chu. Even if someone really exposes it in the future, they will only say that you, Mr. Rin, are noble and upright and let your husband start from the grassroots employee. Su Xin said with a smile. When Ran Yuqing heard this, she realized that this was indeed the case. Even if her backdoor dealings with Chu Ning were exposed, she wouldn't have to explain to anyone. She was the president of Jinxiu and the head of the group. Who dares to expose her mistakes? Besides, Ran Yuqing's husband was only arranged to be a grassroots employee. This was not preferential treatment at all, but unfair treatment, and no one dared to say anything about it. Well, okay, let's add one more rule: Scorpios are given priority. Ran Yuqing remembered that the birthday on her husband's ID card was Scorpio. With this added, no one could compete with Chu Ning for the job. Su Xin's eyes twitched. Then Mr. Rin, how about we arrange a few people to run with you? Su Xin felt that the only person in the entire Yunqing who met all these conditions was probably Chu Ning himself. When the time comes for the interview, it will be too obvious that Chu Ning is the only one coming. However, Wang Heng's experience before gave Su Xin and the others some inspiration. If no one is satisfied, then arrange for a few people to make up the numbers, at least it will look acceptable on the surface. Well, that's fine. You can arrange it. Ran Yuqing also thought it was a good idea, so as to avoid any accidents. After explaining all these things to Su Xin, Ran Yuqing went home after get off work. But after arriving home, Ran Yuqing discovered that Chu Ning was not there. There was no one in the dark room. She was used to the lights being on when she got home, and also used to Chu Ning having dinner ready for her. But when she came back for the first time and found no one at home, Ran Yuqing actually felt a sense of emptiness. Just like before marriage, like a rootless duckweed. Ran Yuqing immediately called Chu Ning to ask him where he was going and why he was not at home. Perhaps Ran Yuqing herself did not notice that Chu Ning had unknowingly integrated into her life and became indispensable. You off work? I forgot to tell you, I'm in the hospital. My nephew is in the hospital. I guess I'll have to go back late tonight. If you don't want to cook, just wait until I get back. If you can't wait, just go out and eat. Chu Ning instructed on the phone. Ran Yuqing was shocked when she heard this. Is the child seriously ill? Ran Yuqing remembered that the last time her car was hit by Chu Ning's eldest brother, it was also because he was taking a child to the hospital. It has been several days, and now he has to be hospitalized. It seems that the condition is quite serious. Ah. I'm not very optimistic. I keep having high fevers. Chu Ning sighed, his eyes full of worry. Don't worry, it's normal for children to get sick. Which hospital is it? I'll go check it out. The child was suffering from such a serious illness. Ran Yuqing felt that as Chu Ning's wife, since she knew about it, she should go and visit. Do you want to come? Or forget it, I'll stay here with you. You've been working all day and it must be very tiring. Chu Ning advised. I'm fine. I'll go drive now. You can send the address to my phone later. That's it. After Ran Yuqing hung up the phone, she first asked the driver to buy some supplements, and then drove to the hospital herself. When Ran Yuqing arrived, only Chu Ning was there. The eldest brother went home to get the quilt. I guess I'll have to spend the night in the corridor. There was no way. There were too many people hospitalized. They waited for an entire afternoon but still couldn't get a bed. My little nephew Huan seemed to be asleep, but he was still receiving in-4 drip. What's going on? Why are you getting in-4 in the hallway? When Ran Yuqing saw this, she frowned immediately. Chapter 45, My Wife's Phone Call. There's nothing we can do. There are too many cases of influenza among children recently and the wards are all full, Chuning said helplessly. How about changing to another hospital? Ran Yuqing asked. It's better not to bother with it. Wait a little longer. Maybe someone will be discharged and the bed will be freed up. Xu Ning and his elder brother Chuan had thought about changing hospitals to ask. But considering that the medical level of the city hospital is better, and it is so cold outside, and Xu Ning and his brother don't have a car, the children are the ones who suffer from the long journey. It's better to wait here. Yeah. Ran Yuqing nodded and didn't persuade her any further. She put down the supplements she had bought and handed the lunchbox she had bought on the road to Chuning. Where are my brother and sister-in-law? I also bought them food. Ran Yuqing looked around and found that only Chuning was looking after the child, and she did not see Huanhuan's parents. Ms. Ren, that's so thoughtful. Thank you. Xu Ning was touched by Ran Yuqing's attentiveness. It seems that not all wives are like my sister-in-law. Xu Ning took the lunchbox, then told Ran Yuqing that his elder brother had gone home to get some things, and as for his sister-in-law, she had gone on a long trip for something and had not returned yet. Xu Ning did not tell Ran Yuqing that his sister-in-law was out traveling. Family disgrace should not be made public, so Xu Ning thought it was better not to tell anyone about this kind of thing. But Ran Yuqing couldn't help but frown when she heard this. The child is so young, how can sister-in-law feel at ease to go on a long journey and leave it to big brother to take care of it alone? Can he take care of it? Ran Yuqing instinctively felt that it would be better for a 1 or 2-year-old child to stay with the mother and be taken care of. After all, women are more careful. Moreover, if the child is hungry, she can breastfeed at any time, which is much healthier than drinking milk powder. Maybe it's something important. Xu Ning's face looked a little bad. Seeing this, Ran Yuqing didn't ask any further questions. Every family has its own problems. But Ran Yuqing guessed that maybe there was something wrong with the relationship between Xu Ning and his wife. After all, last time in the middle of the night, it was Xu Ning's eldest brother who took the child to the hospital alone, which was not normal. Ran Yuqing sat down next to Xu Ning. As the night deepened, the temperature outside became colder. Gusts of cold wind blew through the corridor. Even though there was heating in the hospital, it still couldn't block the chill. Xu Ning was better off. He wore a lot of clothes and exercised regularly, so his skin was thick and he could withstand the cold. But Ran Yuqing is basically in the heating room all day long, so she habitually pays more attention to dressing fashionably. Under the black coat, there is only a low-necked goose-down shirt. After staying with Xu Ning for a while, Ran Yuqing sneezed because of the cold and then wrapped herself in her coat. Is it cold? Seeing this, Xu Ning quickly took off his down jacket and put it on Ran Yuqing, and urged Ran Yuqing to go home first, as he was watching over her. It's okay, I can handle it, I'm just worried about the baby. What do you think? If no one is discharged from the hospital at night, do we have to let the child stay in this corridor all night? Ran Yuqing looked at Huanhuan, whose little face was red in Xu Ning's arms, and couldn't help feeling pity for her. Xu Ning was just about to say that his elder brother had gone home to get a quilt, but before he could finish, Ran Yuqing suddenly sat up and returned the down jacket to Xu Ning. Xu Ning, you wait here first. I'm going out for a while and will be back soon. Ran Yuqing got up and left. She remembered that her grandfather had been hospitalized in the city hospital and might know the director of this hospital. If I use my connections, maybe I can arrange a ward for Xu Ning's nephew. Not long after Ran Yuqing left, Xu Ning's elder brother and sister-in-law came back together. On the way, Xuan received a call from Du Wei and learned that Du Wei had already arrived at the hospital, so he took Du Wei with him. Du Wei was wearing a mink coat and heavy makeup. The strong perfume could be smelled from a long distance away. She had her eyebrows and eyes painted, and her lipstick was very red. She looked bright and beautiful. In front of her, her elder brother looked like a hard laborer, with an unshaven beard, haggard and tired. The husband and wife are very distinct. Oh my baby, mommy is back. How are you? Why are you sick? It must be your father, that loser, who didn't take good care of you. I'll punish him when I get home and vent my anger on my baby. As soon as Du Wei came up, she snatched the child from Xu Ning's arms, put him on her body, kissed and hugged him. Huan, who was sleeping soundly, was immediately woken up and started crying loudly. The person accompanying the bed next to him saw this and couldn't help but say, "Girl, this is not the way to hold a child. How uncomfortable must the child be if you hold him like this? Also, don't put on makeup when you hold a child." Your perfume is an irritation to the child. Don't kiss the child when you put on lipstick. Are you really the child's biological mother? How come you don't understand anything at all? The people around tried to persuade him. Du Wei was immediately unhappy when she heard this. She turned around and scolded those nosy old ladies. I am holding my child. What does it have to do with you? You are just meddling in other people's business. The people around him were almost pissed off. Their kind words of advice turned out to be wrong. Well, it's your own child anyway, as long as you are happy. People outside don't bother to care anymore. Okay, give the child to me, and go to the bathroom to remove your makeup first. How old are you? Why are you still wearing such heavy makeup? Shuan was also a little unhappy. He took the child from Du Wei's arms and coaxed him. The child stopped crying instantly. But Du Wei was irritated. What's wrong with my makeup? You can't even take care of a child, and you want to take care of me? I gave birth to this child with great effort, and I gave him to you. Look how you took care of him for me. I haven't even settled accounts with you yet, and you still dare to give me a cold shoulder? Du Wei cursed angrily. Shuan didn't want to argue with her, so he said nothing and ignored her. Sister-in-law, that's enough. There are so many people here. Please say less. You might scare the child. Shu Ning couldn't bear it any longer and tried to persuade them. Perhaps Du Wei also felt the gazes of everyone in the corridor and felt a little embarrassed, so she stopped scolding Shuan. Instead, he asked why I was getting in for drip in the corridor. He was already in the hospital, so why didn't he go to the ward? Shu Ning informed her of the situation and said that the hospital beds were full. You two brothers are both more incompetent than each other. The child was so sick, but they made him spend the night in the hallway without even a bed. I was really blind to marry your Chu family. For such a small matter, I have to ask someone else for help. After hearing this, Du Wei immediately belittled the Chuan brothers. Then he took out his cell phone, walked a few steps away from the Chu Ning brothers, and made a call. Brother Jun, our child is sick and is hospitalized in the city hospital. The ward is full and there are no beds. You have a lot of connections. Can you use your connections to arrange a ward for him? When Du Wei called, she changed her ferocious look when facing the Chuan brothers and became exceptionally gentle. Okay baby, I know the director over there, I'll ask for you right away. A few minutes later, Du Wei returned to the child with a gloomy face. Sister-in-law, how is it? Have you found a bed? Seeing Du Wei being so confident just now, Shu Ning thought she had a way and asked immediately. Find a fart. You two losers can't handle it, so how can you expect an old woman like me to step up and handle it? I married into your Chu family, and not only do I have to suffer, but even my children suffer. Du Wei was in a bad mood and cursed. Although she asked someone for help just now, Jungu said that he had asked and there were indeed no vacancies, so he couldn't help. Even someone of Jungu's status couldn't get a bed. It looked like her child would really have to spend the night in the corridor. But just when they gave up, Shu Ning's phone rang. It was Rin Yuqing calling. Chapter 46, The Sister-in-Law is Not Simple. Shu Ning, I have something urgent to do, so I'll go back first. I put the supplements I bought next to you, don't forget to give them to my brother and sister-in-law. Also, I've already arranged for Huan Wan's ward. I happen to have a friend working in the city hospital, and someone will contact you and take you there in a while. Ren Yuqing's instructions came over the phone. Upon hearing this, Shu Ning was extremely delighted. Yeah? That's great. My brother will definitely feel relieved this way. I don't even know how to thank you. Let's not talk about it for now. There's a phone call coming in. I guess it's about taking us to the ward. I'll thank you when I get back. Shu Ning was a little excited. I didn't expect that this matter would be solved by my wife. After saying thank you several times, Shu Ning hung up Ring Yuqing's phone and answered another one. On the other side, Ring Yuqing, who had already gotten into the car, put down her phone and recalled what Shu Ning had said on the phone just now. A charming smile suddenly appeared on her pretty face. This stupid guy. It's just arranging a ward. This kind of thing may be difficult for ordinary people, but for a billionaire president like Rin Yuqing, the heir to the richest family, it's just a matter of greeting. It's not an exaggeration to say it's a piece of cake. It's a pity that my husband was so excited. Miss, where are we going? Asked the driver. Go back to the Rin family villa. Ran Yuqing ordered. Just now, Mr. Ring called Ren Yuqing and asked her to come back immediately because he had something to ask her. The tone was harsh, which was probably not a good thing. However, Ren Yuqing had basically guessed what was going on, and she really should go back and solve it. Shortly after Ren Yuqing left, Xu Ning and the others were led into a ward. The ward was clean and tidy. There was only one bed in the huge room. Apart from that, all other facilities were available, including a TV, refrigerator, and washing machine. There are even special caregivers on call 24 hours a day in the next room. At that time, Xu Ning and his group were all stunned. Xu Ning's sister-in-law Du Wei's eyes widened. Xiaoning, this ward, was it really found by your wife? Du Wei's eyes were filled with disbelief. Just now Xu Ning said that his wife found a bed, but Du Wei still didn't believe it. After all, even with Jun Ji's ability, he couldn't get a bed. Xu Ning is just a low-level security guard. Could it be that his wife is more capable than Jun Gu? Of course, Du Wei felt that even if she got it by luck, she would probably just find a bed in a random ward and it would be so crowded. But the reality slapped Du Wei hard in the face. Du Wei even felt that this was no longer a ward. The star-rated hotel she stayed in last night was not as luxurious as this. Xu Ning was also a little surprised. That should be the case. Anyway, that's what she said on the phone. She said she had a friend who happened to be in the city hospital, so she helped to arrange it. Chuan had never seen such a high-end ward in his life, and he suddenly felt guilty. Forget it, Xiaoning, let's not stay here. Don't let my sister-in-law owe them such a big favor. We can't afford it. This night must be very expensive. Xuan wanted to leave. The nurse who came to change the needle for the child smiled and said, "The hospitalization fee has been paid, so just stay here and relax." "Yes, brother, since you've already moved in, just stay for one night. It's also Yuqing's way of showing kindness." Xu Ning also advised. "It's expensive, but it's for the sake of the children." Xuan felt a little uncomfortable. This required the help of his brother's wife and money. When Huan recovered from his illness, he had to thank his brother's wife in person. "Xiaoning, what's your wife's family background? The people I know are pretty impressive." He was actually arranged to stay in the ward? Compared to Chuan's guilt, Du Wei on the side was obviously more concerned about the background of her brother's wife. This ward is obviously a ward for high-ranking officials. Without special connections and relationships, it would be impossible to be admitted. This sister-in-law must be no simple person to be able to get them in here. Could it be that this poor boy Chu Ning was really lucky enough to marry a lady from a wealthy family with a strong background? I don't have a good background. Like me, my parents died early, and there's not much left in my family except a few distant relatives. I guess it's just a coincidence. I happen to have a friend working in this hospital, and he helped arrange for us to come in, right? Xu Ning also guessed. However, this is the only possibility. Ran Yuqing is just a grassroots employee of Jinxiu Group. She definitely doesn't have the ability to do this on her own. As Chu Ning was speaking, someone walked in from outside. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in his 50s, followed by several doctors. When she saw the visitor, the nurse immediately addressed him as director respectfully. Du Wei and the others were undoubtedly even more shocked after hearing this. Dean? Could it be the director of the municipal hospital? They never thought that the dean would actually come to see them. You must be Miss Ren's friends, right? Just live here peacefully. If you need anything, feel free to tell the nurses. By the way, this is our hospital's pediatric expert. Let him take a look at the child later. Neither Du Wei nor Chuan had expected that the dean, who was rarely seen on weekdays, would be so warm and friendly. He exchanged greetings with them for a long time before leaving. The pediatrician who was brought in, after checking the child's condition, asked the nurse to prescribe some medicine, and then briefly explained the situation to Chuan and the others, telling them not to worry and that it was nothing serious. After all the doctors and experts left, Chuan and his wife could not calm down for a long time. They are just ordinary people and have never been treated like this. Now that I have encountered this for the first time, I naturally feel a little scared. After calming down, Chuan couldn't help but sigh to his brother Chu Ning. "Xiaoning, the friend your wife asked tonight must be no simple person. I owe him a big favor." Chu Ning was also very surprised about what happened tonight. He also didn't expect that his wife would have such a powerful friend. However, despite being surprised, Chu Ning was still a little proud. Chu Ning, as the younger brother, was undoubtedly very proud that his wife had solved the problems of his elder brother and his friends. After staying with his elder brother in the ward for a while, Chu Ning went home. Now that his sister-in-law is back, his eldest brother has help by his side, so Chu Ning doesn't have to worry too much. But on the other side, several uninvited guests came to the Rin family villa. In the living room, Mr. Rin was sitting on the sofa. There was an old woman next to him, crying and complaining to the old man. At the door, a man stood there with his head down, looking as if he had done something wrong, with eyes full of bitterness and guilt. "Uncle, although my son Wang Hong made a mistake in a moment of confusion, it was just a grassroots position and a small matter. Why would my niece Yuqing make such a fuss and fire Wang Hong? Over the years, Wang Hong has worked diligently for the company and the group. Even if he has no credit, he has worked hard. Besides, my cousin's most beloved grandson when she was alive was my son Wang Hong. If you, uncle, don't give us justice, I will faint in front of my cousin's grave tonight." The lady cried to Mr. Run with tears and snot. Chapter 47, The Old Man Who Protects His Shortcomings. Okay, stop crying. I'll take care of this matter for you. I've already called Yuqing. I'll take care of her when I get back. Mr. Ren hurried to comfort him. After all, they are relatives from his late wife's side, so Mr. Ren naturally cannot neglect them, lest people say that his Ren family is cold and heartless and that people forget about them after they leave. As they were talking, the sound of a car was heard in the yard. Then, Ran Yuqing pushed open the door and walked into the villa. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Wang Hong standing there. Perhaps because he felt guilty, Wang Hong didn't even dare to say hello to Rin Yuqing. He just stood there with his head down, not even having the courage to look Rin Yuqing in the eye. Seeing Rin Yuqing coming back, the woman stopped pestering Grandpa Ren. She wiped her tears with a tissue and sat there, waiting for the old man to give them justice. Ran Yuqing also ignored them, just glanced at them indifferently, and then walked up to her grandfather. "Grandpa, are you looking for me? Let me ask you, did you fire your cousin from the company?" Old Master Rin asked Rin Yuqing with a sullen look on his face. Ran Yuqing looked back at Wang Hong and said, "He came to complain to you? He did something wrong and didn't repent, but he still came to complain. Don't you have any shame?" Ran Yuqing's words were cold, and Wang Hong lowered his head even more. "How can you talk like that, kid? In terms of seniority, he is your cousin. How can you, as a younger sister, speak of your cousin like this?" The woman was immediately dissatisfied when she heard Ren Yuqing say this about her son. "Let's talk about the facts. He did something wrong at work. As the president of the group, why can't I say anything to him? The law is not merciful, and the group's rules and regulations are equally forbidding. If you all use seniority to bully me, how can I do my job? As the president of the group, do I still have to listen to your orders?" Ren Yuqing's words left the woman speechless. She had no choice but to look at Grandpa Run again with red eyes and ask him if he would care. If he didn't, she would go to the grave to complain to her dead aunt. The old man was obviously very impressed by this and immediately scolded Ren Yuqing. "Yuqing, after all, they are all elder relatives from your grandmother's side, so be polite. We are at home now, not at the company. Also, your cousin certainly made mistakes, but I heard that he just used connections to get a grassroots position. It's not a serious mistake. You can just give him a slight punishment. Why do you have to dismiss your cousin and fire him directly? After all, your cousin was recommended for this position by your grandmother when she was still alive. If you do this, how can I explain it to your grandmother's relatives?" It was obvious that Mr. Ren was still talking to Wang Hong. "There's nothing we can do, we're all relatives. In many matters, we have to consider the relationship between relatives. Grandpa, it's not that I don't care about our relationship, but this matter of his has touched my bottom line. Firing him is the lightest punishment. I haven't yet pursued him for the mess he caused in the company." Ran Yuqing did not compromise. "Are you kidding? Wang Hong has wronged her husband, how could Ren Yuqing let him off so easily? Yes, they are indeed relatives. But this relative is so distant. Just like the so-called cousin in front of her, Ran Yuqing didn't even remember having seen her before. It is true that when you are poor in a busy city, no one cares about you, but when you are rich in the mountains, you have distant relatives. Now many positions in the group are controlled by the relatives of these people, and Ren Yuqing has long wanted to clean out this group of slackers. What's more, this Wang Hong also insulted Chu Ning. According to the rules, Wang Hong should be punished. Now she comes home to talk about family ties. It's really funny. No matter how close the relatives are, they are not as close as my husband. If you come here to ask for favors, you will be dealt with more severely. Yuqing, Aunt doesn't like what you said. I know my Wang Hong. He graduated from a prestigious university. He has the ability and emotional intelligence. He is dedicated to the company. Over the years, he just made a small mistake in this recruitment. But now you are talking about him as an unforgivable criminal? The woman defended her son. Ren Yuqing said coldly, whether it is unforgivable or not, he knows it in his heart. He is a married man who doesn't know how to behave. I have saved his face. When Wan Hong heard this, his expression undoubtedly became even uglier. He realized that Ren Yuqing should know about his extramarital affair with Pang Ying. Feeling guilty, Wang Hong advised his mother to go back, saying that it was all his fault and he was willing to be punished and it had nothing to do with his cousin. Wang Hong could only say this. He was afraid that if he continued to make trouble, Ren Yuqing would expose the matter again. By then, when his wife knew about it, there would be chaos at home. But when Mr. Rin heard that Wang Hong was so sensible, he felt that Ren Yuqing was making a big deal out of nothing. Let's not talk about this matter anymore. Listen to me. Wang Hongji will be given a serious disciplinary action for this matter and his salary will be deducted for half a year, but he will continue to serve as the general manager of Jiayu Culture Media Company, Ltd. When you return to the group tomorrow, you can arrange this matter. Mr. Rin made the final conclusion, and his one sentence determined the overall situation. The woman was immediately delighted and satisfied. She thanked the old man repeatedly and said that her aunt's life was worth it. She always said that uncle was a sentimental person. Grandpa, I don't agree with your decision. Huh? What? You don't even listen to me? Are you so heartless just because of a small recruitment matter? Grandpa Run was immediately displeased by his granddaughter's contradiction and scolded her harshly. Grandpa, you don't understand what's going on here. Yes, the position we're recruiting for is just a grassroots position, and it's really not important. But, do you know who Wang Hong squeezed out by giving someone a backdoor? It was Chu Ning. During the interview, Wang Hong even humiliated Chu Ning. How can you let me be lenient with Wang Hong? Being scolded by her grandfather like this, Ren Yuqing felt a little aggrieved and immediately told the truth. What did you say? Chu Ning? It's your old Master Ren was suddenly shocked. After all, the old man is a man who has experienced a lot of things in the world, and he understands many things at a glance. Just like now, after learning that it was related to Chu Ning, he immediately understood. No wonder this little girl made such a fuss over a small matter in a subsidiary company. Not only did she disregard the relationship between relatives and dismissed the CEO, she even took down the entire human resources department. After all this time, I'm just venting my anger on my husband. You little bastard, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had told me earlier, how could I not be on your side? Mr. Ren is also a wise man. No matter how close Wang Hong and his family are, can they be closer than my grandson-in-law? Moreover, judging from the tone of her granddaughter just now, it seemed that Wang Hong, that bastard, had humiliated her granddaughter-in-law. It's good enough that you don't beat him, but you still have the nerve to come here to complain. Well done. You bastard, I gave you the chance but you didn't use it. How dare you give someone a backdoor and abuse your power for personal gain? Look, I'm going to beat you up. Roll. Mr. Ren's expression changed instantly. He no longer had the attitude of speaking for Wang Hong. He turned around, picked up his cane and hit Wang Hong. Wang Hong was so frightened that his face turned pale and he opened the door and ran out. Wang Hong's mother was completely stunned. The old man was speaking for me just now, why did his attitude suddenly change 180 degrees? A country has its own laws, and a family has its own rules. Don't blame others for being indifferent if you don't know how to appreciate it. You are a useless person, who can you blame for your own failure? Even if his aunt were still alive, she would beat him today. He has brought shame to the Wang family. The old man roared angrily. Mr. Ren's last words were obviously meant for Wang Hong's mother. Seeing that the old man was angry, the woman was frightened and her face turned pale, her eyes were filled with fear. She dared not say anything and left in shame. I'm so angry. How dare you bully my grandson-in-law? And you still have the nerve to come to me and complain? If that bastard hadn't run so fast, I would have broken his legs. This scene left Ren Yuqing standing next to him dumbfounded. She thought she had done enough to protect Chu Ning, but her father was even more ruthless than her? He just took action. Chapter 48, Another Carrot Post? Grandpa, aren't you afraid of being unfair to Grandma by treating her relatives like this? Didn't you just say that we should look at the Buddha's face instead of the monk's? After Wang Hong and his mother left, Ren Yuqing deliberately asked her grandfather. You stinky girl, you hit me in the face on purpose, didn't you? Don't I know the situation? If I had known that the person they had offended was my grandson-in-law, I would have chased them away long ago without you having to intervene. Even if your grandmother were still alive, she would definitely side with her grandson-in-law. After all, if we want to have a great grandson, we have to rely on our grandson-in-law to help. At this point, Mr. Ren winked at Ren Yuqing. What's going on? How far have you two progressed? Do you need me to add fuel to the fire? Ren Yuqing blushed when she heard this. Grandpa, please don't make things more complicated. Just let it go. Is there anything else? If not, I'll leave first. Ren Yuqing obviously didn't want to chat more with Mr. Ren. After saying a few words, she left. Watching his granddaughter leave, Grandpa Ren nodded with satisfaction. You have already started to stand up for your husband, and the progress is good. It seems that my hard work last time was still useful. Well, it's quite useful. How about some more drastic measures? Yeah, I think so too. Mr. Ren nodded in agreement. But after he finished speaking, the old man was stunned. He turned around suddenly and saw Ren Feifei's big face, which had already stretched next to him without him knowing. Depend on. You damn girl, do you want to scare your grandfather to death? The old man was startled. This damn girl is so elusive that she makes no sound when she walks. Ren Feifei rolled her eyes. It's obvious that you only have eyes for my sister and can't see anything else. Why, do you have any objections? How about I give you the task of giving birth to my great-grandson? No, Grandpa, I was wrong. You did the right thing. In our family, everything revolves around my sister. You are right to pay more attention to my sister. Ren Feifei begged for mercy quickly. She didn't want to get married, let alone have children. She hadn't had enough fun yet. That's good to know. In that case, please help me think of how to give your sister and brother-in-law some drastic measures. Old Master Ren has already begun to think about the next battle plan. When Ren Yuqing returned home, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Xu Ning was not asleep at this time, obviously waiting for Ren Yuqing to come back. How is it? Is my nephew feeling better? If not, I can ask my friend to find a better expert. Ren Yuqing asked with concern. Don't bother your friend anymore. He's already helped enough. I just asked, and my brother said Huan is much better now and is asleep now. Xu Ning said quickly. And this time we owe your friend a huge favor. The ward arranged is particularly luxurious, and the dean even went there in person. I really didn't expect that your friend is so capable. Xu Ning couldn't help but sigh. It's okay. Ren Yuqing appeared calm on the surface, but she was laughing in her heart. She thought to herself that her silly husband probably didn't even know where any friends were. She had arranged all of this. By the way, my brother also said that this time it was all thanks to you. In a few days, he wants to come to your house to thank you, and he also wants to meet you. I think we have been married for more than a month, and it's time for us to meet my sister-in-law and my eldest brother. Xu Ning asked Ren Yuqing tentatively. He also didn't know whether Ren Yuqing was willing to meet his relatives. Perhaps, she may still feel that the time is not right. But to Xu Ning's surprise, Ren Yuqing did not even hesitate and agreed directly, saying that everything would be arranged by Xu Ning. This made Xu Ning very happy. This undoubtedly showed that Ren Yuqing had begun to accept him as her husband. The relationship between the two had gradually warmed up, and they were no longer as distant as strangers as they were at the beginning. After talking about this, Xu Ning and the other person went to rest. Ren Yuqing has to go to work tomorrow, and Xu Ning also has to go for an interview. Just a few hours ago, Jiayu Culture called again and said that the recruitment notice had been released and reminded Xu Ning to go and take a look. Xu Ning took a look and found that the recruitment conditions this time were indeed much more detailed, with clear requirements in terms of education and age. Coincidentally, he met all of them. Xu Ning simply resubmitted the resume he submitted last time without making any changes. As a result, within half an hour, the company notified him to go for an interview early the next morning. The speed this time was so fast that Xu Ning was stunned. Xu Ning also asked on the phone, "Are you notifying me for an interview so soon?" They just said that there was a serious shortage of staff and that they urgently needed to recruit more, so the entire recruitment process was accelerated. One night passed quickly. The next day, after Chu Ning and Ren Yuqing finished their breakfast, they went about their own business. As usual, Ren Yuqing drove a Buick out of the community, then got into her own Rolls-Royce, and then went to Jinsho Group under the escort of a group of bodyguards. Chu Ning changed into clean clothes and took the bus to Jiayu Culture again. It was rush hour at this time. Chu Ning stood all the way, but when it was time to get off the bus, he still couldn't get a seat. Brother Chu Ning? Chu Ning had just gotten off the car and had only taken a few steps when he heard a familiar voice from behind. Chu Ning turned his head and found that it was indeed Wang Yi. Wang Yi? What a coincidence, we meet again. Chu Ning said with a smile. I came here twice, but I didn't expect to meet Wang Yi both times. But it's normal if you think about it. It's the time when people are working, so it's very likely to happen. How was it this time? Did you get carsick? Chu Ning asked with concern. Wang Yi smiled and said, it's okay this time. I took motion sickness pills beforehand. Why are you here today? Wang also remembered that Chu Ning failed the last interview. He didn't know why he came here again. I'm here for an interview. Chu Ning answered truthfully and told Wang Yi that Jiayu Culture was recruiting again. Wang also felt strange, the company hasn't recruited for several years. This year is really strange. They recruited twice in a short period of time. Even if there is a reason for the second recruitment, it's too fast. Where is the recruitment notice this time? Let me take another look. Wang Yi asked Chu Ning for the recruitment notice again. After reading it, Wang Yi sighed again, and like last time, he patted Chu Ning on the shoulder and said with sympathy, Brother, although it is cruel, I still have to tell you that this time, you still have no chance. The smile on Chu Ning's face froze in an instant. Brother Wang, what happened this time? Chu Ning felt a little bitter. Last time, Wang Yi said that he had no chance. I didn't quite believe it at the time, but facts proved Wang Yi's guess. This time, Wang Yi said something similar. Chu Ning suddenly panicked. Brother, take another look at this recruitment requirement. It's more detailed than the last one. It also requires work experience at Jinsho Group. It even has requirements for your zodiac sign. This is just short of writing down the person's ID number. Tell me, what else are you going to do? To humiliate yourself? To be cannon fodder? I'm afraid they've already decided who to hire. Wang Yi shook his head and said. After hearing this, Chu Ning felt very disappointed. Before coming, Chu Ning was still full of expectations. I feel that with the lessons learned from the past, this recruitment should be fair and just. But now, listen to what Wang Yi has to say. Damn, it's another carrot post. Are you kidding me? Chapter 49, My Wife is in Danger. But since he was already here, Chu Ning thought, he might as well go over and take a look. What if? Just like last time, Chu Ning still ignored the advice and went to Jiayu Culture for an interview again. There were 4 people in total applying for the job this time, including him. The interview process went surprisingly smoothly, without any unexpected incidents. And Chu Ning, as expected, ranked first in all the assessments. After the interview, Chu Ning prepared to go home and wait for news. But who would have thought that before Chu Ning even walked out the door, the HR staff came out and said that Chu Ning was accepted. I had the physical examination in the morning, signed the labor contract in the afternoon, and could start work tomorrow. Chu Ning was stunned after hearing this. Are you serious? Can I start work tomorrow? Chu Ning felt that his brain was not enough at that time. ISNT at Luobo Gang? Aren't you just running with me? Isn't he just cannon fodder? Chu Ning had already given up hope. He didn't want to go for the interview in vain. He wanted to see it through to the end so that he could explain to his wife when he returned. But who would have thought that I would actually be admitted? Moreover, it is so urgent. Physical examination in the morning, signing of labor contract in the afternoon, and letting him start work tomorrow? It seemed as if she was afraid that he would run away. However, despite the doubts, the result is always good, so Chu Ning naturally would not refuse. I immediately decided to go to a nearby hospital for a physical examination. When he left the company, Wang was still waiting for him at the door. Chun Ning, what's the matter? I told you a long time ago that there's no hope. But don't be discouraged. Even if this one doesn't work out, you can always find a job in other places. Wang Yi comforted him. Xu Ning smiled and said, HR asked me to start work tomorrow. Wang Yi's eyes widened when he heard this. Fuck, are you serious? Are you accepted? Xu Ning nodded. When Wang Yi saw this, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. No, that's definitely not right. How did you get hired? This position is definitely a sloppy one. Wang Yi couldn't figure it out, and kept shaking his head, talking to himself, and at the same time began to review what went wrong. Until, he suddenly raised his head and stared at Chu Ning. Brother Chu Ning, could it be that this position is tailor-made for you? Tell me the truth, is there someone behind you? Wang Yi immediately questioned. Xu Ning shook his head and smiled. If I had someone behind me, I wouldn't have been humiliated like that last time. No more talking. I'm going to have a physical checkup first. We'll be colleagues from now on. We can talk later. Xu Ning waved to the king, then left with a smile. Now that he had finally found a job, Xu Ning felt that even the sunshine outside was warm. But Wang Yi behind him still couldn't figure it out. If Xu Ning had no connections behind him, then what went wrong? Could it be that this recruitment is really fair and just? In fact, Xu Ning was not the only one who had similar doubts. The Human Resources Department of Jiayu Culture also had the same doubts. The people in the Human Resources Department did not receive any notice that Xu Ning must be admitted. Instead, they were required to determine the candidates for admission today and submit the list to the head office. In this case, the Human Resources Department can only recruit Xu Ning based on merit. If there is a reason, maybe it's just that he's lucky. It was already afternoon when Xu Ning finished his physical examination. He then waited in the company for a long time before someone from the HR department was free and had time to process his employment. This is the labor contract. Take a look at it. If you have no objection, you can officially sign it. Xiao Li from the Human Resources Department handed the contract to Xu Ning. Xu Ning nodded. Yeah, okay. Xu Ning took the contract and was about to look through it. But at this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Hey, kid, Reincarnation is your wife, right? If you still want your wife, come to the intersection of Luyuan Road and Dongchang Road immediately. I'll give you 20 minutes, otherwise you'll have to wait for your wife's body to be collected. The other party's tone was fierce, with a hint of murderous intent. Xu Ning frowned instantly and stood up immediately. Who are you? What do you want? I'm warning you, if you dare to touch her, I will make sure you die without a burial place. Xu Ning shouted coldly. The sharpness and ferocity that had been hidden for a long time burst out from his body. If Chu Ning's elder brother Chuan were here, he would definitely be shocked. Because, ever since Chu Ning returned from retirement, he has never shown this kind of cruelty again. Xu Ning's face was cold at this moment, but his heart was surprisingly calm. Thousands of thoughts were floating in his mind, and countless names kept flashing through his mind. Who would attack his own wife? Could it be that the enemies Chu Ning had made in the northern border in the past have come to the country to seek revenge on him? But who could it be? Viper? Lung Feng? Or Azura? Or the remnants of Hongmen? During the years he served in the Northern Territory, Xu Ning had made too many enemies. Even if someone came to seek revenge, Xu Ning could not immediately determine the other person's identity. But without exception, no matter who the person who came this time was, he was a vicious and ruthless criminal who was feared in the northern border. He was definitely not someone that people like Ren Yuqing who grew up in a greenhouse could deal with. Xu Ning didn't end up asking the other party's identity and hung up the phone. In this situation, Xu Ning didn't care about anything else. He apologized to the HR department and left quickly. Why? What do you mean, man? Is the contract not signed? I'm warning you, if you miss this opportunity, you'll miss it forever. He got up and ran away halfway through signing the contract. Who wouldn't be angry? The young lady from the Human Resources Department was so angry that she stomped her feet on the spot, chased out and shouted at Xu Ning. But Xu Ning had already disappeared without a trace. On the other side, Ren Yuqing was blocked in an alley by a group of masked men in black. She was just called here by a mysterious phone call. As they came in a hurry, Ren Yuqing did not have time to call too many bodyguards for protection, and only 2 came with her. But now, the 2 bodyguards had been knocked unconscious by a stick and fell to the ground. Damn it! We should have called a few more people to follow. Looking at the masked man slowly walking towards her, Ren Yuqing's face was solemn and full of regret, and she stepped back step by step. It was already evening at this time. It gets dark especially early in winter. There was still some light on the street outside, but the alley was already extremely dark. Who are you? What on earth are you going to do? Who ordered you to do this? However much money the other party gives you, I can give you 10 times as much. Ren Yuqing was negotiating with them on the surface, but she put her hands behind her back and dialed her cell phone to call the police. But little did she know that the leader of the other party had already arranged some people to go around and snatch Ren Yuqing's phone from behind. Bitch, you want to call the police? I think you want to die. A big man cursed angrily and swung his stick at him fiercely. Chapter 50, Learning Life Skills. Xu Ning quickly arrived at the scene. But after looking around, he didn't see his wife. Xu Ning immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was probably a false alarm, perhaps someone was playing a prank. Xu Ning tried to call Ren Yuqing, but her phone was turned off. Xu Ning became nervous again. Ah! At this moment, a scream was heard from an alley not far away. Xu Ning was shocked when he heard this and ran over immediately. Sure enough, Ren Yuqing was seen standing there with blood all over her face, gasping for breath. Yuqing! How are you? Hold on, I'll take you to the hospital. Xu Ning's eyes were full of worry. He didn't care about anything else. He picked up Ren Yuqing and went to the hospital. Ren Yuqing was simply amused by her silly husband and couldn't help but said, I'm fine. They are the ones who should be sent to the hospital. Xu Ning was stunned when he heard this. Only then did he look down and see that there were 7 or 8 strong men lying at his feet, holding their stomachs and rolling on the ground groaning. One of them even had a broken nose and was bleeding profusely. On the other hand, Ren Yuqing in his arms had a smile on her pretty face. Apart from being a little out of breath due to fatigue, she was in good spirits. As for the blood on his face, Xu Ning wiped it with his hand, and there was no wound. Ren Yuqing got down from Xu Ning's arms and said with a smile, It's not mine. It was that person's nosebleed that splashed on me. The punch I threw just now was a bit too strong and hit the other person's nose. Ren Yuqing explained calmly. Xu Ning was a little confused at the moment. He looked at the 7 or 8 men lying on the ground, and then looked at Ren Yuqing who was unharmed in front of him. They were all beaten by you? Ren Yuqing nodded. Well, at first I thought it would take some effort to deal with them, but I didn't expect that they are all tall and strong, but they are just for show and can't withstand a beating at all. At most, they can only withstand 2 of my kicks. Xu Ning suddenly fell silent. The corners of my eyes kept twitching. I wonder what kind of wife he married. One person defeated 7 or 8 strong men, and he still says he can't withstand a fight? No wonder this woman has been single for so many years without finding a partner. That's right, it's useless for others to find a partner. You can earn money by yourself, rent a house by yourself, buy a car by yourself, and you can even fight the bad guys by yourself. You don't even give yourself the chance to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Xu Ning suddenly smiled bitterly. It turns out that my husband is useless. What's wrong? Don't you believe it? I have been practicing Sanda since I was a child. Most people can't get close to me. I can handle 6 or 7 ordinary people. Seeing Xu Ning's expression, Ren Yuqing thought he didn't believe it, so she immediately explained. Xu Ning smiled and shook his head. It's not that I don't believe it, but I suddenly feel that as your husband, I am completely useless. Xu Ning was joking. Ren Yuqing was amused. It's not useless. Your cooking is still delicious. Xu Ning. Well, is this all I am useful for in my wife's eyes? The 2 of them were chatting and laughing, while the men who were knocked to the ground by Ren Yuqing were still groaning, but Xu Ning and his wife didn't care. Xu Ning's previous worries and anxieties were all swept away after seeing that Ren Yuqing was fine. At first he thought that it was the enemy he had made in the north who came to seek revenge, but now it seems that he was obviously overthinking. After all, if it really was those people, Ren Yuqing would never be able to handle it by herself. Xu Ning guessed that these people in front of him were just some street thugs who were tempted by her beauty and attacked Ren Yuqing. These street thugs are usually lazy and good-for-nothings. Ren Yuqing has some Sanda skills, so it is not surprising that she could knock down 7 or 8 of them by herself. However, although they are all small characters, since they have offended his wife, Xu Ning naturally does not intend to let them go. He first took out his cell phone and called the police. While waiting for the police to arrive, Xu Ning walked up to them and kicked them one by one. Dare to tease your own wife? Looking for a fight. Then, there was a shrill scream. With Chu Ning's strength, these people would not be able to get up for a while. Come on, let's go home. After doing all this, Chu Ning took Ren Yuqing home. They didn't wait for the police to come, because they would have to take a statement at that time, which would have been troublesome enough. On the way back, Chu Ning and his friends passed by a vegetable stall on the street. Chu Ning suddenly remembered that he had no vegetables at home, so he stopped to buy some. How much is this cabbage per pound? 8 cents. It's too expensive. There are only 2 left. Can you make it cheaper, 50 cents? I'll buy them all. Chu Ning bargained. 50 cents is too little. I can't buy it. The purchase price is 70 cents. So, 60 cents. These are the last 2. I'll sell them to you even if I lose money. After some bargaining, Chu Ning finally bought 2 cabbages for 60 cents. While Chu Ning was bargaining, Ren Yuqing was always watching. After the purchase, Ren Yuqing asked in confusion, is it worth it to waste so much time and effort just for those 2 cents? Even if these 2 cabbages weigh 10 kilograms, it only saves $2. Time is also a cost, right? Chu Ning shook his head and said, if you save $2 here and there, you can save a lot of money in a year. As for the time cost, it's time to get off work anyway. The remaining time should be used for life. Buying groceries and cooking is part of life. Where is the cost? Chu Ning said with a smile. After hearing what he said, Ren Yuqing suddenly felt that it made sense. 2 cents, or even $2, is not much, but over time, it accumulates to a considerable amount for an average family. Moreover, Chu Ning's sense of time also gave Ren Yuqing a feeling of enlightenment. In the past, Ren Yuqing cared too much about her time. I wish I could spend all my time on work. After all, for a group president like Ren Yuqing, every minute and every second is extremely precious. Sometimes, Ren Yuqing feels that going to the toilet, eating, and even sleeping are all a waste of time. But now think about it, how can the time cost be calculated in this way? Work is not everything in life, and time outside of work is meant to be wasted. You can go fishing, play ball, set up stalls, and even bargain with vendors. These are part of life. Afterwards, Chu Ning bought some other vegetables. Ren Yuqing found it very interesting to see Chu Ning using his eloquent tongue to haggle with the vendors over prices. She wanted to try it too. Okay, there's a fruit stand in front. Let's buy some fruit and then I'll let you tell me. Chu Ning said with a smile. Soon, the 2 came to the fruit stall, picked some bananas and apples, and after weighing them, the total cost was 28.3 yuan. Boss, this is too expensive. Can you make it cheaper? How about 23.20 yuan? Ren Yuqing imitated Chu Ning's words just now and bargained with the boss in a serious manner. Chu Ning was amused at that time. Okay, big sister, 23 yuan is fine, huh? The boss also laughed out loud. Perhaps, this was the first time the boss met a girl who was so reserved in bargaining. Chapter 51, Realizing Something is Wrong. On the way home after buying fruits, Ren Yuqing kept asking Chu Ning, what were you laughing at just now? I was clearly imitating your words when bargaining with others, so what's the problem with that? Chu Ning smiled and replied, I'm not laughing at anything, I just think you're cute. But next time when you can bargain a little more, don't be embarrassed. These vendors are sometimes shady, asking for exorbitant prices and paying you back at the bottom. Chu Ning imparted relevant experience to Ren Yuqing. When he started bargaining with others, he was actually the same as Ren Yuqing, not daring to bargain too much. He felt that it was not easy for the vendors to make money, and if he bargained too much, it would seem like he was being too much, and he felt a little embarrassed. But later, after buying things from his eldest brother several times, Chu Ning realized that when buying things outside, it is easy to be cheated if you are too thin-skinned. You still need to be thicker-skinned. Listening to Chu Ning's instructions, Ren Yuqing nodded seriously, indicating that she understood. At this time, Chu Ningtong had carried several bags, big and small, and had bought basically everything he needed. He was preparing to speed up his pace to go home and cook. But who would have thought that Ren Yuqing seemed to really want to put her learning results into practice, so when she passed by an electric car store, she stopped again. Your electric car is old. I'll buy you a new one. Ren Yuqing suddenly said. No need. It's okay if it's a little old. It's not like it can't be ridden. Chu Ning declined. But Ren Yuqing turned around and walked into the store without saying anything. Chu Ning had no choice but to follow. The shopping guide came forward and started asking the two people what kind of electric car they wanted to buy. How much is this one? Ran Yuqing asked, pointing at the tram closest to her. Miss, you have a good eye. This model is the best one we have in our store, with the best value for money. There is only this one left. The original price was more than 2,400 yuan, but now there is a promotion, so I will sell it to you for 1,999. The shopping guide said with a smile. Ran Yuqing heard this, but shook her head. It's too expensive, make it cheaper. Miss, this is already a promotional price. If it's any cheaper, we'll lose money. The shopping guide looked embarrassed. In the past, Ran Yuqing would probably have believed it. But now, Shuning asked her to be thick-skinned and not believe the lies of these merchants, so she continued calmly, make less money, this is the last one, the price is the price after it is sold, and it can be cheaper. Okay then. I see that you really want to buy it, young lady. Let's just be friends. I'll give you a discount. I'll sell it to you for 1950. The shopping guide said readily. But Ran Yuqing still shook her head, it's still too expensive. How much does the lady want to buy it for? Ran Yuqing replied, round off the decimals and make it an even number. Oh, never mind. It's almost time to get off work. We'll just compensate you. I'll listen to you. Round it off to 1900 and you can ride away. The shopping guide looked as if he was in pain. Shu Ning looked at him from behind and nodded. My wife learned it and used it right away, and it worked very well. She really spent $100 on it. However, before Chu Ning could praise her, Ran Yuqing shook her head again and said seriously, I didn't mean this when I said round off. I meant 1,000 yuan, if you agree, we can ride away. After Ran Yuqing finished speaking, Shu Ning saw the shopping guide's smiling face darken at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Shu Ning decisively pulled Ran Yuqing away before the shopping guide got angry. But even so, the shopping guide's angry voice could still be heard from behind. If you don't want to buy it, just say so. Is there anyone who bargains like you? Playing with me? A $2,000 electric car, and you cut the price by $1,000? Is this rounding off? You are rounding off. You guys are really amazing, why don't you go to the sky? The shopping guide was very angry. I feel like Chu Ning and the others are playing tricks on me. I've been selling electric cars all my life, and this is the first time I've seen someone bargain like this. Chun Ning, what's going on? Aren't you asking me to be thick-skinned? But why is she so angry? Why is the price different from yours? On the way back, Ran Yuqing looked confused. Shu Ning was a little amused and could only explain that bargaining depends on the situation. It is not good to say too little, and it is not good to say too much either. Anyway, there is no need to rush, and you will understand it slowly in the future. Ran Yuqing didn't say anything. She didn't expect that there was actually so much knowledge in this thing. The two did not continue this topic after that. When they were almost home, Ran Yuqing thought about Chu Ning's work again. I heard that Jiayu Culture is recruiting again. Have you gone for the interview? That position was a random position that Ran Yuqing had specially set up for him. If he didn't go, all my efforts would have been in vain. After hearing what Ran Yuqing said, Shu Ning slapped his head and said, oh no, I forgot about the contract. Ran Yuqing had an accident just now, and Shu Ning was so anxious that he didn't care about anything else and ran here before the contract was completed. Later it was discovered to be a false alarm, but Shu Ning had forgotten about it. He should have returned to the company at that time. It's almost 7 o'clock. They must be off work. Forget it, I'll go over and ask tomorrow. Shu Ning suddenly felt bitter. At this point, he had no other choice but to wait until tomorrow. Yeah, don't be anxious. Some things are yours, and no one can take them away. If they are not yours, you can't fight for them. Ran Yuqing replied calmly and meaningfully. Shu Ning didn't think much about it and just thought that Ran Yuqing was comforting him. After a while, they finally returned home. Shu Ning asked Ran Yuqing to take a shower first, while he prepared to go to the kitchen to cook. However, after the two pushed the door open, they were surprised to find that the house had completely changed since they left. There were colorful lights and decorations hanging on the walls, and roses at the feet formed a path leading to the bedroom. There were candles on both sides, and the red flames were swaying. In the center of the living room, beautiful petals form a heart. There was colorful light and shadow on the dining table, red wine was paired with Western food, and beautiful music was playing in the room. The scene is ambiguous and romantic. Both Chu Ning and Ren Yuqing were stunned. I subconsciously left the room, thinking I had walked into the wrong house. It turns out that this is indeed their home. Ren Yuqing, did you do this? Chu Ning, did you do this? The two of them said it almost in unison, and after asking, they realized that it was not the other party who arranged it. But, who else could it be besides the two of them? If it was a thief, he wouldn't be so romantic as to set up props for the homeowner. But after just a moment of confusion, Ren Yuqing seemed to realize something. She turned her head suddenly and asked Chu Ning, let me ask you, why are you there tonight? Someone called me and asked me to come over. They also threatened me that if I went too late, I would die. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, how did you get entangled with those people? Chu Ning asked puzzledly. Ren Yuqing frowned after hearing this. That's not right. Someone called me and told me that you were in danger there and asked me to come over. This is strange. What does the other party mean? It feels like they wanted us to meet there on purpose. The more Chu Ning thought about it, the more confused he became. But Ren Yuqing's mind gradually became clear. It is quite strange, but if this matter is linked to the current layout of the room, it is not strange. All of this is obviously deliberately designed by someone, just to make us two closer. Chu Ning trembled when he heard this. You mean, it's your cousin? As soon as Chu Ning finished speaking, Ren Yuqing's phone rang. It was Rin Feifei calling. Sister, come quickly. The old man was beaten. He's already in the hospital. Ren Feifei's anxious voice came from the phone. Chu Ning's face turned green after hearing this. Oh my god. Could it be that he just beat me? Chapter 52, full of ridiculous things. Just before Chu Ning left, someone kicked him. At that time, Chu Ning thought that these people couldn't even handle a woman, so they must be street thugs, so he didn't take off his mask to see their faces. But now, if everything is really as Ren Yuqing expected, it is very likely that Grandpa Ren is among those people. At this moment, not only Chu Ning was panicked, but Ren Yuqing was also a little panicked. Chu Ning only kicked him once, but she kicked him several times without saying anything. I think the old man shouldn't be mixed with those people. Even if he wants to bring us together, he can at most hire some people. He probably won't do it himself. Chu Ning looked at Ren Yuqing in a tone that was almost like a prayer. Ren Yuqing's face was full of bitterness. If it were an ordinary old man, what Chu Ning said would naturally make sense. But my grandfather is an old naughty boy. What can't he do? He even has the ability to show them a romantic action movie. It's not unbelievable that he can sneak into those thugs to scare me. But it's no longer important to doubt this now, they should just go to the hospital and check it out. There was no time to appreciate the romantic scene in front of them. Chu Ning and his wife hurried to the hospital and saw the old man lying on the bed with a bruised face. Ren Feifei was guarding by the bed. Feifei, what's going on? Grandpa, cousin, he was fine, why was he beaten? Ren Yuqing asked in confusion. Ren Feifei shook her head, I don't know either. Anyway, just now, someone from the police station called me and asked me to go to the police station to pick someone up. When I picked up Grandpa, it was already like this. Then I took him to the hospital. I asked him what happened along the way, but he wouldn't tell me. I was worried that Grandpa's brain was damaged, so I called you. Ren Feifei's voice was choked with anxiety and she was about to cry with worry. After hearing what Ren Feifei said, Ren Yuqing and Chu Ning looked at each other, and their faces became a little uglier at the same time. In fact, Ren Yuqing was fine. She took a look at her grandfather's injuries and found that he only had some bruises and scrapes, nothing serious. Seeing this, her worries dissipated a lot. Instead, I wanted to laugh. This old naughty boy has been doing nothing all day. Now he has learned his lesson. If Chu Ning hadn't been here, Ren Yuqing would probably have said that he deserved it. But Chu Ning felt very guilty at this moment. There is no need to think about it. The old man was picked up from the police station by Ren Feifei. It can be seen that the old man participated in the beating of Ren Yuqing just now, and he must have been kicked by Chu Ning. When Chu Ning thought about beating up his wife's great uncle, his face turned red. He didn't know how to tell the old man. Is it a direct admission? Or are you just playing dumb? After hesitating for a while, Chu Ning decided to ask, Uncle, how are you feeling? Old Master Ren had a dark face. He didn't even look at Chu Ning. He turned around and turned his head away. The old man was extremely angry at this moment. He planned for so long and had good intentions, but what was it for? Isn't it just to let this brat come to the rescue and win the heart of his granddaughter as soon as possible? But, damn it. He never dreamed that his granddaughter was so fierce. He hired 7 or 8 men, but they were unable to subdue her and were beaten up by her instead. Of course, the old man accepted being beaten by Rin Yuqing. Who made him play the role of a bad guy and try to scare his own granddaughter? But what the old man couldn't accept was that, Chu Ning, you little brat, you are late, so you are late. If you can't be the hero to save the beauty, then you should just take Rin Yuqing home honestly. But the bastard kicked him again before leaving. That kick almost made the old man's bile come out. Is Mr. Ren's liver still hurting now? Of course, you can kick her if you want, just think of it as standing up for your wife. But this brat actually called the police and sent them to the police station. Killing people is heartbreaking. There was no other choice, the old man had to use his connections and contact his old friend at the Yunqing Municipal Bureau. The man was half buried in the ground, beaten up and sent to the police station. When Mr. Ren told this to his old friends, he felt so embarrassed. Now this bastard Chu Ning is still licking his face and asking how it feels? What else can I do? I was almost kicked to death by you. The old man was so angry that he wanted to jump up and slap Chu Ning. What an ungrateful person. Grandpa, I gave so much, including a candlelight dinner, flowers and red wine, and I arranged everything for you, but in the end, I got beaten up by you? Grandpa, my brother-in-law is talking to you, why are you ignoring him? Tell me quickly, what's going on? Didn't you say you were going to bring my sister and brother-in-law together? How come you were suddenly beaten up and taken to the police station? Ren Feifei kept asking questions. The old man's face turned red and he refused to say anything. Ren Feifei wanted to ask more, but was stopped by Rin Yuqing. Okay, stop asking. Give him some face. You are already old, and you don't stay at home to enjoy your retirement, but you always do these things. Did you learn your lesson this time? I'm telling you, you can't blame anyone but yourself. You deserve it. I wonder if you'll still do these things in the future. Ren Yuqing blamed the old man from the side. Sister, what happened? Tell me quickly, I'm so curious. Ren Feifei heard that her sister seemed to know something and asked immediately. Ren Yuqing did not hide anything and directly revealed all the ridiculous things the old man had done. Why are you talking so much? Just know it in your heart, but you have to tell it to me. Don't you think I, your grandpa, have any dignity? The old man, who had been holding it in for a long time, finally spoke. But Ren Feifei next to her was already bent over with laughter. Ha ha ha. Grandpa, you are really so awesome. Hiring someone to tease my sister, and then letting my brother-in-law save her, what a good plan. But Grandpa, have you forgotten that my sister has been learning Sanda since she was a child? Next time you hire someone, you have to hire someone capable. Grandpa, you made me laugh to death. When she thought about how her grandfather failed to steal a chicken and was beaten up, and was knocked to the ground by her sister before her brother-in-law could even arrive, Ren Feifei laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her back and almost cried. Shut up, you little bitch. I can't beat your sister, but I can at least beat you. The old man also felt ashamed and scolded Ren Feifei with a dark face. At this time, Chu Ning, who had been embarrassed all the time, came up again and said guiltily, Uncle, I'm sorry, I really didn't know you were there. If I had known earlier, I would never have kicked that person before leaving. I wanted to vent my anger for Yuqing. Chu Ning apologized very sincerely. Ren Feifei, who was standing by, laughed even louder when she heard this. Ha 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 ha. Grandpa, were you also kicked by your brother-in-law? No, I'm going to faint from your laughter. Ha 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 ha. Grandpa, how can you be so funny? Ha 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 ha. Ren Feifei laughed even more arrogantly. The old man's expression became even uglier. Stinky girl, shut up. Chapter 53, Those Embarrassing Moments. Old Master Rin didn't let Ren Yuqing stay with Chu Ning and his wife for too long. After a few words, he told them to go home and rest. I'm fine, just a few scrapes. Your cousin will be with me at the hospital. You two have to go to work tomorrow, so go home quickly. Save me from getting angry here. I'm getting mad when I see you too. The old man kept urging Chu Ning and the others to leave. Ren Yuqing knew that she couldn't win against this stubborn old man, so after giving Ren Feifei a few instructions, she left with Chu Ning. Before leaving, Chu Ning apologized to the old man again. The flood washed away the Dragon King temple, and Xu Ning was undoubtedly feeling very ashamed. Okay. If you really feel sorry for me, an old man, just hurry up and get it done with your wife. Old Master Rin started to urge the baby to give birth again. Upon hearing this, Rin Yuqing pulled Xu Ning away without waiting for the old man to finish speaking. She knew her grandfather too well. If she didn't leave now, who knew what outrageous words the old man would say next? On the way back, Xu Ning still felt a little sorry for the old man. How about we find a chance to go to our uncle's house and apologize? The old man had good intentions, but we accidentally hurt him. We were really wrong in this matter. Xu Ning said guiltily. Ren Yuqing didn't seem to care. It's okay, no need to apologize. Who let Grandpa come up with such a bad idea? It's good to teach him a lesson. I wonder if he will still care about our affairs in the future. Before coming here, Ren Yuqing was very worried about her grandfather's health. But after going to the hospital, she was relieved. On the contrary, I feel relieved. Really don't have to go? Xu Ning smiled bitterly. Ren Yuqing waved her hand. Don't worry, just listen to me, you don't have to go. If you really feel bad about it, just invite your cousin and the others to come for dinner when you have time. Xu Ning thought about it and nodded. Well, this is also fine. As they were talking, the two had already returned home. After all this trouble, it was already 9 o'clock when I got home. The floor was filled with the scent of rose petals, candlelight flickered in the darkness, and the delicious food on the table remained untouched. It's true, the scene that the old man arranged is really nice and pleasing to the eye. You go and have some rest. I'll clean up the living room. Xu Ning was about to turn on the lights and put away all the colorful lights, flower petals, candles and so on. But Ren Yuqing stopped him. After all, it's a kind gesture from your cousin. Why don't we try it and have some wine? We can clean it up tomorrow. Well, of course, if you don't mind. Xu Ning accepted Ren Yuqing's suggestion. Indeed, it was not easy for the old man to set up this venue, and it would be a waste to just clean it up like this. They can, just enjoy it first. Just like this, Xu Ning and Ren Yuqing started a candlelight dinner among the rose petals all over the ground. On the dining table, the fire flickered. Xu Ning and Ren Yuqing raised their glasses and drank. The rose scent accompanied by the rich wine aroma is confusing. After a while, Ren Yuqing's pretty face was flushed with a charming blush. Not sure if it was because of the alcohol or because the heating in the house was too strong, but Ren Yuqing felt a little hot, so she took off her outer clothes, leaving only a thin base shirt. Her snow-white neck looked even more charming under the candlelight. Come on, cheers. This cup is for us to be married. Ren Yuqing was obviously a little drunk. She was usually aloof, but now she started to talk more. She picked up the wine glass, clinked it with Xu Ning's, and drank it all in one gulp. Then, he picked up the wine and filled Xu Ning's glass. But when pouring the wine, Ren Yuqing didn't pay attention and knocked over Xu Ning's glass, and the full glass of wine spilled all over Xu Ning's pants. Ren Yuqing quickly stood up and took a tissue to wipe Xu Ning's face. I'm sorry, I was a little dizzy just now and didn't pay attention for a while. Ren Yuqing apologized while squatting beside Xu Ning and wiping the wine off his pants. From Xu Ning's angle, the whiteness under Ren Yuqing's collar was clearly visible. The atmosphere was already somewhat ambiguous, and Xu Ning had drunk some wine. Under the double stimulation of vision and senses, Xu Ning's body reacted instantly. Xu Ning quickly took the tissue and said awkwardly, "No need, I can wipe it myself." Xu Ning didn't want Ren Yuqing to touch him again. But Ren Yuqing didn't notice anything unusual about Xu Ning and insisted on helping Xu Ning deal with the wine on his pants. It wouldn't matter if he didn't help, but when he helped, Ren Yuqing saw that a certain part of Xu Ning's pants was bulging at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's like a tent that never falls down on the grassland. Ren Yuqing didn't think much about it at first, thinking it was just a wrinkle on her pants, and instead tried hard to press it down. But when she wiped it with paper, the hard and elastic touch made Ren Yuqing feel like being struck by lightning. Her pretty face turned red from her neck to her ears. Not only Ren Yuqing, but Xu Ning was also extremely embarrassed. The bodies of the two men froze in place almost at the same time. Although Ren Yuqing has never been in a relationship or had any intimate contact with the opposite sex, she understands the most basic physiological knowledge. She knew very well what her hand had touched just now. But Ren Yuqing was stunned. She felt a buzzing sound in her mind and then everything went blank. When she came to her senses, she hurriedly said sorry to Xu Ning, then stood up and ran to the bedroom with a red face. She really didn't have the face to stay here any longer. She actually touched Chu Ning there? My old swan. I feel ashamed just thinking about it. Ren Yuqing felt that her whole life's face was ruined in this one night. However, when it rains, it pours. When Ren Yuqing was about to flee the crime scene in shame, she accidentally stepped on a candle. Ah! Ren Yuqing screamed and her delicate body fell to the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. But at this moment, Chu Ning was quick-witted and rushed forward to hug Ren Yuqing in his arms. At that moment, the two looked into each other's eyes. Chu Ning looked straight at Ren Yuqing. Ren Yuqing also stared at Dust. Their faces were so close that you could hear their breathing. Ren Yuqing seemed to be able to hear Chu Ning's heartbeat. In the room, the flickering firelight cast a hazy shadow on them. A room covered with roses, two drunken men and women, romantic lights, ambiguous postures, and Chu Ning's deep and beautiful eyes. At this moment, Ren Yuqing, lying in Chu Ning's arms, felt that her heart was intoxicated. Her eyes gradually became blurred, and she closed them obediently, waiting nervously and expectantly for Chu Ning's next move. Sure enough, Chu Ning's eyes were getting closer and closer to her. Ren Yuqing seemed to have felt the warmth at the corners of Chu Ning's lips. Will she be conquered by this man in the end? Chapter 54, My wife seems angry. However, as soon as Ren Yuqing closed her eyes, they were pried open by Chu Ning. There's something in your eye. Let me help you get it out. As Chu Ning spoke, he removed the thing from the corner of Ren Yuqing's eye. It looks like eye boogers. Okay, we're done. Go back and have some rest. Chu Ning put Ren Yuqing down from his arms and urged her to go back to her room to rest with a smile. However, Chu Ning did not notice at all that Ren Yuqing's eyes were gradually getting colder, and her pretty face was becoming more and more embarrassed and angry. Finally, Ren Yuqing picked up the unfinished red wine on the table and splashed it directly on Chu Ning's face, and angrily said to Chu Ning, "You are an idiot. People like you should never be able to get married in your life." After saying that, Ren Yuqing turned and left. Only Chu Ning was left standing there in confusion. After a long time, Chu Ning wiped the wine off his face with his hand, his eyes full of confusion. What did he do? Ren Yuqing was so angry when she returned to her room. No one knew how much mental preparation Ren Yuqing had put in to have the courage to close her eyes and accept everything that might happen next. I thought what I was waiting for would be a sweet and soft kiss. But she didn't expect that her naive husband didn't understand the situation at all. He actually used his hands to pry open her eyes and help her clean the eye boogers. Oh my God! What kind of husband did she marry? On such a romantic night, in such an ambiguous moment, doesn't this bastard have any impulse at all? Don't you even have the slightest desire or thought towards yourself? This was not the first time. Ren Yuqing remembered that on the first night of living together, she accidentally entered Chu Ning's bed. You said that if a normal husband saw his newlywed wife crawling into his bed in thin pajamas, the man would get away with it. But Chu Ning did it. Later, his grandfather stole their clothes and asked them to talk to each other openly in the living room, and even projected a video to give on-site guidance. In that situation, even Ren Yuqing felt that whatever happened was perfectly normal. But in the end, nothing happened. It was the same tonight, with a candlelight dinner, rose wine, and even Chu Ning holding her in his arms. But still, nothing happened. Ren Yuqing was angry and frustrated. Am I really not charming enough that Chu Ning has no interest in me at all? In the living room, Chu Ning first washed his face, then changed his clothes that were stained with wine, and finally cleaned up everything in the living room. After finishing all this, Chu Ning took a shower and then lay down on the bed. However, thinking of Ren Yuqing's angry look just now, Chu Ning felt worried. He still doesn't know how he offended that woman. Is it because I hugged her? Let her think that she was up to no good. But given the situation at the time, I had no choice but to do it and had no intention of offending anyone. Logically speaking, you shouldn't be angry. After thinking for a long time, Chu Ning still couldn't figure it out. In desperation, he had to call Fatty. The fat man has been through countless women, and he is undoubtedly more experienced than himself when it comes to dealing with women. The call was quickly connected, and Chu Ning briefly told the fat man what happened tonight. Fatty, do you think she misunderstood me? I hugged her because it was an emergency. Otherwise, she would have fallen to the ground. I really didn't mean to offend her. Logically, she shouldn't be angry about this. Chu Ning was confused. He always felt that Ren Yuqing was a very sensible girl and would not throw water at him because of this matter. But as soon as Chu Ning finished speaking, the fat man's mocking voice came from the phone. Ha ha ha. Brother Ning, I really don't know if you are really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. If you ask me, my sister-in-law spilling wine on you is the least of her worries. If it were me, I would slap you on the head and see if that would wake you up. The fat man laughed. What's wrong with me? I really didn't mean to take advantage of her. Although your sister-in-law is beautiful, she won't make me lose my mind and do anything bad. Shu Ning tried to explain. The fat man laughed even louder. Ha ha ha. Brother Ning, you were a soldier, hanging out with a bunch of rough guys all day. You don't understand a girl's mind at all now. Sister-in-law is angry not because you touched him, but because you didn't touch her. Shu Ning rolled his eyes. Fatty, speak human language. Let me analyze it for you. You had a candlelight dinner together tonight and drank some wine. You were both tipsy and in such a romantic atmosphere, and you even held your sister-in-law in your arms. In such an ambiguous situation, any normal man and woman would expect something to happen. For example, a kiss or getting in bed. Impossible. Shu Ning interrupted the fat man's guess. We have only known each other for a short time, and have lived together for less than half a month. We have never held hands, and have always been respectful to each other. We are not even familiar with each other. We barely say a few words all day long. How could she expect to have an intimate relationship with me? Besides, I know her too well. She is a workaholic. She goes out early and comes back late every day. There is nothing else on her mind except work. She is usually cold and has no emotions at all. How could she possibly think of kissing me? Absolutely not. Shu Ning just felt that the fat man's analysis was too outrageous. He didn't believe that a woman as cold as Ren Yuqing, like Nun Miju, would develop sexual desire for him. Just like the last time Ren Yuqing walked into the wrong room and crawled into my bed, I clearly didn't do anything, and it was even Ren Yuqing who walked into the wrong room, but Ren Yuqing still kicked me off the bed. After this incident, Shu Ning felt that Ren Yuqing was a little bit misogynistic. She is still single because she hates men. Choosing to marry myself was a helpless choice due to my age. Brother Ning, those involved are confused, but those who are on the sidelines can see things more clearly. Do you really understand my sister-in-law? Then let me ask you, when your sister-in-law was held in your arms, did she close her eyes? The fat man continued to analyze. Shu Ning remembered this clearly, closed my eyes. At that time, she had pried her eyes open by herself. But Shu Ning didn't think there was anything strange about Ren Yuqing closing her eyes. She probably closed her eyes because she was afraid of falling. Haha, isn't that the end? When a woman kisses, she will subconsciously close her eyes and wait for the man to kiss her. After hearing this explanation, Shu Ning was stunned. Are you serious? You still say that? She is obviously afraid, right? Oh my god, you still don't believe me. Then let me ask you again, after your sister-in-law poured the wine on you, did she say that you were a blockhead, a fool, and that you deserved to be single for the rest of your life? Shu Ning was stunned. How did you know? He didn't repeat what Ren Yuqing said to him. But it was as if this fat guy had installed surveillance cameras in his house, and he actually guessed it right. Before, a girl liked me and asked me to go to her house for a drink. I pretended to be stupid and made excuses not to go. She said that to me. But in fact, I knew it all. The woman wanted to sleep with me, and I was just pretending to be stupid. But Brother Ning, you are obviously really stupid. Just trust me. After spending some time together, my sister-in-law should have accepted you in her heart. Even if we can't say she loves you yet, she definitely doesn't hate you. However, you are so unromantic tonight, I am afraid that you will make your sister-in-law sad. Just like you said, a person as cold as my sister-in-law must have mustered up a lot of courage to let you kiss her tonight, but you ruined the mood by prying open her eyes and saying there was eye boogers in them? I'd be so mad. Anyway, think about it carefully. If you really want to stay with your sister-in-law for a long time, make amends as soon as possible. I'm going to hang up now. My Xioli is calling me to hand in my homework. Chapter 55. Okay, you can go now. After hanging up the phone, Shu Ning lay on the bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time, and kept recalling the fat man's words in his mind. It also reminded me of the scene tonight when Ren Yuqing's pretty face was flushed and her heartbeat was accelerated in his arms. Could it be that what the fat guy said was true? When Ren Yuqing closed her eyes, was she really expecting me to kiss her? Shu Ning has been single since birth and had one romantic experience in college, but it was also a failure. After being injured, Shu Ning often avoided interacting with girls. Later, he joined the army and was surrounded by rough men. In short, Xu Ning's life experiences in the first half of his life made him a little slow to react to matters between men and women. But Xu Ning is also a man. It is impossible to say that Xu Ning has no thoughts about Ren Yuqing during the period after marriage. However, the biggest difference between humans and animals is the ability to control desires. Therefore, Xu Ning has always controlled his interaction with Ren Yuqing, maintaining a mutually respectful relationship. Now, the fat man's words undoubtedly awakened the dreamer. Perhaps, it's time for him and Ren Yuqing to try to move forward in their relationship. One night passed quickly. When Ren Yuqing woke up, she was obviously still a little angry. After washing up, she picked up her bag and walked out the door. Don't you want to eat something before leaving? Xu Ning walked out of the kitchen and asked. I don't want to eat. Ren Yuqing replied coldly, full of resentment in her heart. After saying that, she walked out the door without looking back. Wait a minute. Xu Ning suddenly called her, his tone extremely serious. Is there something? Ren Yuqing stopped and looked at Xu Ning with a frown. She really didn't want to talk to Xu Ning right now. However, seeing Xu Ning's serious expression, Ren Yuqing thought he had something important to say. Xu Ning walked over and pointed behind Ren Yuqing. Look behind, who's coming? Ren Yuqing looked over, but the corridor behind her was empty and there was no one there. Ren Yuqing suddenly became even more angry and turned around to question Xu Ning. No way, whoa. But before Ren Yuqing could finish her words, the moment she turned around, she found that Xu Ning's face had come close to her. Then he took the opportunity to kiss Ren Yuqing on her lips. Wow! Ren Yuqing's delicate body stiffened immediately, her beautiful eyes widened, and her body seemed to have lost control, just freezing in place. Sobs came out of his mouth. Ren Yuqing didn't know how long Xu Ning kissed her. She just felt that moment seemed as long as a century and she almost suffocated. Okay, you can go now. After kissing Ren Yuqing, Xu Ning smiled and waved goodbye to her. But Ren Yuqing stood there in a daze for a long time without moving. Her brain seemed to have short-circuited, and her pretty face flushed like a rosy cloud. Ren Yuqing never imagined that her first kiss, which she had kept for more than 20 years, was taken away by Xu Ning in such an unexpected way on an ordinary morning. She suddenly didn't know what to do next. Should he cover his face and run away, or slap Xu Ning in the face and angrily call him a hooligan? But when she saw Xu Ning's handsome face with clear edges and corners, how could Ren Yuqing bear to do it? In the end, Ren Yuqing had no choice but to turn around and leave as if nothing had happened. Mr. Ren, do you have a fever? Would you like to take a break today? When Ren Yuqing walked out the door and got into her special car, the driver noticed her red cheeks and immediately became worried. He thought Ren Yuqing had a cold and a fever. No. It's okay, just take me to the group. Ren Yuqing recovered from the shock. On the other side, after finishing breakfast, Xu Ning rode his electric bike to Jiayu Culture. He ran away yesterday before the contract was signed, and I don't know if I can make up for it. At Jiayu Culture, Yang Qian, the employee who was responsible for Xu Ning's onboarding yesterday, was a little depressed. As soon as she got to work this morning, her supervisor called her over and scolded her, asking her why she had not completed Xu Ning's onboarding. Don't you know that the head office supervised the entire recruitment process and required us to complete the onboarding process yesterday and send the labor contract for backup before noon today? Secretary Su has called me 3 times this morning to inquire about the recruitment situation. But how did you do the work for me? You can't even recruit people. If you can't do it, resign. The HR manager scolded Yang Qian harshly. Yang Qian felt aggrieved at the moment, but she couldn't blame him for this, as it was the applicant who ran away halfway through signing the contract yesterday. At this point, if we find someone else to take another physical examination before joining the company, it would probably be too late. The only way was to contact the applicant named Xu Ning from yesterday again. But before Yang Qian made the call, Xu Ning had already parked his electric bike at the company gate and walked in. Seeing Yang Qian, Xu Ning immediately said embarrassedly, "I'm really sorry for yesterday. Something urgent happened at home. I don't know if I can still go ahead with the entry process now?" Xu Ning apologized to Yang Qian. Yang Qian had just been scolded and was feeling aggrieved and had no place to vent her grievances, so she complained to Xu Ning. "You're still here? Is there anyone like you who would give up halfway through the onboarding process? If you don't apologize to me, I won't let you continue to work here." Yang Qian folded her arms and spoke fiercely to Xu Ning. Xu Ning had already given up hope, but after hearing this, it seemed that there was still hope. He immediately walked up to her, apologized profusely, and said that he would treat her to a meal after he got his salary. Okay, that's what you said. I'll be waiting for your meal. Yang Qian calmed down this time and then led Xu Ning to complete the entry procedures. After completing all the procedures, Yang Qian took Xu Ning to the company's security department. From now on, you will be a member of the company's security department. Your responsibility is to be responsible for the security of the company's contracted artists and senior leaders. The specific work will be arranged for you by Wang Yong, the manager of the security department. Along the way, Yang Qian introduced Xu Ning to his daily work. But speaking of which, you are really lucky. You should know that your position originally belonged to someone with connections. I heard that person has strong connections and is a relative of the company's CEO. Later, for some reason, the head office found out, fired all the relevant personnel, and recruited new people. That's how you were able to join the company smoothly. But there are good and bad things. Having said that, Yang Qian first looked around, and seeing that there was no one around, she immediately lowered her voice and continued. Although the previous general manager Wang Hong was fired, he has supported many of his cronies in recent years and his influence in the company is still there. The current security manager is his man. Anyway, be careful next time. Yang Qian looked at Xu Ning with a bit of sympathy and pity. The workplace is also a world of its own, where intrigue, grudges and love and hatred happen every day. Xu Ning's employment was accompanied by major personnel changes at the company from the very beginning. Yang Qian couldn't help but feel a little more worried about this brother who was a few years younger than her. Chapter 56, President Jinqiu is offline. Xu Ning naturally kept Yang Qian's instructions in mind. After all, Xu Ning still feels that the reason he didn't stay in Jinqiu Group for long was because he did not handle the relationship with his colleagues well. Therefore, when Xu Ning rejoins the new company this time, he will naturally try his best to handle all relationships well. It's not just about work, it's also about relationships with colleagues. The news that Xu Ning had successfully joined the company soon reached the head office. Su Xian immediately reported the news to Ring Yuqing. But after I told him this exciting news, I thought Mr. Ren would be very happy. But to Su Xian's surprise, his beautiful boss seemed not to have heard him and sat in front of her desk in a daze. Mr. Ren? Did you hear that? Su Xian asked again. Ren Yuqing was awakened by this. What did you say just now? Is there a document for me to sign? Put it here. Ren Yuqing said subconsciously. Su Xian suddenly smiled bitterly. After all this time, it turned out that Mr. Ren didn't hear what he said at all. There was no choice but to report it again. Well, have you joined the company yet? You did a great job this time. Hearing that her husband's job was finally settled, Ren Yuqing felt relieved. In this way, her husband doesn't have to set up the stall every day. It is both hard and dangerous. Mr. Rain, do I need to say hello to the new general manager of Jiayu Culture and ask him to take care of Mr. Rin? Su Xian asked in a low voice. Ren Yuqing shook her head, no need. Besides, the relationship between him and me is strictly confidential. Just let him work in the company as a normal employee, no need for any preferential treatment. It's just right, I can also see his ability. Ren Yuqing's words were obscure, but Su Xian could hear some hidden meanings. Before, Su Xian was wondering why Mr. Ren demoted her husband to a subsidiary company, and even to a grassroots position. But now, Su Xian felt that he understood something. All of this should be Mr. Ren's training for Xu Ning, allowing him to experience the hardships of grassroots work, and also laying the foundation for Xu Ning to officially become the male owner of Jinqiu Group and accept important work in the group in the future. After all, many senior executives of the group knew that the old chairman, Mr. Rin, had only one son, who was Rin Yuqing's father. But unfortunately, the next generation only had 2 granddaughters and no eldest grandson. If nothing unexpected happens, 100 years after the old man passes away, Jinqiu Group will be passed to the head of the Rin family, Princess Yuqing. As Ren Yuqing's husband, Xu Ning will inevitably help his wife share some of the burden and co-manage the group in the future. It is understandable that Ren Yuqing is paving the way for Xu Ning's future at this time. After reporting Xu Ning's situation, Su Xian hesitated for a moment, then asked with concern, Mr. Ren, are you okay? Do you want to go back and rest? I'm here at the group, you can rest assured. As soon as Su Xian came to work in the morning, she noticed something was wrong with Ren Yuqing. I felt a little absent-minded the whole morning, as if I had lost my soul. I'm fine, you go and do your work. Ren Yuqing was a little flustered at the moment, and a blush rose on her pretty face. As if afraid that Su Xian might notice something, Ren Yuqing immediately sent her away. Su Xian didn't say anything, just nodded and left the office. But before leaving, Su Xian still saw Ren Yuqing's blushing face. That shy look was exactly like a little girl who had fallen in love and eaten the forbidden fruit. After being with Ren Yuqing for so long, it was the first time that Su Xian saw the group president, who was always cold and dignified, acting like a little woman. Is this the power of love? After closing the door, Su Xian outside the door covered her mouth and laughed. But in his heart he secretly admired Chu Ning. Obviously, she didn't expect that Chu Ning actually had two boys who could conquer her, President Ren, so quickly. It was soon time to get off work. Wang Yi was waiting at the company gate early. How was it? How was your first day on the job? Seeing Chu Ning, Wang Yi immediately walked forward, put his arms around Chu Ning's neck and asked with a smile. It's okay. I just cleaned up the office and didn't do anything all day. Chu Ning had never thought that as a bodyguard he could have his own office. Of course, I share it with my colleagues. Yeah, it's like this on the first day. It will probably be busy in the future. Be prepared, the work in the security department is not easy. There may be a risk of injury. Wang Yi reminded. Their company is engaged in the field of entertainment, and they have many contracted artists. Although they cannot be considered first-tier stars, there are quite a few second-tier and third-tier stars. Normally, when these artists go out for activities, they are often surrounded by fans. It's okay for normal fans, but it's normal for those fans who are pathologically chasing stars to do something out of the ordinary. What's even scarier is the haters. A few years ago, there was an incident where an artist was attacked and stabbed twice in the abdomen. In short, your job still has certain risks. I shouldn't say this, you should have a professional attitude, but you should also pay attention to your own safety. We are all here to make a living. There is no need to throw away our lives for a few wages. Wang Yi was an honest man. He told Chu Ning everything he should and shouldn't say. Okay, Brother Wang, I will pay attention to it. Chu Ning nodded. Afterwards, the two left the company together, and Wang Yi insisted on treating Chu Ning to a meal to congratulate him on his successful employment. But just as the two of them walked out of the office building, a female voice came from behind them, Brother Chu Ning? Hearing this, Chu Ning turned around and saw a tall girl standing there. The girl had a pure appearance, fair skin, and light makeup on her delicate face. She was wearing a well-cut OL suit and flesh-colored stockings under a black hip skirt, which made her legs look long and slender. The temptation of this uniform really made Wang Yi, who was standing next to him, stare at it. Who are you? Chu Ning was a little confused as to how the other party knew his name. Brother Chu Ning, it's really you. I'm Nan Nan. I often saw you at my cousin's house when I was a child. When she met Chu Ning, the girl seemed extremely happy. She ran over and said to Chu Ning. Chu Ning was stunned, his eyes widened. You are Lin Nan? The fat guy's cousin? No way, it's only been a few years since we last met, and you've grown so big. I remember the last time I saw you, you were still a little country girl, crying because of being bullied by your cousin. Chu Ning was also very surprised, his eyes full of disbelief. They say girls change a lot when they grow up, it's true. Girl, you've grown up to be so beautiful, I can't even recognize you. We were talking about you the other day? Your cousin said he wanted to introduce you to me as a date. Fortunately, I didn't agree, otherwise people would have said I was a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Chu Ning joked. Lin Nan felt a little embarrassed after being praised by Chu Ning, and her pretty face turned slightly red. Humph, Brother Chu Ning only knows how to tease me. But Brother Chu Ning, you haven't changed at all in all these years. You're still so handsome. Chapter 57, Meeting an Old Friend. Brother Chu Ning, have you eaten? Would you like to have dinner together? Lin Nan took the initiative to invite. This. Chu Ning was suddenly embarrassed. After all, he had just agreed to have dinner with Wang Yi. Wang Yi saw this and said with a smile, it is unreasonable to refuse an invitation from a beautiful woman. You can eat first tonight, and I will celebrate for you next time. Wan Ko didn't want to block Chu Ning's romantic luck. Before leaving, he patted Chu Ning on the shoulder and whispered, Chu Ning, this girl is good, take advantage of her. Chu Ning quickly explained, Brother Wang, don't talk nonsense, this is my only sister. Wang didn't say anything else, just smiled and said nothing, as if to say, I understand. After Wang Yi left, Lin Nan took Chu Ning to a nearby Japanese restaurant. Chu Ning suggested calling the fat man as well. It's been a while since the three of us have been together. Today is a good opportunity for us to get together and chat. Lin Nan and Fatty are cousins. Chu Ning met Lin Nan when he went to Fatty's house when he was very young. At that time, Lin Nan's parents were busy with work, so they often let Lin Nan live at Fatty's house, so it is not an exaggeration to say that the three of them are childhood sweethearts. Okay then. Lin Nan seemed a little reluctant, but since Chu Ning said so, she nodded. Chu Ning called Fatty immediately. After a while, the fat man arrived by car. Seeing Lin Nan, the fat man scolded her first. You girl, why didn't you tell me that you came to Yuncheng? If Brother Ning hadn't called me, I wouldn't have known about this. Why, my cousin is no longer close to me? The relationship has faded? He values women over brothers? Lin Nan explained, Brother, I just graduated, and I thought I would tell you after my job is stable. I just ran into Brother Chu Ning by chance today. The fat man sat down next to Chu Ning, poured himself a glass of water, and continued, What? Have you thought it through, you little girl? Don't you want to join the army? Having said that, the fat man glared at Chu Ning again. I'm telling you, my sister was led astray by you. When she heard that you dropped out of school to join the army, she insisted on applying for a military academy during the college entrance examination. That made my aunt and uncle very angry. What's the matter with a girl joining the army? Fortunately, my cousin failed the physical examination and ended up going to a university in Yanjing. Now that she has graduated, she is still insisting on joining the army to serve in the military. My aunt was worried a while ago. I don't know what happened to this girl recently, but she suddenly came to her senses. She stopped going to the army and went back home to work. The fat man complained to Chu Ning. Chu Ning had never heard Fatty talk about these things before. Now that he knew about it, he couldn't help but advise Lin Nan, Nan, I spent a few years in the army, and it was really hard. Not only was there wind and sun, but there were also various physical trainings every day, which was a great challenge to both the body and the mind. If you don't really love it, I don't recommend you to go and suffer. It's such a pity that such a pretty girl was tanned in the past. Your parents and your cousins must be heartbroken. Facing Chu Ning's persuasion, Lin Nan nodded obediently. Well, Brother Chu Ning, I don't want to go now. But Brother Chu Ning, tell me about your military life. Did you suffer a lot in there? I remember that the last time I saw you, you had just entered college. You were quite thin then, and you were whiter than you are now. Now, Chu Ning seems to be much stronger, and his skin has become wheat-colored. Lin Nan looked curious. Lin Nan seemed very curious about Chu Ning's absence over the years. Chu Ning took a sip of tea, shook his head and smiled. Let's not talk about it, it's all in the past. Anyway, it was very difficult. Brother Chu Ning, have you let it go now? Chu Ning was stunned and looked at Lin Nan. Lin Nan smiled and said, My brother told me that you dropped out of school and joined the army because you were trapped in love. After so many years, I wonder if Brother Chu Ning has let go of your white moonlight? Upon hearing this, Chu Ning glared at the fat man fiercely. This fat guy told all my dark history to others. You little girl, you are quite gossipy. Don't ask about the adults' love history. Eat your meal. The fat man interrupted Lin Nan and told her to shut up and eat. Lin Nan protested immediately after hearing this. Humph, I've graduated from college, I'm not a child anymore. Besides, you're not much older than me, only 7 or 8 years old. One of my roommates is dating someone who's 8 years older than her. When she was little, Chu Ning and others were reluctant to take her out to play because they thought she was too young. But now that she is an adult, her cousin still talks to her like this, which undoubtedly makes Lin Nan very dissatisfied. She didn't like being treated like a child by Chu Ning and the others. Nan, don't say that you have graduated from college now. Even if you are 30 years old in the future, in your brothers and my eyes, you will still be the crybaby girl you were back then. Chu Ning said with a smile. That's right. When your brother Chu Ning and I were invincible in the elementary school in our hometown, you were still at home wearing diapers and feeding. The fat man also followed. Brother, if you say that again, I will ignore you. Lin Nan pouted and said angrily. She is so old now, but her cousin still mentions the time when she wore open crotch pants when she was a child. And this happened in front of brother Chu Ning. Doesn't she have any face to save? Ha ha. Okay, let's not talk about it anymore. Let you keep some image in front of your brother Chu Ning. The fat man laughed. Then they started talking about Lin Nan's work. It turned out that Lin Nan had returned to Yunqing for more than a month and joined a city bank, doing financial convenience work. The workplace is surprisingly close to Jiayu culture. Brother Chuning, are you working nearby too? That's great. We can see each other every day and hang out together during the holidays. During the conversation, Lin Nan learned that Chuning also worked nearby and was immediately excited. She went to college in another city and had no contact with her high school and junior high school classmates. The only people she was familiar with in Yunqing were Chuning and Fatty. Go away, do you think your brother Chuning is just like you, wandering around after work? Your brother Chuning is very busy. He has to set up a stall to make money on weekends. The fat man said a few more words to Lin Nan. When Lin Nan heard this, her beautiful eyes brightened even more. Setting up a stall? Where is brother Chuning setting up his stall? I also set up a stall in college. I can help you for a day. Lin Nan said with interest. Chuning wanted to refuse. After all, setting up a stall is boring and not fun, and it is not easy to wait on the roadside for a whole day. But Lin Nan insisted on going. In the end, unable to resist Lin Nan's pitiful expression that was almost begging, Chuning agreed. Then I'll go there tomorrow too. The fat man also joined in the fun. What are you doing here? You're so fat, you're sure to scare away a lot of the girls. Oh, you naughty girl, if you're not punished for 3 days, you'll go up to the roof and tear down the tiles, right? I'll go over there to keep an eye on you tomorrow, so that you don't cause trouble for your brother Chuning. The fat man glared at him. Chapter 58. Chuning was stunned. Tomorrow is the weekend, Chuning doesn't have to go to work, and Lin Nan also has a weekend off. As for Fatty, he works in his own company, so he is more casual. In the end, the three of them decided to go to the university town to set up a stall together. At Jinxiu Group, Ran Yuqing had just finished her work for the day and was packing up to go home. Ever since Chuning forcefully kissed her in the morning, Ran Yuqing had been out of focus at work the whole day. Only now had her mood calmed down a little. However, when she recalled the scene this morning, she still felt an indescribable sense of shame in her heart. Her silly husband isn't stupid after all, is he? He wanted to kiss me, but he didn't say it directly and he even played a little trick. However, Ren Yuqing still likes this little trick. Buzz. At this moment, the phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Chuning, saying that he would be back later in the evening and was going to have dinner with Fatty. Ran Yuqing replied with a good word. Just as I was about to put down my phone, I found that a high school classmates group on WeChat that had been silent for a long time suddenly became lively today. Ran Yuqing clicked on it and took a look, and found that the class monitor was organizing a dinner party for tomorrow night. Ran Yuqing has never been very interested in this kind of class reunion. For classmates who are close to each other, there is no need for a class reunion, and they can make an appointment to meet each other at any time. But for those who are distantly related, why is it necessary to meet each other once? Although the friendship of 3 years is precious, it is better to let this friendship live in memory. This is how life is. Most people are destined to be just passers-by and can only accompany you for a short distance. After this journey, there is actually no need to say goodbye. Ren Yuqing put down her phone, tidied up her desk, and asked the driver to take her to the hospital to see the old man. When the old man saw Ren Yuqing coming over, he was very dissatisfied. I'm fine, I will be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. If you have time, go and spend more time with your husband. You always say you two aren't familiar with each other, but how can you be familiar with each other if you don't get along? Yuqing, you are married now and have a family. Career is important, but family is more important. Why did your grandfather establish Jinxiu Group? It was to give your grandmother, your father, and our Rin family a good life. So, Grandpa doesn't want you to lose sight of the main goal. You can no longer focus all your time and energy on the group as you did before. You have to learn to balance family and career. Mr. Run advised earnestly. Ran Yuqing listened carefully this time. She actually had this idea a long time ago and has already changed it. She now gets home from get off work earlier than before. Okay, let's go home. You get off work early this time, go back and make dinner for Xiaoning. Although Xiaoning didn't say anything, what man doesn't want to go home and eat the food cooked by his wife? Just like your grandfather, I worked so hard when I started my business, but when I got home and tasted the full meal your grandmother prepared for me, the happiness and satisfaction washed away all my tiredness. Not knowing how to cook is not an excuse. If you don't know how to cook, just learn. No one is born knowing how to cook. Mr. Ren also took great pains to arrange his granddaughter's marriage. Before she found a partner, the old man taught her how to chat with her blind date. Now that she is married, she teaches her granddaughter how to fall in love, how to maintain a family, and how to fulfill the responsibilities of a wife. Neither of his two granddaughters gave her peace of mind. In the end, Run Yuqing was sent back home before she had even stayed with the old man for 10 minutes. After returning home, Ren Yuqing felt that what her grandfather said made sense. After being married for so long, she had never cooked a meal for Chu Ning. Chu Ning was not at home tonight, so she could try to cook something simple for Chu Ning as a midnight snack. So, Ren Yuqing started looking for tutorials online, and finally, she decided to make a sandwich for her husband. Just do it. Ren Yuqing first went to the supermarket downstairs to buy bread, lettuce, sausages, salad, ketchup and other ingredients needed for sandwiches. But in addition to these ready-made ingredients, you also need to fry 2 poached eggs. So, Ren Yuqing started to study how to fry eggs. The first step is to open fire. Ren Yuqing spent a long time studying this step alone, but couldn't get it right no matter how hard she tried. Later, after searching on the internet, she realized that she had not opened the valve. The second step is to heat oil in a pan. This is easy. But the third step was difficult for Ren Yuqing again. She found that no matter how hard she beat the eggs, they would not form a single egg. In the end, her hands were filled with egg liquid. Even if I succeeded by chance in the end, I would fail when I tried to fry it. Either it's overcooked or it's messed up in the pan. After tinkering with it for over an hour, I still failed. Depressed Ren Yuqing had no choice but to call her own chef and ask him to come over and fry 2 poached eggs for her. When Chu Ning returned home, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. The lights in the living room were still on and a variety show was playing on TV, but Ren Yuqing was asleep on the sofa hugging a pillow with her eyes closed, her legs showing snow-white beauty under her nightgown. This scene made Chu Ning a little dazed. Is she waiting for me to come home? It turns out that in this city, there really is a light that lights up for him, and there is also someone waiting for him to return. It was such a plain and simple scene, but for Chu Ning, it was so touching that it almost made him cry. It's like a rootless duckweed that finally finds its home after drifting for many years. For Chu Ning, the word home has always been a luxury. Chu Fan, who had grown up without parents and whose only brother got married early, had to live under the care of others. In fact, he had always been an outsider to his eldest brother's family. And now, he seemed to finally have his own warm little home, a home that he could protect all his life. Looking at the sleeping girl in front of him, Chu Ning had a happy smile on his face. Then he gently picked her up, carried her to the bedroom, and covered her with a quilt. When leaving, Chu Ning quietly kissed Ren Yuqing on the cheek again. Although it's a bit like taking advantage of someone's misfortune, okay, then let's take advantage of someone's misfortune. After Chu Ning finished washing up, he went back to his room and went to sleep. He had a few drinks with Fatty and the others tonight and was feeling sleepy. However, in the middle of the night, Chu Ning suddenly woke up. He dreamed that he was drowning and had difficulty breathing. After waking up, he still felt something pressing on him. Chu Ning quickly turned on the light and saw that Ren Yuqing had sat on his stomach through the quilt at some point. At this moment, a pair of eyes were looking straight at him. I'll go. What are you doing? You want to scare me to death in the middle of the night? Chu Ning was so frightened that he almost jumped up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a woman with disheveled hair sitting on his bed staring at him. Anyone would be scared to death. Are you awake? When did you come back? Why didn't you tell me you came back? You carried me back to my room? Ren Yuqing ignored him and questioned Xiang Chu Ning with a bit of resentment and coldness on her pretty face. Chu Ning felt a little trembling at this moment. I thought to myself, this girl has a murderous look on her face, what is she trying to do? Could it be that she knew that I kissed him secretly last night? Or, she wanted to settle the score with me for forcibly kissing her yesterday morning? Anyway, no matter which possibility it was, Chu Ning felt that his life might be in danger tonight. Sure enough, before Chu Ning could answer, Ren Yuqing directly lifted Chu Ning's quilt, pulled him off the bed like a death row prisoner, and dragged him directly into the living room. Chu Ning was dumbfounded. Ms. Run, we can talk it out. After all, we are husband and wife. There's no need to be so extreme, right? If you don't like it, I will never do that kind of thing to you again, I promise. Chu Ning kept apologizing and explaining. But before he could finish his words, Ren Yuqing rushed into the kitchen. Chu Ning thought she was going to chop him with a kitchen knife and was ready to run away. until Ren Yuqing brought out a plate and placed it directly in front of Chu Ning. Eat. Ren Yuqing sat at the dining table, holding her pretty face with both hands, and looked at Chu Ning with her beautiful eyes full of anticipation. Looking at the sandwich on the plate in front of him, Chu Ning swallowed hard. Fortunately, it's not a kitchen knife. Chapter 59, Ren Yuqing's Anger. Yes. This is why Ren Yuqing went to find Chu Ning in the middle of the night. Just now, Ren Yuqing woke up from her sleep and found herself lying on the bed. She remembered that she was watching TV on the sofa, waiting for Chu Ning to come home and let him taste the sandwich she made. At that time, Ren Yuqing felt that she had fallen asleep on the sofa without realizing it, and when Chu Ning came back, he carried her back to the bedroom. But Ren Yuqing was unwilling to fall asleep like this, and couldn't wait until tomorrow morning. After all, it was her first time cooking and she put so much effort into it, so she just wanted to see Chu Ning eating the sandwich she made as soon as possible. So regardless of the fact that it was the middle of the night, Ren Yuqing directly got up from the bed and dragged Chu Ning out of his sleep. Chu Ning didn't understand Ren Yuqing's thoughts at first, and instead felt suspicious. He felt that this woman would never wake him up in the middle of the night just to eat a simple sandwich. I'm afraid there is some conspiracy here. Maybe the sandwich was smeared with mustard or chili sauce, and Ren Yuqing wanted to take revenge on herself. But there was no way out. His wife had given the order, so he had to go through all the trouble. After some mental preparation, Chu Ning made up his mind, took a big bite, chewed it quickly and swallowed it. After taking this bite, Chu Ning couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It's quite delicious. Chu Ning decisively took a few more bites. Where did you buy it? It tastes delicious. In the future, when we don't want to cook in the morning, we can buy it for breakfast. Chu Ning ate with relish. Ren Yuqing in front of him suddenly smiled happily. If I say that I did it with my own hands, would you believe it? Ren Yuqing said with a smile. Chu Ning shook his head decisively. It's not that he looked down on her, but based on Chu Ning's understanding of Ren Yuqing, she would never be able to fry such a round and tender poached egg. I really made it myself. If you don't believe me, I'll show you the supermarket receipt. I bought all the ingredients needed from the supermarket. Ren Yuqing argued. However, when she faced Chu Ning's suspicious eyes, Ren Yuqing finally lowered her head and confessed honestly, okay, I didn't fry the poached eggs. They are too difficult. But I swear, except for the poached eggs, all other steps of the process were done by me. Ren Yuqing stretched out her hand and swore to the sky. Chu Ning couldn't help but laugh at his wife's cute look. No need to swear, I already believe you. Thank you, Ms. Run. Besides my brother, you are the first person who cooked for me. Thank you, indeed. Chu Ning said sincerely. At this moment, Chu Ning finally understood Ren Yuqing's intention. She waited for me so late last night, probably just to let me try the sandwich she made. I just fell asleep accidentally and woke up in the middle of the night, and I couldn't wait to wake myself up, just like a child who just got full marks in the exam and couldn't wait to show his full score test paper to his parents. Ms. Ren, to be honest, you disappeared for a month right after we got married. I thought at the time that I might have married a weird girl, or I might have met a liar. I was even prepared to live alone for the rest of my life. But I don't feel that way anymore. I even felt like I might have found a treasure. I'm not flattering you, nor am I flattering you against my will. Everything I say is from the heart. Chu Ning looked at the girl in front of him with tenderness in his eyes. Ren Yuqing didn't expect that Chu Ning, who was usually taciturn, would say such sentimental words at this moment. Ren Yuqing suddenly felt a little embarrassed. It's not that good. I just made a midnight snack. Come to think of it, you're the one who cooks usually, and I feel pretty guilty about it. I will learn cooking as soon as possible. Ren Yuqing said modestly. But in my heart I am proud and arrogant. You big fool, didn't you pick up a treasure? The wife sitting in front of you is the president of Jinxiu Group and the heiress to the richest family. You just wait and enjoy your life from now on. After you finish eating, you can clean up by yourself. I'm going to bed. If you want to eat later, I can make it for you. Ren Yuqing couldn't stand this awkward and sensational atmosphere, she wanted to escape. But Chu Ning stopped her and said, wait a minute, there's something on your eye. Chu Ning said seriously. Oh, really? Maybe it's because I just woke up, so there are some twitching in the corners of my eyes. Ren Yuqing rubbed her eyes subconsciously. Chu Ning held her back and said, let me do it for you. Ran Yuqing did not resist. Anyway, her silly husband liked to help people with their eyesight, so she simply tilted her head back and closed her eyes, letting Rin Chuning do it for her. However, as soon as Rin Yuqing closed her eyes and raised her head, Shu Ning kissed her. Ran Yuqing was so shocked that her tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. She struggled to escape, but Shu Ning's hands held her waist firmly, making her unable to move. Ran Yuqing only felt that Shu Ning kissed her for a long, long time, so long that Ran Yuqing was almost suffocated. When Shu Ning let go of her, Ran Yuqing felt dizzy and almost fainted. "Okay, you can go to bed now." Shu Ning smiled and ordered. Ran Yuqing was already confused by the kiss at this moment. In response to Shu Ning's words, she did not say anything, but as if possessed by a ghost, she actually walked back to the bedroom obediently. After lying on the bed for a while, Ran Yuqing slowly came to her senses. There was still a hint of Shu Ning's warmth on the corners of her lips, and Ran Yuqing's pretty face suddenly felt like it was burning, and she finally covered her face with the quilt. Ran Yuqing, you were kissed by that bastard again. Can you please show some courage and resist a little? Ran Yuqing was filled with shyness. She recalled the 2 times Shu Ning kissed her, and it seemed that she did not resist at all the time. My brain felt like it was short-circuiting and my whole body was numb. Not to mention resisting, I didn't even have the strength to walk, and my mind went blank. I am such a loser. He acts like a fool when he is kissed. I'm still not used to it. Maybe if you kiss her a few more times, there won't be such a big physical reaction. Tonight, Ran Yuqing lay on the bed and calmed down for a long time before falling into a deep sleep. Tomorrow is the weekend again. Shu Ning doesn't have to go to work, but Ran Yuqing has a meeting today and needs to attend, so she left early. Shu Ning wanted to get up and make breakfast for Ran Yuqing, but as soon as he woke up, he received a message from Ran Yuqing. "It's the weekend today, you sleep a little longer, I'll go to the company for breakfast." When Shu Ning saw this, he immediately pushed the door and walked out of the bedroom, only to discover that Ran Yuqing's shoes and bag were gone. It seemed that she had already gone to work. She's quite a considerate girl. Shu Ning shook his head and smiled, talking to himself. After replying to Ran Yuqing's message, he went back to bed and took a nap. At around 9 o'clock, Shu Ning was awakened by Lin Nan's call. "Brother Shu Ning, it's past 9 o'clock. Aren't we going yet?" "I'm ready." Lin Nan's excited voice came from the phone. For her, setting up a stall with Shu Ning seemed to be an extremely happy thing. Chapter 60, My Wife's Classmates Reunion. Nan, I haven't eaten yet. Let's go later." Shu Ning was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, talking on the phone to Lin Nan. It was a rare weekend, so he wanted to sleep a little longer. Too many things had happened in the past few days, and Shu Ning was a little exhausted. Now, whether it is my nephew's illness or my own work, although there have been twists and turns, the results are finally good. All my worries are gone, and sleep feels much sweeter. "Brother Shu Ning, I've already bought you food. You must still be sleeping in. Get up soon. My brother is so lazy, everyone else has gotten up by now. Hurry up, hurry up." Li Nan kept urging on the phone. Okay, I'm really scared of you. Can I get up?" Shu Ning smiled helplessly, and then climbed out of the bed reluctantly, tidied up a little, and officially set out to sell things. By the time Shu Ning finished preparing the goods and rushed to the university town, it was already past 10 in the morning. Since it is the weekend, there are undoubtedly more people here than usual. "Brother Shu Ning, why are you still wearing a mask? You are so handsome, wouldn't it be a waste of your looks to wear a mask? Maybe many young ladies will buy more things for you because you are pretty?" When setting up the stall, Lin Nan discovered that Shu Ning was wearing a mask and immediately smiled. The fat man undoubtedly noticed this as well. He had seen Shu Ning before when he was setting up a stall. Now he suddenly wore a mask. There must be a reason. "I've just joined a new company, and the rules there prohibit part-time work. I'm afraid my colleagues will see me and report me," Shu Ning explained. "Really? I think someone is worried that other girls are eyeing you." The fat man smiled meaningfully while cracking melon seeds. "You're the only one who talks too much." Shu Ning glared at the fat man. "That is true. This place is close to the university, and there are a lot of young ladies coming and going. With Shu Ning's looks, if he doesn't wear a mask, there will be young ladies chatting him up every day. Boys have to protect themselves when they are outside." Lin Nan nodded in agreement and fully supported Shu Ning's behavior of wearing a mask. However, there are pros and cons. Because Shu Ning wrapped it too tightly, business was indeed much worse than usual. I've been here for an hour and they're still not open. Brother Chuning, why is no one coming to buy? Have you been like this before? Lin Nan was squatting in front of the stall. Seeing that it had not opened yet, he was undoubtedly more anxious than Chuning. Chuning smiled and said, not necessarily. It depends on the situation. A colleague helped me sell it before, and it sold quite well that time. The colleague Chuning mentioned was naturally Rin Feifei. Chuning has been running a stall for so many years, and the most popular time is undoubtedly when Rin Feifei comes. The girl is quirky, carefree, and very open-minded. They were good-looking, had marketing skills, and danced passionately in the street. Chuning remembered that day, they attracted almost all the people in the street. Later, when my wife came, business was actually pretty good. However, in the end, all the guests were scolded away by Chuning and Rin Yuqing. So much so that now, there are almost no visitors. However, Chuning is now just setting up the stall in a very relaxed manner. He has found a job anyway and the salary is very good. Chuning doesn't really care whether he sells a lot or a little. But Lin Nan was unwilling to give in. No, brother Chuning, we have to think of a way. Lin Nan looked at his cousin again at this time and found that the fat guy was just playing with his mobile phone and eating potato chips. Lin Nan immediately became angry. Cousin, don't just play around, think of a solution. The fat man said casually, of course there is a way, but it requires sacrificing you. I just don't know if you agree or not. Tell me, what's the method? As long as it can help brother Chuning sell things, I can do it. Lin Nan vowed. She would not lose to brother Chuning's colleagues. An hour later, the fat man drove Lin Nan back to the stall. When the car door opened, a beautiful woman wearing a black miniskirt, a bunny ears headdress, high heels and black stockings got out of the car. When Chuning saw this, his eyes almost popped out of his head. Fatty, what the hell are you doing? Why did you let Nan dress like this? Chuning asked sternly. The fat man said with satisfaction, isn't this to help you? How about my cousin's bunny girl costume? It looks good, but it's not good. Chuning always felt guilty for letting Lin Nan sell out her body. What's wrong with that? We are free to dress however we want. We won't be revealing, won't be on the edge, and won't force anything. It's okay, the fat man assured, patting his chest. Get away. If you are really a brother, how could you let your sister wear something like this on the street? It's too eye-catching. Change it back quickly. Chuning scolded the fat man. Lin Nan, who was standing next to him, blushed and said, Brother Chuning, it's okay. Just treat me as the mascot of this stall and I'll attract customers for you. Lin Nan was also a little embarrassed. However, in order to help Chuning, I have to accept the embarrassment. In the end, Chuning was unable to persuade the brother and sister, so he just let them do whatever they wanted. I have to say, although that fat guy is not very serious on weekdays, he is also a business genius. First, Lin Nan was dressed up as a bunny girl to attract customers' attention. Then, Fatty launched a rock-paper-scissors activity, asking customers to play rock-paper-scissors with Lin Nan. If they won, they would get the item for free, but if they lost, they would have to pay 20 yuan to buy it. The goods Chuning purchased today were all small gadgets, costing only $4 or $5. Therefore, even if Lin Nan only wins once out of 3 times, Chuning will still make money. But it turns out that Fatty's decision to promote this activity was well thought out. Lin Nan majored in finance in college, a major that requires very high mathematics, so Lin Nan's mathematics level is very good, and his corresponding logical thinking ability is far beyond that of ordinary people. Therefore, Lin Nan's winning rate is surprisingly high. I saw more and more money in my pocket. Chuning couldn't help but admire him secretly. I'll go. Really? While Chuning was busy setting up his stall, Ren Yuqing finished her morning work. She thought that since it was Saturday, she should go home early in the afternoon, so she asked Su Xian to postpone the work that she didn't need to do personally. But after everything was arranged, Ren Yuqing received several calls. It was her high school classmate who called. Of course, it's still what we talked about in the group yesterday, about the class reunion. She had originally decided not to attend, but today several classmates who she hadn't contacted for many years called her on WeChat to ask her if she would go. Even her homeroom teacher at the time asked her privately, hoping that she could go. She could ignore her classmates' invitation, but since the head teacher came to ask in person, it was difficult for Ren Yuqing to refuse. After all, Ren Yuqing always ranked first in her class and her head teacher took good care of her. It is true that I have not visited my homeroom teacher since graduation, but I can visit my homeroom teacher at this class reunion. In the end, facing another call from the squad leader, Ron Yuching said that she would attend in the evening. Ha, Yuching, that's right. You were the most beautiful girl in our class and the best student in the class. If you didn't go, our class reunion would be half as good. By the way, you can bring your family members to this party. If you have a partner, you must bring him or her here. The squad leader's voice came over the phone. Yeah, okay. Ron Yuching replied. That was actually what she meant. With Chu Ning accompanying her, she should be able to have less trouble.